G'day, battlers, and welcome all to the 2022 Silph Arena World Championships. Today, we're going to be seeing the best of the best face off from around the world, from 7 different countries, all fighting for the title of Silph Arena World Champion. These guys have fought through the Silph Arena monthly tournament circuit, through regionals, continentals, and just this month through the World Championship preliminary rounds, just to qualify for this final stage. So close to that championship title. Now, we'll introduce the competitors shortly, but first off, I want to give a little bit of an introduction to the format, because this format for the World Championships is going to be a little different to anything that's ever been seen before. To start off simple, it is going to be a double elimination format, so they can lose once and still be in it to win it and fight their way through right up to the finals for that championship title, as we've seen in plenty of tournaments before, such as Play Pokemon. And then on top of that, it's going to be a draft format, but not any draft format. It is going to be a typing-based draft. So these 8 battlers have gone through and had to build their teams of 6, not just out of everything, but in little bits, little buckets, you could say. So their first 2 picks could only be Pokemon that have typings of Dragon, Steel, Rock, Fairy, Poison, and Fighting. Their third and fourth picks could only be typings of Normal, Ghost, Water, Ground, Grass, and Flying. And their 5th and 6th picks could only be Pokemon with typings of Dark, Psychic, Bug, Fire, Ice, and Electric. So it's a very different format and really puts the pedal to the metal for these competitors to have to figure out how they want to build their teams in this very new format to make sure that they are prepared for everything that is coming to them. Before we introduce the competitors, though, and take a look at the teams, I would like to introduce the streamers, the casters that are going to be coming on for the first set of battles. Now, you know them, you love them, and now I'd like to introduce the Canadian king of Pokemon Go PvP and winner of so many tournaments from the start of the Invitational in 2019 to now, KiengIV, and of course, the American queen of PvP analysis and lover of Tapu Fini, NHoff. So let's get those casters in and get a good g'day. Welcome in.
Good day.
Oh, perfect. This stream is already starting off fantastically. But how's it going, guys? How are you feeling?
Feeling good. Feeling good. I'm excited for the battles. We did some analysis, and there's going to be some really interesting matchups.
Yeah, this is a really interesting format. I'm a big fan of the type draft idea as someone who loves a good draft tournament in general. And obviously, these 8 battlers are going to put on an extremely good show for us and the viewers.
Absolutely. I mean, this is definitely going to be a bit of a case of not only an interesting format, but some of the best battlers in the world to sort of introduce us to that format and give us the best possible run at the sort of title here. But And you guys have obviously had a little peek at the teams before we get started here. But before we sort of jump into it, I do want to sort of shout out the 8 competitors that we are going to be seeing battling today and fighting it out for the World Championship title. So first of all, we have Varney. Varney, one of the top ranked battlers in the world from Spain. I believe he finished off at world rank number 3. And here's his card right here, finishing up at legend. Actually, global rank number 2, finishing off there. So really incredible performance consistently through the season, you can see, and so many platinum badges as well. But Varney coming in from Team Infinity Go in factions, Infinity Go White specifically, Varney definitely putting in a really top performance. Then we also have Rise to Occasion, a name that many people would know from so many things, so many tournaments, and of course a fantastic content creator as well, coming in from the US of A, and also one of the top ranked battlers in the world, actually. I believe also finished in the top 3 globally, so a really consistent battler as well. We also have Jay's Fan 55 coming in from Canada. Again, I believe finished off the season as number 5 in the world, one of the top battlers for sure, and probably one of the best battlers in all of Canada. We've also got Maximilian P coming in from the UK, finishing off at number 24, and again, really a tough competitor to be sure. I believe finished off number 2 in the UK, only beaten by one battler in the UK, who I have a feeling was also competing in the World Championship preliminary rounds. Now, we have someone close and dear to my heart. Inner Bloom 94 is going to be competing today from Australia, coming in as the #1 battler in Australia, and performing really incredibly well in the APAC Continentals and then the World Championship prelims, and that's how Inner Bloom has qualified here. So Inner Bloom has had to wake up very early for this tournament, but hopefully it's all good on his end. We've also got Rivulet coming in from the US of A. US being the only country to send 2 of the 8 battlers here. All of the other competitors are from a unique country. Finished up nationally 17th in the US, but 64th globally. So the US is definitely a bit of a powerhouse in that regard. We've also got Vroom Vroom Pow, someone who I've been seeing a lot of hype for in chat and a lot of hype for on Twitter as well. Coming in from India, nationally ranked #2, globally ranked #49, getting that second bit of APAC representation in there, and really a very strong competitor and someone who's performed really consistently through the Silph Arena season, and again performed really well through the Continentals and World Prelims. Finally, last but certainly not in the least, we have Zappa9, who not only finished #1 in Argentina, not only finished 147 globally, but also won the Latin America Continental Champion and is the reigning Latin American Continental Champion, the only Continental Champion who was able to fight through the World Prelims and land themselves a spot in this final 8 going into the World Championship final. So I'm sure that both you, King and NHoff, are probably familiar with quite a number of these battlers, but who are you sort of most excited to see sort of fight it out today?
That's a tough one.
No favorites.
Yeah, I shoutcasted Zappa's run during the Continentals, and obviously I'm good friends with Rise, and always like seeing Vonnie battles, and obviously Jace fan is a Canadian, so I'm just gonna say all the names, but they're all equally exciting. I'm not necessarily sure who I'm looking forward most to, and just looking forward to some good battles.
I would be remiss not to mention that Rise is a teammate of mine, and I'm very excited to see him playing in this tournament. But I do know, all 8 of these competitors fairly well personally, either from other formats, from pairing in Silph over the years, and I just know they're all going to do a great job. I've had the pleasure of meeting some of these players IRL. Met Vonnie at Worlds, which was really nice, and I'm just really excited for some really cool picks as well. We see some Pokemon that only really kind of see play in these like Silph formats, things like Pachirisu, things like Victini, which very rarely sees play elsewhere. So that's as exciting as the players as well.
Absolutely. And the type draft format is something that can really unlock those things, as you've seen through the Silph Arena seasons with their unique typing metas as well. Now, one thing we can do is probably take a look at the teams that these players have drafted through the very unique draft format, because, again, by virtue of the draft format, we are going to see a lot of unique Pokemon, and with the typing sort of a typing theme, it sort of forces the battlers to maybe play with some extra picks that we've never sort of seen before. So here are the teams up on the screen right now. Now, we've got columns that are red with a cross through it. Each round, each battler was able to ban one Pokemon of that typing before they then went through in a snake draft format and picked their 2 Pokemon for the next 2 rounds. Something that is worth noting is that even though it's a typing-based meta, you've got Pokemon that are dual types. So, for example, Alola Ninetales has the Ice typing and the Fairy typing. So it's eligible for not only Phase 1, where the Fairy typing is there, but Phase 3, where the Ice typing is eligible. Both the bans and the picks are relevant for both of those 2 sections. So Alola Ninetales has been banned in round 1 by Inner Bloom. That means that it not only is banned from Phase 1, but is also banned from Phase 3. So that is something that sort of maybe makes things a little bit of a bigger consideration for the early round ban picks. But, I mean, there's obviously a lot going on here. So, King, what are you sort of seeing out of these teams straight away?
Yeah, you're talking about in the first match between Vonnie and Rivulet?
Hang on, let me let me post this on the back end. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so first up, we're actually going to be jumping into Varney versus Rivalet. So we can see their teams of 6 straight away. So, excuse me. I'm going to pass it off to you guys, King and NHoff. It looks like we are going to be getting to the battles relatively shortly. So I'm going to let you sort of talk through the teams and see what we've... maybe tell us what we can sort of expect going to these battles, what you might expect to see.
Yeah, so Vani's team with that Noctowl looks really potent against Rivalet's first 3 picks. You see the Scrafty, Beedrill, and Jellicent, all really scared of that flying and normal type. But then Rivalet did turn around the draft, has Lapras and Pachirisu to really threaten that Owl, as well as Victini. I like both of these teams for having really nice cores. We have Vani picking up Registeel with his first pick, and then later picking up Shadow Hypno, which is really nice. And then Rivalet having Scrafty, and then in round 6 picking up Victini to kind of have some anti-charm presence for protecting that Scrafty, which is nice. But
yeah, no, absolutely. I think on Vani's side, like Hakamo looks really safe against the team, and then Registeel in the right situation can definitely do a lot of damage. Even potentially flip the Scrafty matchup with enough energy and making the right calls.
Yeah, Registeel is definitely a Pokemon that's kind of, plummeted in terms of usage, especially in open great formats, but especially in a draft where some of the power level of picks is a little bit lower. The fact that it went unbanned and then got picked up by Vani looks to be really, really potent, especially because, again, it has been nerfed. It is a little bit less consistent than it was before this Season of Light update. But it's still extremely powerful, and 66% of the time it's still doing exactly the same thing it was doing before.
For my opponents, it's 100% of the time.
Yeah, and then for me, it's 0% as is tradition. Yeah. But yeah, I really like Rivalet's team. I like, in addition to the Scrafty Victini, also the Scrafty Beedrill. Like, he picked the Scrafty round 1, and then he said, I'm gonna make sure that there's no charm from my opponent. Although we should point out there are no charm users in this entire draft. Alola Ninetales having been banned, but otherwise I don't believe any charm user got banned. Just nobody picked it. So there won't be that threat of a 2-shielded fast move pressure charm user. There are other 2-shield fast move pressure Pokemon, like there's a Talonflame from Maxi, but it does create an interesting dynamic to have this entire all 8 teams without a charm user. Yeah, we can look at the bracket quick. So we're covering the top matchup, that's Vani versus Rivalet. The winner of this matchup will move on to play the winner of Vroom Vroom Pow versus Jays Fan 55, and then the loser will drop down to that bottom bracket to play the loser of that match as well. Should be very interesting to see how these teams intersect and or interact rather, and which Pokemon they'll have to face, because even in this draft format, you might wind up making your team very weak to one Pokemon in particular. You could see, teams that might be very soft to a Lickitung, for instance, which Jace Fan picked up round 2. But so long as you don't face that team, that weakness might not be relevant. But I believe we're just waiting on Vani and Rivalet.
So actually, MissMystic, can we bring up the teams, the graphic again, the draft format, so we can see that full slew of all of the bands and the picks as well? Oh, the full draft.
Yeah. So I think another thing that's relevant for the viewers is something that kind of gets differentiated between different draft formats is movesets are locked in once you have them set for the first round. So certain draft formats will allow you to use TMs between rounds to change around your moves. This is the standard Silph rule of once you have your moves, you cannot change them during the tournament. They're set. So for a very versatile mon like Vani's Shadow Hypno, you see whatever moveset he uses here against Ryblet, that is also whatever he carries forward in the remainder of his matches. Which is, I suppose, most relevant for Hypno, but also is Alolan Muck. We see things like the Shadow Beedrill has a little bit of versatility if it wants to surprise someone with a Sludge Bomb, or Jellicent as well. But what you see in this first round will be what carries through for those Pokemon.
Something that's sort of a part of it being a double elimination format is that these moves, like these battlers, even if one battler comes out on top of another, they may see themselves battling again. Looks like we are getting into it, so guys, take it away.
Wow, so we see the Hakomo-O locked onto the Pachirisu and immediately jumps out. Yeah, confusion rather than quick attack on that Victini. And we see the Vigoroth come in to match it. Vani going with this double fighter strat.
Oh, this is this Vigoroth's gonna have to double shield, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, these V creates would ruin a Vigoroth unless Ryblet does not match a shield. But I have to assume he goes for getting both shields from Vani here.
Yeah, I don't expect Vani to throw it away because already knows that loses CMP, so probably gonna commit. Can you Can you fast move down?
I think
double debuff. Oh, okay.
No,
it's too much here.
Yeah, it's too healthy. But what's really interesting for Ryblet now is he has the Scrafty up a shield against a Registeel in the back. However, it could still be uncomfortable for him because of that Hakomo-O, and brings in this Pachirisu just to eat up some energy. The Vigoroth not bothering to go for a Bulldoze, just eating up the clock to get the Hakomo-O in.
Yeah, I love that play by Vani there, realizing the Hakomo is going to be pretty safe regardless. So just going to preserve a little bit of the Vigoroth and look to be in a pretty good spot there.
Yeah, this is really interesting for both players because of how that Pachirisu plays in general, but I believe Vani is very much in control at this point. Having that Registeel in the back, relatively unchecked, is always a really good spot to be, which looks very nice for him. This Hakomo, really just laying on the Dragon Tail damage. Always really, just really high pressure from the fast attack there.
And then you come in Vigoroth here to finish it off. And yeah, I actually thought it was a little bit of a mistake on Vani's side just to go for the body slam. And you see Vani in total control there, realizing that it's going to be able to survive the Volt Switch and going for the extra counter to get off that extra little bit of damage, which really doesn't matter too much in this match, but nice optimization that we always like to see from our top competitors.
Definitely. Now, Pachirisu's very bulky Pokemon, but even the bulkiest of Pokemon will not survive a neutral move from Registeel at yellow HP. So, that Focus Blast should take care of this electric squirrel and end the match game one for Vani here.
Yeah, very interesting. Ryblet coming in with that Pachirisu safe switch, and Vani not having a hard answer to it, but was able to control switch because the Victini was forced to debuff itself, and then Vigoroth just does what Vigoroth does best.
Yeah. Vigoroth just really putting on that neutral fast damage of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 body slam, consistently putting on the pressure, and that Hakomo-O as well. Just really, really potent when the opponent doesn't have a steel type or fairy type to resist it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The Hakomo.
And I assume we'll see that throughout this match because, again, Ryblet has no resistance to Dragon. His best answer is Lapras, and Lapras doesn't appreciate a stab brick break from that Hakumo either.
Yeah, no, absolutely. If that Lapras doesn't have Ice Beam, then we'll be forced to go all the way up to Skull Bash to hit for some neutral damage.
Yeah. I assume that's also why we saw a confusion from Victini. Obviously, you want to optimize your movesets for the entire tournament, but you have to get past your first round to move onward. So, while Quick Attack might be more versatile, Riblet probably recognizing that that Fighting Dragon Hakumo is just really strong against his team, and opting for confusion just to put a little bit more pressure on it. Obviously did not work out for him in this matchup, or in this battle, but could be relevant in the rest of this set.
Yeah, do you think any of the Vigoroth matchup may have potentially changed at all with Quick Attack? I know it generates energy slightly, well, it generates energy quicker than Confusion.
I don't think so, but it might have, depending on when Riblet like threw those V creates, like he might have been able to hold it back a little bit more and then go to a third faster. But I believe at that point in the game, it didn't really make sense for him to over invest shields because he had Scrafty in the back, and you need to shield a Focus Blast if that gets lined up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so we see Noctowl into the Scrafty. Very good lead for Vani here, but we'll see how Riblet reacts. Sends in the Victini.
This is interesting, not switching out. Interesting staying in. Any particular reason to stay in this matchup?
I think he's just going to go for the Shadow Ball and dip, wants to be ahead on shields, and then swaps in the Vigoroth, which is interesting. Having that Dark type in the back with Alolan Muck, but just going for Vigoroth's kind of neutral play. I'm curious if Vigoroth can even tank a V-Create, but it's so tough. Both of these Pokemon not the bulkiest, so I would not expect it to.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused by this. Okay, does able to survive and not able to counter down though.
Yeah, so now Riblet down a shield, but has gotten switch back, which is going to be huge considering he has Tarisu to put on this Noctowl instead of his Scrafty. Really, really nice for Riblet here, having alignment against Vani's backline.
Oh man, Riblet's not going to wait, right? Yeah, going to go right away. Wow, okay, this is very bad for Vani here.
Yeah. So Pachirisu, not the best at taking out Registeel when it's at yellow health, but against the Noctowl could not be more comfortable.
Yeah.
Resisting those wing attacks, and even that Shadow Ball not really doing that much to it.
Oh, Sludge Wave? Am I seeing that correctly?
That is, I believe, Sludge Wave. It's hard to tell. I do not know the Spanish move names that well, so my apologies. But the Poison Jab, Alolan Muck, definitely doing better here than if it was on Snarl. But this will be an interesting shield call from Riblet.
Oh, huge shield there.
That's massive, and that should all but get the game here in Riblet's favor. Just in a very formidable position right now, knowing he has that Pachirisu in the back to put again on that Noctowl.
Yeah, this is
Yeah, this game entirely came down to getting switch back with that Victini on the Vigoroth for Riblet.
Yeah, I'm assuming Vani will no shield this. But I'm curious what Vani potentially read in the back. That I'm actually very curious on what Vani was worried about, where he felt he needed to save his Alolan Muck and not bring the Dark type into the Psychic type.
Yeah, the counters against the Psychic type a little bit less potent than those Poison Jabs from Alolan Muck. Poison Jab just being so potent when stab. Also probably would have tanked a V-Create a little bit better. I assume Alolan Muck a little bit bulkier than Vig.
Yeah, and resist the confusions, right? So
Right.
would have been able to survive and farm down the Victini. I understood like staying in and throwing the move, getting the shield advantage, but not switching out into the muck eventually. Especially since Patrice is pretty strong against the team, we do expect it to come in almost every game since it's fairly safe against the team. But yeah, that was a little bit of maybe sometimes you overread the situation there and you're like they want to bait out my particular Pokemon, but really they just were playing a very straightforward strategy, and sometimes going down the most straightforward path is the best way to win.
Yeah, I can definitely relate to overthinking or kind of working your way out of a win condition. So, especially in matches like this that are such high stakes, that are such high skill opponents, you always kind of overthink it easily, or assume that your opponent's 5 steps ahead of you at certain points.
Yeah, the only Pokemon that I could potentially maybe Vonnie thought it was like a Jellicent in the back and didn't want to, but even then the Noctowl would sweep there. So it was interesting decisions there.
Yeah, but good decisions for us because we get a decisive game 3.
Absolutely.
Which should be really excellent to see. These teams are interestingly poised. We see, Pachirisu really coming to play. We see, again, the Hakomo-O, the Registeel, like some really strong picks from both teams. And, energy swings happening. We see switch advantage swings happening and really impacting these battles. So surely will be a great third game as well.
What do you think of Vonnie's decision not to bring the Hakomo-O?
I was really, really interested by that one. We saw that the team that Ryblet brought was, generally soft to it. It had the Victini, but I assume that Hakomo will have the upper hand against Scrafty just because you have that super effective Brick Break, and then it walls the Pachirisu, resisting electric. So, was curious. We see, so we see, once again, every game so far, we've seen this Vigoroth against Victini, and it happens once again in the third one here. But that Hakomo in the back's very happy it's avoiding this victory Pokemon.
Trying to look at early shield advantage. And then I'm assuming Rylab will say switch to Pachirisu now.
Yeah, and that's going to be really rough when this...
is there any particular reason why Vonnie's staying in?
I assume he was trying to get a shield with a Bulldoze bait here, but I'm a little surprised to see him then stay in. Here we go.
Okay, catches the Thunder Punch, which is nice.
Yeah, and this is going to be just a really good spot for Vonnie now. Having this dragon on the electric type, able to either farm up or leave this matchup with a bunch of health at the end of it. Should be able to then pressure the Victini even, despite taking those super effective confusions.
Yeah, I'm assuming 2 Thunderbolts would KO that. Would take. Oh, no, it actually doesn't. Okay.
Yeah, this thing, unlike its older evolution of Como-O, is really, really bulky. Doesn't have as good of move options because that Brick Break isn't the most amazing charge move, but it can take a hit, and especially from this Pachirisu, able to farm it all the way down. Ryblet waiting out the clock the whole way, but bringing in the Scrafty here.
Oh, do we see a potential catch here onto the... Or do you throw the...
No, just going...
Oh, no!
Yeah, so Vonnie going for another Dragon Claw, but does not get to throw a move then, and going down with 70 or so energy is really rough.
That's very devastating, because now this Body Slam is not threatening to feint the... Okay. All right, well, this is... wow. Okay, Ryblet is in a pretty dominating situation right now. Obviously... Ryblet doesn't know that there's a Registeel in the back. Okay, well, now knows there's a Registeel in the back. So this is
But he has to throw the V-Create this... Oh, wait, no. Ryblet still has a shield. I was going to say this Zap Cannon threatens. But a V-Create, goodness gracious, just puts pressure on that Registeel, and he doesn't throw before the second one comes through.
Yeah, I would have lost CMP there.
Yep.
So I think Vonnie has to throw the Focus Blast.
Yeah.
Perfect undercharge, lock on down, then or they no shield here? No shields here? Yeah, probably no shields here.
Yeah.
Counters.
And then has Scrafty close out the match.
Oh wow, okay.
Okay, goes for the power-up punch.
With a shield left, there's just
yeah,
no way here.
No, and that counter down gives Ryblet the game. Very big congrats to Ryblet.
Yeah, that was Vonnie in 2 games in a row. Maybe overthought the safe swap in the counter swap to deal with it, and end up losing a whole charge move there and potentially drawing a shield or doing a significant amount of damage to the Scrafty. Well, as significant as much damage as Brick Break does.
Yeah,
but still enough to at least put a lot of pressure on. So Ryblet making some very nice calls and able to come back from some very tricky matchup there.
Yeah, that entire health on that Scrafty by the end of the match was probably about a Brick Break's worth. Now, Ryblet did still have a shield, but only was able to have that shield because he wasn't threatened by charge moves formerly in the match. So he will move on to play the winner of Vroom Vroom Pow versus Jade's Fan, but Vonnie is very much not out of this tournament. And with his team and with his skills, should not be worried at this point. Really excellent battler, and I'm sure he will make a significant run through that lower bracket.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, they were definitely a really solid start to the World Championship Finals. Definitely showing some interesting Pokemon picks in the draft format. I mean, definitely some Pokemon that you don't usually see in the sort of play Pokemon circuit. I mean, I don't know how many Hackmohos are running around in that sort of format. But in that last game there, could that game have been won if the charge moves were thrown instead of going down to that... Crafty figure?
I think well, the Vigoroth didn't end up getting to the body slam, so in theory, like Scrafty would have shielded one of the 2 moves and wouldn't have got both moves. But perhaps like if the Brick Break got thrown there, then Vonnie would have considered potentially undercharging versus the Victini, and then potentially trying to get to a move. But at that point in time, the options were pretty limited.
I think what I would have... Sorry?
With the Hakamo... Sorry, NHoff, I was just mentioning the Hakamo not being able to get charge moves earlier may have potentially set up that last shield and might have actually swung the tide differently. Yeah,
something I would have probably liked to see, and obviously hindsight is 2020. We all can have instances where we look back. Perhaps throwing a Dragon Claw against the Pachirisu, if he had not tanked that last Thunderbolt, might have been in a position where Scrafty had to throw energy against it, and additionally might have gotten multiple moves off instead of just the one. Very hard to tell in the moment, and the full farm down looked really nice for Hakama. Can't fault that at all.
Yeah. And I was potentially worried that if maybe the Hakamo had too much health and the Victini would come in and farm down and then throw another and then you would be left without shields. But I think maybe like in both instances in game 2 and game 3, staying in when you had clear answers to you arguably hard encounters to both safe switches would have been way more straightforward than throwing the body slam. Like almost no Pachirisu is going to shield even against a Bulldoze early in the game, right? So especially when you know that they're likely to bring Registeel and you want to protect against those hard-hitting charge moves. So perhaps just switching into the Hakamo and just coming out with one charge move would have been more than enough to seal the game there.
Yeah, Bulldoze really stretching the definition of super effective charge move. Non-stab Bulldoze against a Pachirisu even is not the threat that you might hope it would be as a Vigoroth player. So yeah, definitely some delay on the swap in, ultimately getting to a advantageous position, but the timing just not matching up, and Ryblet taking advantage of that. Really playing well throughout this first set, and understandably moving on.
And we'll be coming back to Ryblet's battles in the semi-finals of the winners bracket, but we're now going to be moving on to see the next battle, which is going to be Maximilian P versus Rise to Occasion. This is definitely one of the most hype matchups. All four of these matchups are going to be super hype, but Maximilian and Rise, both really incredible battlers that have put on a really strong performance through the entire Silph Arena season, and I'm personally really excited to see these battles.
Yeah, both of these players just really consistent in their ability, and that's what you love to see at a tournament like this, or in a top 8 like this, is seeing players that you know will be consistently, on their game, and from both of these players consistently with really powerful teams. Maximilian, probably the best draft out of these 8. If you had to kind of rate where you like teams, and Rise as well, with a very, very nice team of 6. Getting Swampert in round 3 feels like theft in a draft format like this. I know it is by type, but really looks nice for Rise as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And both Rise and both Maxi, both really strong battles with the legend ranks there. Now we're going to bring the teams up on screen now, just to take a look at what they are going to be running here. And this is going to be, look, think that NHoff may have some biases both ways. Big love for the Feeny, big love for fellow teammate Rise to Occasion. So maybe that evens out to be a neutral position here. What are you sort of seeing on these teams, NHoff?
Yeah, I mean, you hit the nail on the head. I am biased both ways. Maxi's team looks amazing. That Sableye with the fairy coverage of Talonflame and Venusaur as well. Obviously, the Tapu Fini feels really great with something like Cresselia as well. Fini protecting Cresselia against some of the dark types. But there is a bit of a pain point for that kind of psychic fairy core, and it's when you see these dark poisons. And Rise to Occasion has a very versatile and recent addition to the game in that Hisuian Quillfish, which looks really strong against this team from Maximilian.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And this is a case where Maxi has an incredible team, but honestly, Rise has almost the perfect team to counter it. Like Hisuian Quillfish does really well, and as well, this Togamaru has play versus virtually this entire team. Has play versus this entire team. So 2 really, really strong picks, and some other options to plug in play against Maxi's team. But Maxi has a team that's going to be very familiar, going to have a lot of really strong matchups. But honestly, Rise, this is maybe one of the worst matchups that Maxi could be lined up against, if you were to actually dive into the details of each of these matchups.
Definitely, and it's really interesting to see those are the last 2 picks that Rise made to flesh out his team, and they just look very strong. Both also, again, recent additions to the game. We have that Hisuian Quillfish added during that most recent Hisui event, and Togedemaru added during that Test Your Metal around the time of Baltimore Regionals, and just again really look good against Maxi's team. Could help him align another strong pick, something like the Dragalge, perhaps against something like Talonflame or Venusaur, or just lining that Swampert up properly. Wherever it is, whatever he's trying to do, could definitely rely on the back of those 2 safer picks.
Yeah, I do expect Maxi to rely a lot on this Sableye Say Switch. It looks pretty strong against team. Even the Hisuian Quillfish can be very bait dependent. So
yeah, and we see the Quillfish against this Heracross. Now, it's important to note for the viewing audience, there's currently a bug with the Hisuian Quillfish. Its fast moves do not display when in battle, so if you notice, it's kind of stagnant there. That's purely visual. The damage is still happening. The energy is still happening, but it looks a little bit interesting to watch for sure.
Yeah, I would say it's almost as poised and calm and as collected as Rise is when he normally battles. So, just standing, yeah, I honestly this would throw me off so much. If I was Maxi, I'd be like,
completely unfazed. Yeah.
Yeah.
But we saw, as you said, the Sableye comes in immediately, taking advantage of that really good spot, and the Dragalge comes in afterwards, applying that Dragon Tail damage, and no shielding the return.
Probably survives this, but will not be very healthy after that. We'll only be able to get off this Aqua Tail, which definitely will not take out the Sableye. But we get the shield.
Yeah, this is an interesting spot. Maxi is shields down against a Wild Charge user in the back for Rise, which could really go either way. That Heracross is not very healthy in the back. And we see the Quillfish come back in. This is a big call for Rise because giving a shield to this Togedemaru could be massive. Really not threatened at all by Cresselia until it starts using those Wild Charges. But first it has to get there. And we'll see what Rise decides to do with the Togedemaru. Adorable attack animation.
Yeah.
My first time seeing that.
Yeah, absolutely. After seeing seeing Quillfish just stand there, Togedemaru is definitely excited to be in the battle.
Yeah, so it's called...
Gonna throw the Wild Charge here. Was Felstinger not enough there?
I think Felstinger would do enough. Now, I get being a little bit concerned, it being non-stab on a relatively weak move, but I think that was within range, and he's going to have to go for 2 Wild Charges, but I don't know if it knocks out a Pokemon like Cresselia. Very, very bulky. Yeah, still in the green.
Oh, man. So...
yeah, I think Felstinger was the way to go.
Yeah, Rise would have definitely won this. Obviously, Maxi doesn't even bother trying to catch, realizing that 2 Wild Charges doesn't KO. But the Felstinger, even would have almost certainly sealed the matchup there. Yeah,
it would have put the damage on the Wild Charge just a bit higher as well. But we'll see as they go into the second battle if that Togedemaru did look very strong, just was unfortunately too heavily damaged or too heavily debuffed by those Wild Charges.
Yeah, but with no chance to reset the debuff there, since does resist with its steel typing, resist all of Cresselia's moves there. So maybe a late game. It's one of those situations, and we've all been there, where initially when you're doing the fast moves, Felstinger wouldn't have KO'd, but then you're like, oh, I gotta throw the Wild Charge. Then you realize, like, with 2 or 3 fast moves, the Felstinger would have been enough there.
Yeah, it happens very frequently, as happened to me more times than I can count, especially in these higher stress situations. It can really, really get to you. But I think we will see... Well, obviously, we will see that Quillfish again. I don't think there's going to be a game without it here. But I hope we see that Togedemaru again. Just a really, really strong-looking Pokemon, even if it didn't quite have enough in that battle. And really living up to its name. I believe it's the roly-poly Pokemon, and it was rolling around on the field.
Yeah, it was quite an exciting Pokemon, especially in its stark contrast to what we've seen.
Looks like we're going to be getting into our second battle between these two. And we see a Heracross versus Dragalge. Really interesting lead. Really good for the Dragalge since the Heracross does not have Earthquake.
So you probably throw it in. Okay, interesting. Staying in.
Yeah, so we see Maxi bringing the exact same team as in the first game, going for the foul play here, and we'll see, does Rise respect it? He does. So you will see him throw one more and then go for the Outrage.
Oh, really?
Really interesting play here.
Oh, we see it. Oh my goodness. I guess the Aquatail would have barely knocked it out there.
Yeah, Aquatail would not have. So really, actually really good call from Rise, doing the overkill just to make sure he doesn't have to take another foul play from the Sableye. And then switching to the Quillfish here, I like this a lot because presumably he will draw out the Heracross again.
Yeah, no,
and
absolutely.
be able to put his Togedemaru on in the back.
I know we've been told in advance about this Castilian quillfish
This
thing.
bug, yeah.
I am not gonna get used to it. I am not gonna get used to this.
It is so strange. So I've had multiple, scrimmages and watching battles in Silph's factions format, and assuming Quillfish is very potent in one of the field metas currently, and it's been every single time. It's just completely cold, dead stare. But Rise letting the Quillfish go down to a couple Moon Blasts, still going to be able to align the Togedemaru here. And the Heracross comes in. Now this Heracross, very flimsy, does not appreciate a wild charge and will be shielding right away.
And then we'll probably see the immediate switch out into the Dragalge.
Yeah, and this is really uncomfortable for the Heracross. Having to throw Rock Blast is never the place you want to be, but this Heracross does not have the Earthquake to really threaten the Dragalge here. Now this is an interesting spot, because get to the Outrage, and that Togedemaru is healthy enough, I believe, to tank any move from that Cresselia in the back.
Yeah, we'll probably see a full fast move down though from the Cresselia. It is in wild charge range, but it will have to get to the okay.
But he gets to the Outrage.
Goodness. Okay.
Check those IVs on Dragalge, because that's going to knock out the Cresselia.
I know what Maxi's saying right now in a strong British accent. That was outrageous. Right?
And it certainly was.
Wow.
Rise to occasion, taking game 2, bringing us once again to a decisive game of 3 between these two exceptional battlers. Certainly an outrageous finish to that game, for sure.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I've ever seen in any match 3 outrages thrown.
That's true.
By one Pokemon.
One Dragalge. Yeah, that has to be a record. Also, not like it never like farmed something down. I guess the Heracross was resisted counters.
Yeah.
But resisting counters from Heracross isn't like you're resisting that much because it's so attack weighted. Just really, really good alignment of that Dragalge, and then no shields. No shields were used on that Dragalge. It was from Maxi. Just 3 landed outrages.
That was incredible. That was quite the play. Both of them making really tough no shield calls. The return onto the Dragalge in game 1, and the outrage in return to the Sableye in game number 2 really changed the tides of this match, and some really great calculated plays on both sides in game 1 and game 2.
Definitely. Now I believe we will be getting into this decisive game 3, and we have Heracross in the lead against the Dragalge once more from Rise to Occasion. It looks like same exact teams as in game 2, but will it play out differently? You see the Sableye swapped in again. Does Rise go for this outrage again, though?
Interesting. Maxi decided to throw one counter, then switch. Do you see the Aquatail bait?
Yeah, and this is interesting. Opting to not shield this foul play. Already kind of differentiating from game 2. This Dragalge will not be reaching 3 outrages in this game.
Do we see the immediate swap out to the...
I would assume.
Oh, gonna let it go down. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, now, the Hisuian Quillfish. Oh! Bringing in the Togedemaru. Very interesting play from Rise. Putting everything on this Hisuian Quillfish in the back towards the end of this game. Now, opting for a shield here, going for the full farm down of that Sableye, and then it will be loaded up with these wild charges to try to take shields back.
Oh, interesting. Actually, safe switching into the Cresselia.
Yeah, this is a really interesting spot for the battle to be at, because Rise does get both wild charges off, and it's a CMP against this Cresselia. So now that it's committed that energy, he no shields the Togedemaru, and this Quillfish should be able to farm down the remainder of that Cresselia with Poison Jab.
But there's still a catch potential, which is gonna potentially change the outcome of this match. And the Heracross did one counter before switching, so that might throw off Rise's counts. But do you see just these poison jabs are doing a lot of damage.
Oh yeah. Yeah, both of these fast moves doing neutral damage. This is a really good spot for Rise, being able to put this within Aqua Tail range. But you are correct. There is a catch still available for Maxi with that Sableye, but the catch is not made. And a Shadow Ball is available for Rise to throw with this Hisuian Quillfish, which should knock out this Heracross.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah. What a show of strength from that Hisuian Quillfish, making the decisive game 3 go to Rise to occasion, who will be moving on in this upper bracket.
Very well played by Maxi, but playing against honestly a pretty tough team comp from Rise was maybe the most unconventional picks utilized instead of typical what we would normally see, like the Shadow Machamp, the Swampert, Pokemon that we're very familiar with, relying on Hisuian Quillfish, Togedemaru, and Dragalge to be able to clean up that matchup really nicely.
Yeah, I love Dragalge. It has that unique typing in the Great League and has really interesting matchups. We did see Rise lock it on that Heracross in the lead in the second and third game. Definitely helped him get off to a good start. I was really surprised in that final matchup when the Sableye had energy, bring in the Togedemaru rather than the Hisuian Quillfish, but Rise got that farm down in place, really moved it to his advantage, being able to take that Cresselia right down to a sliver of health, and just completely surprised me.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on saving the Heracross, saving the Sableye there to as a potential sack, but then locking in the Cresselia? Guess maybe figuring that it was going to have a losing matchup no matter what, and just wanted to get a little bit of energy advantage, or what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I was a little bit confused by that. I think it might be Maxi just being inexperienced against Hisuian Quillfish. It's, not a Pokemon we see a ton of. And thinking, I want my Heracross against the Hisuian Quillfish, when in actuality, it becomes more of a bait-dependent matchup, I assume, with the Cresselia, because it has to land the Shadow Ball. Against Heracross, it can just go straight Aqua Tail, because Heracross is so flimsy. And being able to counter down the Togedemaru, again, you would still need to shield because those wild charges add up against something like Heracross. I would rather have my Cresselia in the back, I think, against that Hisuian Quillfish, just because it has to go to the Shadow Ball.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's going to be a tricky matchup regardless, but really well played on both sides, and looking forward to seeing the semi-final matchups on who they're going to play from the winners of the other quarterfinals.
Yeah, these two are great. So it looks like in the matchup of Vroom Vroom Pow versus Jays Fan 55, Vroom Vroom Pow won and will be playing Riblet in the next round. Additionally, Zappa 9 versus Innerbloom 94. Zappa was victorious and will be playing Rise in the next round of the top bracket, and then we should be seeing Vani versus Jays Fan and Maximilian P against Innerbloom in that lower bracket to try to make their way back to the finals.
Now, I think it will actually switch the order up. So I think someone from the top, two battles will play someone from the bottom two battles, and
so then we would have
don't replay each other. So I'm not sure if it's going to be Maximilian or if it's going to be Innerbloom facing Vani.
Okay.
But we will have the bracket update super shortly. They've just put in all the results on the Silph page, so we'll know for sure who's playing who in just a second. But worth noting that every one of these battles went to the third game. Not a single 3-0 in this first set of four first four matchups. So these are truly some top class competitors. They're all on a pretty solid standing and able to play it out really well to find win cons in every single matchup, even when you've got Hisui and Quillfish who just motionally uses its mind to do damage, no movements required, just inflicting pain by staring at its opponents. But regardless, next up, we will be following along in the winners bracket to be jumping back up to take a look at that Riblet versus Vroom Vroom Power matchup. So I have definitely been seeing so much Vroom Vroom Power support in the Twitch chat as we've been going, and keep up that support for your favorite competitors as we go through. But we will be seeing that matchup before then jumping over to take a look at Rise to Occasion versus Zapper 9. So if we can bring the teams up on the screen for Riblet versus Vroom Vroom Power and take a look at what we are going to be seeing for this matchup. And I mean, we're seeing, we've seen Riblet's team come in before, obviously, the Scrafty and the Scrafty, Pachirisu, Victini, showing themselves a lot on stream in the first round. Do you see those three Pokemon performing as well this time around, or do we finally see a switch up, King?
Honestly, this is like very similar to Riblet's first round matchup. The Como, it's gonna be Como instead of Hakamo, right? And then we see another very strong steel type in the form of Empoleon, which is not going to be necessarily as strong against the likes of Pachirisu, but it's going to be it's going to be stronger against the Victini, especially since it has confusion, which means it'll generate energy slower, even though Empoleon does resist both fast moves and performs quite well across the board, except for the Jellicent and the Pachirisu. So it's going to be, for Riblet, it's going to be more of the same, just the evolved form Pokemon, and so I think we'll see some pretty similar team comps here.
Yeah, Riblet's
something that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, NHoff.
I was going to say Riblet's definitely seeing double that Como instead of Hakumo, even that Skuntank instead of the Alolan Muck, since it was a Poison Jab, Alolan Muck. Those two, especially Sludge Wave as well, those two play very similarly in play style. So our third match in a row that we will be seeing some level of Dark Poison play, these kind of neutralists performing very well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But I think the one thing that we might see on Riblet's side is the Lapras. The Lapras is pretty strong matchups, and really is the only hard check to this Arungarigis, which looks pretty strong. So I expect Lapras to come almost every single game. Even against the Empoleon, the Skull Bash is able to boost the defense and still do quite a bit. And then against the Como, if it has Skull Bash, it might also have Ice Beam, which would make the matchup slightly different. And then the Como will be a really bait-dependent situation there. So expect Lapras to come every single game. But if Vroom Vroom Pow is able to avoid the Lapras matchup, the Arungarigis is poised to do quite a bit of damage.
Definitely. That Lapras, very happy that it is an Empoleon instead of Registeel for sure. No electric moves coming through, and it does double resist ice. That is notable. That Penguin really liking the cold, but still much better position for the Lapras.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and Runeritas really are keeping up the trend of bringing in these new Pokemon that aren't really sort of familiar with these matchups, which maybe, I mean, surely Runeritas does have a moveset animation, I do hope this time around, but we have confirmation from NHoff, but I have a feeling that it's probably a Pokemon that people aren't as familiar battling against and can really, like when you get up to these sort of World Championship stages, it can become a little bit difficult knowing exactly what you can tank and what you can't if you aren't that familiar with the stats, how IVs might change how the matchups go. It could make things a little bit scary when it is a Pokemon that could potentially show its face, although, as King mentioned, still a little bit scared of that Lapras. But Malamar is another one that has really sort of only come up during this Silph Arena season. We definitely saw it showing its face in quite a few metas and doing quite well in Silph factions as well. I'm sort of wondering, is there play for a Malamar here with its access to the big fighting superpower to hit those Lapras, hit Scrafty as well, while also just having that foul play to hit the Psychic type on the Victini and the Ghost type on the Jellicent?
Definitely has a lot of play because, again, Riblet's Lapras looks so potent. So having something that can hit it with a superpower, even if it's non-stab, definitely wouldn't knock out that Lapras in one hit. Still is really important. But yeah, I appreciate the mention of Runerigus and kind of highlighting it. We saw in the ban phase of this draft that both Kofagrigus and Trevenant were banned. And Runerigus is kind of like a Kofagrigus that's trying to masquerade as a Trevenant with a 40 energy move, but then is just a little bit worse than both because of its typing. But still really potent nonetheless. Anything with Shadow Claw, Shadow Ball is really strong, and especially against that Pachirisu, we'll be very happy to have that ground subtyping. And against that Beedrill as well, really comes in handy. Double resisting those poison jabs, which is really nice.
Yeah, it's a tricky situation for this Runerigus. It's so strong against the team, except for against the Lapras, and a little bit weaker against the Scrafty, but certainly still has a lot of play in the right situation. So curious if Runerigus is confident that they can find the right matchup with the Runerigus, or they'll choose to come with perhaps a safer approach, especially since Lapras is almost for sure to come into the match.
It's one of those cases where obviously when you have dark poisons on your team that can act as that safe swap role with, Scrafty sort of is the, I suppose, biggest counter to Skuntank on the team, but it's a bit where you have to make the decision. Do you put that, you go Hail Mary, you try and put something in the lead, try and get that good lead, and then if all goes pear-shaped, you sort of bring in that safe swap and hope that you don't get super hard countered? Or because you have that sort of Scrafty on the other side, do you have to maybe you bring in Malamar instead? Because Malamar is probably not hard countered by any Pokemon on Riblet's team. It has at least a little bit of play to throw at every Pokemon, even if it's not going to be the best. I mean, even though Beedrill is going to be able to do quite a bit of damage to that Malamar, it's quite a squishy Pokemon, especially because it has that shadow defense, 20% defense drop as well. So going to be taking quite a bit of damage from the foul plays, and technically taking super effective damage from the Psycho Cuts, but I don't think that Vroom Vroom Pow is going to be relying on that Psycho Cut damage to be doing much up against that Beedrill. And then Pachirisu as that other Pokemon that it's not doing, not having access to super effective damage to, is quite bulky, but Pachirisu, as we've sort of seen, not able to do a ton of damage with its charge moves because it is so bulk weighted. So still, it's going to be a bit of a decision for Vroom Vroom Pow how he does want to play it, and maybe wants to think about what sort of team composition he wants to go for, because I think that a regular strategy is to sort of put that Pokemon that you want to line up against something good in the lead so you can swap out if it's bad. But that sort of then you play that sort of cat and mouse game of maybe Riblet then brings in that Lapras to expecting that to happen, try and get that really solid counter in and get alignment. Or you go that one step further and go, I think that's what's going to happen. So instead, I'm going to bring in my, Komo and in the lead to try and land on something. But at the end of the day, it's going to be up to these battlers to decide what they are going to be sort of bringing in. Now, we didn't see Jellicent in the first round, did we?
No, so we don't know that moveset from Riblet. We also, because we hadn't seen Vroom Vroom Pow yet, we don't know that Skuntank moveset, which is another very versatile Pokemon, almost always running Crunch, but also has Sludge Bomb, Flamethrower, and my personal favorite Skuntank moveset is the Crunch Return. moveset that we might be able to see. Although that's a very difficult Pokemon to get under 1500 when purified.
Yeah, we see the Lapras into the Empoleon, the two water types going at it, actually bringing the Jellicent.
Yeah, and this is really good for Vroom Vroom Pow because we look at that Lapras and Beedrill. This Jumpluff really doesn't want to see either. However, Jellicent has Ice Beam.
Yeah, this will do quite a bit of damage, but Jumpluff is quite the tanky Pokemon. But one Energy Ball probably doesn't do it, right? So
no, we'll have to go to 2. Although with that Fairy Wind, I believe it will outpace the Jellicent here. Oh no, number. Yes, just barely the Jellicent making it to a second move. So we'll see what. Yes, I mean I would, but we'll see. Yes, the Ice Beam goes through. And now it's really interesting because that Empoleon looks very well poised against the rest of Riblet's team.
Yes,
sure.
Absolutely. So I'm not necessarily sure what Riblet's plan here. Really went to the hard counter to Empoleon. I really not sure how you play this out. Obviously, I think you have to come back in Lapras.
Yeah, definitely have to come back in Lapras. Oh, brings in the Beedrill. Which is interesting because that Lapras will have a lot of good play against the Como-O in the back. Those Ice Shards dealing a lot of super effective damage, but...
this interesting throwing the Hydro Cannon there. Wouldn't Drill-Peck be the correct move?
I think the answer is that either would do enough, but it also, is no real...
Yeah, catch. Yeah.
I guess perhaps hiding movesets, but again, the Hydro Cannon would have done plenty. We see the Drill Run come out and go non-shielded.
Yeah.
And now the Como-O comes in against a shieldsless Riblet, and that close combat does a lot of damage to a Lapras.
Gonna want to try to... Oh, this is actually a very interesting plan.
Mm-hmm.
You know that there's a move on the Beedrill, so I love this play by... because now this I
don't think he's at a Dragon Claw though afterwards.
I love this play by Riblet because now it's gonna get fainted by Poison Jab.
Single Poison Jab.
Yeah,
really well played by Riblet. That matchup and Vroom Vroom Pow as well. That matchup was very back and forth. Really interesting. The Ice Beam reveal from the Jellicent making it so that Empoleon needed to shield a move in the back, knowing that the others obviously Shadow Ball, and there's not going to be a Bubble Beam bait, and then forcing the kind of critical power of that last shield to become over important to the degree where the Surf gets unshielded, the Como-O is too low, and the Beedrill is able to just Poison Jab that down at the end.
Yeah, would it have made sense to just throw the close combat as soon as possible? I'm not sure in how many Dragon Tails you need to do to KO the Lapras.
I think
throw it right away, then maybe you can fast move down the Beedrill. It was pretty low.
Yeah, I think that's your best play at that point. But yeah, in the inverse, once you're close combated, those Shadow Poison Jabs really do hit hard. So would have been interesting. I think it would have been closer, but really hard to tell in the moment. And if Vroom Vroom Pow had just a little bit more energy on that Como-O, would have been able to Dragon Claw that Beedrill, but it was just a little too low on HP. I'm curious as well if the Empoleon had shielded that Drill Run. Makes things really uncomfortable for that Como-O in the back without shields at all.
Yes.
But that Empoleon looks so potent that it's interesting to think about, how it could have done double resisting both Poison Jab and Ice Shard in the back there.
Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. And then perhaps the Vroom Vroom Pow was too slow on the switch to Jumpluff. Maybe feel like too comfortable in that matchup that would be able to outpace the Jellicent, but then ended up being outpaced by one turn, even with the very speedy fairy win as its fast move.
Definitely it was unfortunate. You never like, getting that charge move that KOs right as you make it to your charge move. So unfortunate for Vroom Vroom Pow, still turning it around and making it a very close game in spite of that with the Empoleon farm down. But we'll see what happens in this next game. I believe we're about to start it. We're just waiting on one person to lock in their team, and then we will get into the game.
Yeah. Do you think we'll see the Arun Rodriguez in game number 2?
I'm surprised it wasn't there in game 1. It looks really interesting, especially now that the Beedrill's been brought into the game. And the Jellicent, I think the fact that the Jellicent doesn't have Bubble Beam makes the Arun Rodriguez a little more comfortable because it doesn't have to worry about getting, shield baited by that Bubble Beam. Or even, in a low health scenario, the Jellicent has to go all the way up to 55 energy for either of its charge attacks. So I think those two reveals, Beedrill just being something that Riblet might bring, and then Jellicent being on that moveset makes Arun Rodriguez a lot more comfortable. So we have this game starting. We have Scrafty, and we see the Arun Rodriguez. Unfortunately, it's against a Dark type.
Gonna go straight into Skunk Tank. I presume that we're gonna see. Oh, gonna stay.
Yeah, this is interesting. Riblet back to looking really good against that Jumpluff, so I can't say that the staying in is too rough, especially because Riblet knows he can get that Lapras on the Arun Rodriguez in the back. We also get this reveal from Vroom Vroom Pow showing the Skuntank moveset. It does have that Flamethrower, which makes a lot of sense given his team. It gives him a little more play against those steel types.
I think we'll see almost an instant stay swap to Lapras.
Yeah, and Vroom Vroom Pow doesn't really have a place to go against this Lapras.
Ooh, this is very rough here.
Yeah, those ice shards. Those ice shards dealing so much damage, even in absence of an ice beam. And Lapras being so tanky, being such a bulky Pokemon, can easily resist or can easily tank that energy ball from the also bulky Jumpluff.
Oh, maybe I was thinking potentially catching a Skull Bash.
Yeah.
Rodriguez, but unfortunately, this is for Proud. Wow. Okay. This is
a very rough place to be for Vroom Vroom Pow.
There had to be some sort of a miracle here to try to win the game because I don't think there's like a realistic. Oh, okay, not.
Now throwing the Sand Tomb, I don't believe this will KO. It is a very weak damage move. Oh, but it does just barely. But the Scrafty has enough energy for almost 2 foul plays, and will be able to take this Arun Rodriguez out. And then that Beedrill would love to see a Jumpluff, would love to see a Grass type in the back. So this is looking very good for Riblet here.
There's no way this shield comes up. Yeah.
No. And especially with the Beedrill having a shield to use against that Jumpluff, doesn't actually even show the Beedrill because this foul play should, if not KO, the Jumpluff take it extremely low. Yeah, and now just finishing it off. Doesn't even get to use the acrobatics. Very clean end of match for Riblet here.
Yeah, this was a pretty interesting team comp by Vroom Vroom Pow. Essentially, just hoping and praying to line up the Skunk Tank onto bring 3 Pokemon that lose to Lapras.
Yeah, effectively. What it looks like Vroom Vroom Pow went for there with the Arun Rodriguez lead and then Skuntank Jumpluff is that he tried to create a team ABB against the Scrafty in particular because he had that Jumpluff for Scrafty. He had that Skuntank which can play, kind of even keeled against Scrafty, but in the process led Arun Rodriguez and had Jumpluff in the back. Didn't really have a good place to go against Lapras. Which allowed Riblet to have that very, very confident, very clean win against him.
Yeah, Riblet having excellent match awareness, realizing that Lapras was going to be good against both, so there's really no need for the Scrafty to go down, and immediately swapping, and just the Lapras just did so much damage to the remaining two Pokemon, essentially almost swept them, and then the Scrafty was able to clean up, and then the Beedrill came in a little bit and did its part when the match was over.
Yeah, I believe Lapras is the transport Pokemon, and it certainly was carrying Riblet there, taking him to the upper bracket finals. But we will be seeing a game free, as per usual in Silph, running all 3 games to see full display of teams. And we're seeing double. We see Scrafty against a Runerigus with a Jumpluff in the back. And a Lapras in the back for Riblet. So really unfortunate position for Vroom Vroom Pow, but there's always a chance to turn that around later in the match.
Okay. That's interesting. Jumpluff actually does okay in this matchup, mostly because the Acrobatic would essentially one-shot the Beedrill, and Beedrill only has like a neutral charge moves against it, so...
Yeah. So Beedrill really loving these Fairy Winds and really putting on the pressure with Poison Jabs, but Jumpluff is so tanky, it's able to reach 2 of these moves against it. And with just 1 HP, throwing that energy ball, yeah.
That energy ball was a mistake, though, right? If would have committed to the Acrobatic, would have been able to get it off versus the Beedrill, though. So it's kind of an odd decision to throw there.
Yeah, and then this Runerigus comes in, but the Speedrill has so much energy that it's able to drill run it, and Riblet just, again, looking in control from this point forward, being able to put the Lapras on this, if it even comes down to that, and it does. And then Scrafty exists for the Empoleon in the back. Would have to take Riblet, bringing in the Scrafty here to have a chance for Vroom Vroom Pow, but is not the case. And this looks to be a potential 3-0. Hate to call a match early, and I know that there's still a possibility, but that door is rapidly closing for Vroom Vroom Pow.
Yeah, and
especially
knows exactly what's happening here.
Yeah.
There's just no way. There's just way too much counter damage, way too much energy. Throwing at precise timing. This
is brutal, especially with all that energy on Scrafty. These pups are adding up very quickly, powering up the punch and closing out the matchup in Riblet's favor. Really interesting seeing such a strong showing from Lapras, a Pokemon that's kind of been in the shadow of Walrein for a while at this point. Still definitely can battle with the best of them, as they say.
Yeah, absolutely. And Riblet just putting on an amazing showcase and moving on to the winners finals. Absolutely amazing 3-0 there by Riblet. But obviously this is not going to be the last of we're going to see of Vroom Vroom Pow. Going to move on to the elimination bracket. And we'll see whether or not we'll have a chance for redemption later on in this tournament.
Yeah, definitely a big fan favorite. I know that those cheers are powering him on. Will definitely make a very good showing through that lower bracket. But Riblet, his Lapras, and his Shadow Beedrill all moving on to that winners finals, or that upper bracket finals, to face off against either Rise to Occasion or Zappa 9, who we see playing in this next matchup.
Yeah, so now we do actually have an update on the bracket as well. You were actually correct, NHoff, before, in that we do actually see Varney and Jace Fan playing off, and then Maximilian versus Inner Bloom. I've now realized that I'm confused because the Vroom Vroom Pow, having lost this top bracket, this is when it flips, and Vroom Vroom Pow is sent to the lower part so that he doesn't replay potentially Jace Fan 55 again if Jace Fan were to win until the next round of the losers bracket. So Vroom Vroom Pow will, assuming that the system is all working as it should, will be playing either Maximilian or Inner Bloom, whoever is able to win. We don't have any results from the losers bracket yet, but as you mentioned, we will be jumping into Rise to Occasion versus Zappa 9, the Latin American Continental Champions. So these two battlers are both coming out of round one with a 2-1 result. So some very, very close stuff. We actually do have a... Oh, no, sorry. I got confused by seeing Vroom Vroom Pow's name at the bottom there. I was like, oh, we have a result. No, that is what we literally just saw on stream. But yeah, we will be jumping into Rise to Occasion versus Zappa 9. So if we could take a look at the teams to see what we are going to be jumping into, because we have seen Rise to Occasion's team already in the first round, but we have not seen Zappa 9. So we have a new 6 Pokemon to sort of take a look at and see how these two might face up. Because in the first round, we were sort of talking about the fact that Maximilian's team was so strong, but Rise to Occasions might be that one team that he didn't want to see. But Zappa 9 is coming in here with a very different lineup, and some. It's actually striking me as a bit of a throwback to the entire history of the Silph Arena, with so many picks being strong in Silph Arena metas, past and present. But what are you guys sort of seeing out of this team of 6 from Zappa 9?
Yeah, Okay, so it looks like we're going to look at the picks again, and I agree with you completely, Steve. We see that Skarmory Whiscash core, kind of tale as old as PvP, those two paired together. But additionally, we see that Alolan Marowak, I believe the Pokemon of Silph Arena Season 2 and Season 3, just consistently extremely potent with that Fire Ghost typing, and making its way into a bunch of different metas from Sinister Cup, my actual first Silph Cup that I participated in, all the way to today. Really, really cool to see here in the World Championships.
Okay, we've got the Rise to Occasion's correct team on the left there. It was just a hangover from the previous round. But yeah, exactly right. And Dugong was, I believe, quite a strong force to be reckoned with as soon as they introduced Icy Wind to the game. Back around the sort of Season 2 mark of Silph Arena. And Dragonair, who's just been consistently showing up as a neutral pick in any meta that it sort of can. Way back at Kingdom Cup from Season 1, with the Dene being the very new addition that is definitely showing itself in quite a few metas here or there. I believe Brawler Cup potentially might have been its debut in the Silph Arena. I could be incorrect about that, but regardless,
right?
We'll say I'm right. No one questioned it.
Steve, you're great. You're doing amazing.
How King? How does this lineup of Silph Arena's past sort of line up against Rise to Occasion?
Yeah, this is going to be the battle of the Bud Boys. Like, both of them are really safe against each other's teams with the right matchup, especially on Zappa's side. Looks really, doesn't win every matchup, but it is quite strong. So there's going to be a lot of bait dependencies between these two. And unlike the previous match, seeing Quillfish, unfortunately, I think we'll get benched. I think it's pretty difficult to bring against his team, but Rise might surprise me. And this Togedemaru, it's going to be very tricky to bring, but certainly has some really strong matchups, but also has some really bad matchups. So it just depends on how Rise is going to want to play out this matchup, and how lucky Rise feels in calling the right leads and calling the right team comp.
Yeah, I would love to see a surprise to Occasion with that Togedemaru lining on Dugong or Skarmory, but definitely agree. The Mud Boys are letting loose some very, favorites of players of these metas. And Zappa, I think, worth noting, the only elite out of this top 8, but obviously doing very well to find himself in these round 2 of the upper brackets. And again, as Steve mentioned, winning the LATAM Continentals, the Latin America community of the Silph Arena is just extremely, extremely powerful. definitely some of the players I fear most battling against, just because of their game knowledge and their passion. And to come out on top of that, Zappa9 definitely a very skilled battler.
Yeah, I'm
And
curious.
while these battlers are just getting set up, we actually do have the results from the elimination bracket that have just come through. Jay's fan was actually able to take out Varney with a 3-0. So Varney, unfortunately, is eliminated from the tournament, but a really strong performance in that first round we saw up against Riblet, who is performing incredibly well. So really worth commending for sure. But Jay's fan going ahead into the next round. And then we also have Inner Bloom 94 taking out Maximilian P with a 2-1. So really tight as well. And actually, interestingly, this is sort of a case potentially what you could call a best case scenario for stream purposes, in that we get to see every competitor at least once. The two players who have been eliminated from the elimination bracket having seen their battles in the first round. So we will get to see Jay's fan 55 and Inner Bloom 94 both play in the next round, but that is going to be coming up in a little bit. But congratulations to Varney and Maximilian for reaching the top 8 in the World Championship finals, of course, performing really well through the entire Silph Arena season and through the Silph Arena preliminary rounds against some of the other best battles in the world in the last couple of weeks. Now, back to Rise of Occasion and Zappa, we are locked in, so NHoff King, take it away for the semi-finals.
Yeah, so we see that Dragonair into Swampert. Now, this is a very interesting matchup. Dragonair obviously resisting that Hydro Cannon, but Earthquake being a very powerful move in its own right. But we see the swap immediately to that Shadow Machamp and the Alolan Marowak in turn.
Yeah, the bait dependencies in this matchup is so extremely high, but we do see the shield come through. But you can probably go straight Bone Club versus Shadow Machamp. Which is what we're gonna see. It wouldn't take it out, but it would prevent the gonna no shield here. Would prevent the Machamp from reaching the will it actually? It's gonna
I'm not sure.
Wow, okay.
And completely poised, going that extra counter beyond the rock slide, making sure that there's no farm if it were to go unshielded, but taking both shields in the process and bringing in the Swampert against the fire type.
Yes, absolutely. But these Shadow Bones are going to add up. So I can't imagine Swampert will want to take more than one of these. So we'll see. We will see an immediate throw by the Swampert. But man, shields down. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
This is
Celio's looking really good in that back because, again, that's the Dragonair coming out. And what do we see as the second move for Celio? It appears to be that Aura Beam, which will do a little bit better against the Skarmory. A slightly better move than Water Pulse, both being neutral damage against the Skarmory. And the Skarmory does not have a shield to hide behind. So the Celio potentially able to run this game if it gets onto that Dragonair in the back.
Yeah, we're going to see the farm down, probably a shield, then farm down.
Yep.
By the Celio, but
the Celio, we talked earlier about how Lapras kind of lived in the shadow of Walrein for the recent time since Walrein's Community Day. Even further in the shadows is Walrein's pre-evolution, but Celio looking really, really potent here, putting the pressure on this Dragonair, and is very bulky. We see the CMP tie. I'm not sure if this body slam would KO, but it doesn't matter because Rise has a shield.
Yes. And able to take it out. Wow.
Yeah.
A lot of
Celio sweep.
Yeah. A lot of bait dependencies in this matchup, right? Shadow Machamp able to put in a lot of work versus Marowak and Skarmory because of the rock slide coverage. So taking both shields, then able to sweep with the Celio. We were talking about another water type, but really it was Celio that we should have been talking about this whole time.
Definitely. Shadow Machamp, kind of a very strong exemplification of what that Shadow boost can do to matchups. You have situations where even resisted, it can go straight cross chop against things like, Sableye. And here we see, an Alolan Marowak that does not tank a rock slide from it at all. A Dedenne, which I assume as well, would not like tanking rock slides from it. And even a Skarmory does not like taking those neutral counters from a Shadow Machamp. It's just so potent with that attack boost.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's, the Machamp safe switch was just so powerful there, and got the job done, and then the matchup was pretty straightforward from there.
Yeah, something I think is really interesting now, Rise has shown the Celio moveset so that Alolan Marowak becomes a lot stronger, knowing that it doesn't have Water Pulse and is completely walled on energy. It has Body Slam and Aurora Beam, both resisted by this Ghost Fire type. But, you know, it's very risky playing against that Celio in general because you have so many Pokemon that are just kind of soft to it. Dragonair, not appreciating it. Dugong, which I don't think comes to any of these games because of both Celio and Shadow Machamp, and the potential even of Togedemaru, but completely scared off by it. Yeah, Celio just a really, really potent and bulky pick for Rise's team.
But does Zappa even remotely cross your mind? Because we actually did not see the Body Slam.
Oh, it could be
Rise is
running
Water Pulse.
the double nuke, quote unquote, no Body Slam moveset.
Yeah.
What a choice that would be. Well, here we have the Battle of the Mud Boys in Game 2. And Rise must be breathing a bit of a sigh of relief that Dragalge in the back is not paired up against this Whiscash in the lead. Really not liking anything that puts out ground damage. But this lead matchup is really interesting. You would think Swampert is just the more potent of these two Pokemon, but Blizzard is such a hard-hitting charge attack, and Whiscash's speed at which it reaches it allows more play than you would think from the Whiscash on the other end.
Oh! Making a very nice catch there.
Yeah, now this is really interesting. There is no Celio on Rise's team with which to completely punish this Dragonair, so instead his own dragon comes in turn. You see that new Body Slam coming out from the Dragonair. Rise saying, no, I'm not going to put any shields into this Dragalge, and just Dragon tailing it down very with very good intent of knowing his HP, knowing what he can resist and handle. And the Skarmory comes in from Zappa, which is going to be very interesting. Now Rise has to decide, you know, do I put the Swampert on this? I assume that's the case because Shadow Machamp does not want to tank these air slashes.
Yeah, but the shielding decision is going to be very interesting here to see how this is going to get played out.
Yeah, unfortunately for Rise, he's down shields and has a Shadow Pokemon in the back. However, getting that Hydro Cannon off right before the Skarmory can get to another move is really nice in getting that last shield back, but it was not a CMP event. Zappa is able to throw another air slash before throwing the sky attack, and we'll just have to see from here what Rise chooses to do. Lets it go and brings in the Machamp.
Yeah, you're gonna have to wait for the counter in order to Blizzard this. You have okay, gonna throw there.
Yeah, and this will not be a move that Machamp will survive. That Blizzard dealing so much damage, and Game 2 going to Zappa 9.
Yeah, Zappa 9 making the slightly risky switch there, because if Rise would just blind through the cross chop, maybe could have won there. Because it would have got to another cross chop versus but maybe it wouldn't have fainted Cash there.
Yeah, Whiscash is very bulky. Would have been interesting to say the least, but Zappa 9, really that Dragonair catch of the Hydro Cannon, really flipping the tides in his favor in the back half of that matchup. Then just, you know, being able to pressure the Dragalge, eat Dragalge's energy on that Skarmory, and retain composed, because saving 2 shields for the last 2 Pokemon really turned out into his favor. Again, We don't see a ton of fast move pressure in these teams. We have that Shadow Machamp counter, but is just not enough against Pokemon like Skarmory or Whiscash without charge moves to accompany it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really interesting to see that Whiscash come in play. Always love the Whiskers Pokemon. Whiscash, very friendly. Kind of the original very potent Mud Boy in the Silph Arena because Swampert had to wait for that Hydro Cannon before it could come into play. But we'll see how they adapt into Game 3. I expect that Celio to come back into play for Rise just because we've seen 2 games in a row with multiple targets for it. That Dragonair is continuously showing up, and what do we see but the Celio?
But let's see how this matchup plays out. It's probably okay for Skarmory since Aurora Beam is not too great of a move, but we'll see how this is going to play out. Throws at the correct time.
Yeah, so Rise throwing the Aurora Beam, I usually, especially with high energy moves like this, don't like throwing first against Skarmory, especially when I know I can survive a Brave Bird. But we see a little bit of latency here on throwing the move. I think that was, mirrored. I don't think that affected the outcome here. And the Brave Bird is shielded.
That is very big there.
That's massive for Rise. And Rise gets to stay in with Celio against the Whiscash. I really like this. Any instance where you're not afraid of Blizzard from Whiscash, I generally really like to be in. Just because those Mud Bombs, they are stab. They're same type attack bonus, but it is not the best move in the game. And you can usually shake those off pretty easily, as we see the Celio do.
I think Rise is predicting that there's an AWAC in the back, which is why sacking the Celio at this point in time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this will be interesting because that Dragonair looks very potent.
Oh, able to make it to another one.
That's big. That's really a nice damage put onto this Whiscash. We'll put it into farm down range for that Shadow Machamp, and we see it immediately come in. But Zappa answers with the Dragonair, which is really great for Rise's Swampert in the back. Dragonair being uncomfortable just because any matchup where you have to throw Earthquakes is not a favorite from Swampert.
Where do you save your shields here?
Uses the shield on the Shadow Machamp. I think that's the correct play. It does get uncomfortable going down to 0 shields against a Skarmory in the back, and that might come back to bite Rise in the endgame. But that Skarmory is very low
it's
on
extremely
HP.
low. And not waiting the clock out there.
Mm-hmm. This could come down to Rise catching a Brave Bird on the Celio, but I don't think a Brave Bird even KOs Swampert, non-Shadow Swampert from Rise to Occasion. I believe we'll survive this, but how healthy it is and how much it's able to pressure the Skarmory afterwards, both very important in how this match plays out.
Oh, interesting.
Ooh, Zappa going for the catch, but failing to do so. Rise has 2 Hydro Cannons, unless I'm mistaken.
Yeah, I believe that's the case there. And oh my goodness, able to survive with 1 HP. Though probably would have got Power Stone down anyways, but
yeah. Talk about composed. Talk about trusting your Swampert to the last single HP digit, and we see Rise to Occasion take Game 3 against Zappa 9 for a decisive victory in this winners semifinals.
Big calls by Rise shielding that Brave Bird, and then the Celio just barely hanging. But honestly, both 2 Rise's Pokemon hanged on with 1 HP to throw 2 charge moves, which turned the matchup in Rise's favor. If either of those Pokemon don't get to their charge move, then we would see a different player in the winners final.
See The two R's, Rise to Occasion and Ryblit, also the two American battlers from this tournament, make it to the winners finals to face off. Now, of the 8, these two probably know each other the best, both participating in the North American factions formats as well, and just in things like the continental and regional tournaments. So it'll be very interesting to see that winners finals play out in the rest of the
really
tournament.
interesting mentioning the fact that it is the two Americans in that winners finals, because so far we've had 2 world champions in the Silph Arena, both hailing from North America. So it could, at least one battler in the grand finals is going to be from the US. So we could be up for a 3-peat from North American strength here. And I do actually love the phrasing that the 6'4 Ninja used a couple of weeks ago in saying that it's adding someone to the Mount Rushmore of Silph Arena in the World Championship slot. So definitely looking forward to seeing who we are going to be coming out here. But fantastic plays from both Rise to Occasion and Zapper9. And of course, Zapper9 not out of the tournament yet, just going to be going down to the elimination bracket where he will be facing off against someone a bit later on in the tournament. But that does, this is actually going to be a goodbye. King and NHoff have done an absolutely fantastic tournament, and we're never going to see them again. They're gone. This is their this is the end of their Pokemon Go PvP career. But no, seriously, thank you so much to both King and NHoff for coming on, because it's been an absolute pleasure to watch you cast these battles and get us through to the winners finals to see potentially a world champion fight their way through. I mean, we've definitely been seeing some fantastic battles, and the battles aren't done yet though, because we will be heading on into the elimination bracket before we come back up to the winners finals and then fight our way through to the grand finals to crown the 2022 Silph Arena World Champion. So King and NHoff, before you go, can you just sort of let us know where we can sort of find you after the stream and what you're sort of up to?
You can go first, NHoff.
Yeah, so I'm NHoff. You can find me at twitter.com/goddessNHoff or at twitch.tv/NAHoff. Just really, really happy to see these battles, and really happy to send it off to another great pair of casters in DeFi and PayneDunn. King, where can we find you?
Yeah, you can find me on Twitter and YouTube at Pogo King, or on Twitch at KiengIV. And again, thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure casting these battles with you, NHoff, and I look forward to watching and following the rest of the stream.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much, and I'm sure we'll see you in the next one. Hey guys. All right, so thanks again to both King and NHoff for doing an absolutely amazing job in casting these battles. I'm not sure if this screen I'm looking at is going to... I can still see King and NHoff. Okay, it's not. Don't worry, guys. I'm seeing things. I'm hallucinating. But regardless, we will be heading, as I mentioned, we're going to be going down to the elimination bracket to sort of see the next round of that, where we are going to be seeing both... Let me get the bracket back up. We are going to be seeing both of... we're still waiting on the results to see who we're actually... I believe that we're going to be seeing JSFan55 versus Zapper9, and also Inner Bloom 94 versus Vroom Vroom Pow. And then after those battles, we will be heading up into the winners finals to see who to crown one battler to be going ahead into the grand finals of the Silph Arena World Championship. But as we head into these next battles, we are going to be joined by another 2 fantastic casters, one being these battlers have both been involved in Play Pokemon Productions as we've sort of gone through the last season and into this season as well. We will be joined by DeFi 250 and NoFunPayneDunn, who are definitely some fantastic casters. But just before we bring them in, I do just want to remind everyone that we are... which is sort of the format, in that it is a double elimination format with the sort of typing draft situation. So if you go to silph.gg, there is more information on that site about how the draft format works, in that all of these 8 battlers have drafted teams based on typings. So the first 2 slots on the teams of 6 were restricted to typings of Dragon, Steel, Rock, Fairy, Poison, and Fighting. The 3rd and 4th slots were based on Normal, Ghost, Water, Ground, Grass, and Flying types. And their third, in their 5th and 6th slots are Pokemon with typings of Dark, Psychic, Bug, Fire, Ice, and Electric. As we've sort of seen through this first phase of the tournament, we've been seeing a lot of really interesting Pokemon. For example, Hisuian Quillfish, who performed fantastically a little bit earlier on for a Rise to Occasion, even though it did not have a quick move animation, but still able to perform incredibly well and a really interesting Pokemon. I mean, we've seen things like Togedemaru, Dedenne was coming in. It was off stream, but there are some other really interesting Pokemon as well. For example, Inner Bloom is going to be running Hisuian Electrode when we see his battles coming through. So there's a lot of really fun Pokemon that really, and that's sort of the strength of the Silph Arena, I feel, in that you get to see Pokemon that are a little bit just outside of meta. But with that said, we are going to be bringing in the casters now. So please welcome in DeFi250 and NoFunPayneDunn to the stream. Whee! Hey guys, how's it going?
Hello, hello.
Hey, doing good. It's been a really awesome stream so far. Thank you so much to King and NHoff for setting up the battles for us today.
Absolutely, absolutely. And how are we feeling, Payne?
I'm on top of the world. I'm on cloud 9. Nothing better than this. We get to see some of the best battlers on the planet take into one of the most interesting and intricate formats that could possibly be available. As far as Pokemon Go PvP goes, it doesn't get better than this, and I'm just happy to be a part of it.
I feel the same way. I feel the same way. Just this is so different than an open Great League format with the draft and the 3-phase type-based draft format. We're getting to see Pokemon really shine that never get a chance to shine. Like, we're seeing Victini. I love that. We're seeing Hisuian Quillfish. Love that. So very, very good stuff.
Absolutely. And it looks like we are going to be going in to the Zapper 9 versus JSFAM 55 matchup first up on stream here. So Zapper 9, the Latin American Continental Champion this season, reigning champion, who performed, took out Inner Bloom 94 in the first round with a 2-1. Not took him out, sent him to the elimination bracket. And then, as we just saw, put up a really solid fight up against Rise to Occasion, going down 2-1 in that battle. And JSFAN 55 going down in the first round to Vroom Vroom Power with a 2-1, and then being able to knock out Varney with a really strong 3-0 in the elimination bracket. So definitely two really strong competitors here that I'm pretty excited to see. I mean, if we can bring up the teams on screen here, we can take a little bit of a look as to what we're sort of, or maybe if we bring up the sort of a big draft, the draft image, we can see the full teams with the bands as well, potentially, just to see what we've got going in, because we have seen, we've got the opportunity to see Zapper's team already, obviously, but JSFAN 55's team is not one that we've been able to properly take a look at here. So we can see here that JSFAN 55 has brought in the Steelix, the Shadow Dragonite, Lickitung, Tentacruel, Buzzwole, and Alolan Raichu. This is absolutely wild, guys.
I love it. I also love the early ban of Galarian Stunfisk. I would have been shocked if Galarian Stunfisk made it through the 3 ban rounds. So good on you, JSFAN, for eliminating probably one of the most used Pokemons in Great League PvP, and then instead bringing on Steelix, which I think is really an underrated Steel-type Pokemon. Obviously, Registeel, Bastiodon, Galarian Stunfisk, you have your really popular Steel types, but I think Steelix has a lot of play. It has a wide variety of fast moves, can hit really hard with Earthquake. Crunch is a great move as well. So I really like Steelix. I'm interested to see if it'll have any play in the upcoming matchup.
Agree with you, absolutely. Steelix is one of these Pokemon that we see so dynamic in a lot of these Silph metas where it is available, and every time it is available and is around, it is one of the very prevalent Pokemon, much like Galarian Stunfisk is in these open Great League formats. And then, of course, on JSFAN's team in particular, I'm definitely interested to see some of these later stage picks and where they can sort of come into play as well. We do often see Alolan Raichu, very high risk, very high reward Pokemon, much like Buzzwole as well, one of the newer additions here to these formats. This is going to be one of the first areas where we're going to see it maybe have a chance to perform. You know, when counter users are at such a premium, and a lot of those common picks like Vigoroth, Medicham, those kinds of things are unavailable. Players often will need to start, digging digging into their back pockets in terms of utility. And Buzzwole, again, very, very high risk, high reward Pokemon. Happy to see it played here. And then all sealed together and wrapped with a pretty bow that is Lickitung. That Pokemon needs no explanation. Very, very safe, very secure, very strong Pokemon as well. So I can't wait to see how these two teams sort of interact with each other. And I'm hoping that we do see some of these more exciting and high voltage Pokemon, so to speak.
One Pokemon on JFan's team that definitely could not handle any high voltage would be that Tentacruel. I really like that pick since Toxapex was, again, an earlier ban. Tentacruel does share that typing of water poison and has access to even more heavy-hitting moves like Hydro Pump, and also can bait out with Acid Spray. So Tentacruel is a Pokemon, again, we see it in more restricted metas. We see it in draft-type formats, but doesn't really have an easy spot in the open format. So it's another Pokemon that's really fun to see.
You are
You're
absolutely correct.
And then Shadow Dragonite on Jay's Fan 55 side is actually an interesting Pokemon in that it's always been big in the sort of Silph Arena World sort of circuit. I remember so strongly in the Silph Arena Season 3 World Preliminary Rounds that Shadow Dragonite was the Pokemon to beat and can really perform quite well. Also performed actually, I believe, quite well in the Continentals this season. And it's essentially a Pokemon that if you put it in the lead, you're basically guaranteed to either take the opposing lead Pokemon out or at least get a shield on your way. But it does get a little bit more complicated when you bring in the possibility of a Dugong coming out, Dedenne also coming in, and essentially alongside Dragonair and Skarmory might unfortunately block Jay's Fan off from using that strategy that may have potentially secured him some wins in some other tournaments. But regardless, still a very strong Pokemon, just maybe not this time around. I do really like the Steelix coming in here. Again, as that the first Pokemon he put on his team was that Steelix after all of the Metacham and Galarian Stunfisk and Toxapex are all sort of taken off the table in the first ban round. But I mean, do you guys see potential for, I'm sort of wondering here, maybe a Thunderfang Steelix?
Ooh, I haven't thought of Thunderfang Steelix. I also just want to agree, I don't think Dragonite has the kind of play that Jay's Fan was hoping for in this matchup. I saw the same things you did. Just kind of, even the Whiscash, one Blizzard and it's bye-bye Dragonite. But Thunderfang Steelix could be really interesting. Would hit against the Skarmory potentially, would do pretty well against the Dugong. However, it would have a harder time against Pokemon like that Dedenne, like that Whiscash, and even the Dragonair.
Yeah, I do think as interesting as Thunderfang is and as exciting as it is to see these moves that maybe we often forget about or don't think about when we're, valuing these Pokemon in their respective aspects, having access to, a safe a move like that Dragon Tail that can build up to those charge moves very quickly, I think is likely going to be the way that we see Jay's Fan here navigate. I would also like to be the third person to give my thumbs up in sense of Shadow Dragonite maybe not being the move here for Jay's Fan. As exciting as those new superpowers can be, and as much as they will deal a ton of damage to these opposing Pokemons, it is just going to be a little too high risk for Jay's Fan. So I do think that Dragonite will likely stick at home. I do think that we will see that Steelix, though, and that Steelix having access to apply pressure in some way, shape, or form to basically the entire suite alongside Zappa 9 here, basically really only wanting to hopefully dodge the Whiscash and maybe the Alola Marowak. But I think that Steelix and Lickitung in tandem are going to be this core that Jay's Fan tries to navigate these games around.
A couple Pokemon over on Zappa 9's team that I think look really solid. I think the Whiscash might be a really good choice here. Good combat against the Steelix. We talked about the bench pressure against Dragonite. Will really do some work against that Tentacruel and as well as the Alolan Raichu. I also see some play for Skarmory against Pokemon like the Tentacruel, like the Buzzwole. Skarmory has an okay matchup against Lickitung as well. The power of Lick does get through to Skarmory eventually, so it's a more even matchup than you might think. But Skarmory, again, also looks like a pretty solid pick on Zappa 9's team.
think you're correct. And much like we just talked about Jace Fan having a lot of these high risk, high reward Pokemon, on the exact opposite side of the spectrum, I would say for Zappa9 here's team, we see a lot of very stable, very reliable Pokemon, maybe not needing to rely on some high risk baits nearly quite as much. When we think of open Great League formats, we do think of Pokemon like Skarmory, Wishcash maybe not as strong as something like a Swampert that we're used to seeing in these Great League formats, but still very bulky, very reliable, very safe Pokemon with a lot of play against a lot of what Jace Fan is looking to bring. So we have kind of both sides of the scale here, I would say, on these opposing teams. And in terms of just raw power level, I do think that we will see that Wishcash. I do think that we will see that Skarmory come through in some way, shape, or form within this team composition. But it's very difficult. Both of these players do have a lot of options, and typically when there's a lot of options, there's a lot of opportunities for potential rock paper scissors scenarios, which I do think that is going to be on both of these players' minds as they try to navigate to make sure that they've got very safe pivots in those Pokemon like Lickitung or in those Pokemon like Skarmory.
Yeah, I really like how you pointed out kind of the more reliable Pokemon that are over on Zappa9's team versus those high risk, high reward, kind of your feast or famine type Pokemon on Jay's Fan's side. So I think we might see Jay's Fan maybe opt for some more aggressive plays, going straight for the big charge moves, maybe opting for more of that high risk, and seeing how that might play out against Pokemon who are a little bit more reliable on the side of Zappa9. A Pokemon that I'm trying to think again, Pokemon like Dedenne, I'm trying to think if that's going to have any play here. I'm not sure, because again, these are Pokemon. We don't see them every day. I don't know what the Dedenne Tentacruel matchup is. I feel like it would be pretty like self-assured destruction, like mutually assured destruction, because Dedenne would be taking super effective from the Tentacruel, but also being able to apply super effective electric damage. Probably the Tentacruel would win out. That would be my guess without looking at the Sims. But that might be an interesting matchup to see. So I don't think it's all going to be rock, paper, scissors. I think we might see some really close matchups in here as well.
That's a very great point. And it's also worth noting out, if we take a look at both of these players here, just in terms of the sense of these kind of obscure matchups, where, not Pokemon that we see every day here. It could be an opportunity for Jace Fan, who's got a little more ranked battles, to hopefully try to sneak it in there. But we are going to hop right into the games here. And we do see that Shadow Dragonite run into the Skarmory here. So shows what 1, 2, 3 of us know. And Jace Fan happy to lock that Dragonite in right away into this lead position.
Right, but Dragonite, I think, is going to be in a little bit of trouble taking a look at the Pokemon that Zappa9 has in the back, to having to take super effective damage from both Dedenne and the Dragonair, kind of Dragonite's little brother, in the back there. But here we have that first superpower. It is going to be shielded from Skarmory. It would do a lot of neutral damage before swapping out into the Lickitung. I brought up this matchup earlier on. You would think that Lickitung would... I always think Lickitung's going to have the better match. Look at that Brave Bird.
Wow, absolute
done.
hammer. What a move. And we see here, like you spoke about when we were talking about these teams, Jace Fan's going to rely on a lot of these heavy hitting charge moves here. Zappa9 happy to respond in the same way. You want to throw a nuke and swap, I'll do the same thing. And that Brave Bird hit that Lickitung like a truck, swapping right into the Dragonair here for this incredible fast move damage, going to build to these body slams super quick. And this Lickitung is going to go down without getting a whole ton of work done.
Yeah, that is a surprising exit from the Lickitung. And here we have Dragonite versus Steelix. Looks like it is the Dragon Tail Steelix, and look at it chunk away at the Dragonair. But Dragonair is not going down without a fight. We see the Aqua Tail that is going to go off, but Jace Fan has 2 shields, doesn't use them here, is going to save them for later on. And I don't know. I think Zappa9's a little bit in trouble here with the Skarmory, with the Dedenne, but man, does that Dragonite, I think, is scared of both of those picks.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jace Fan here with the 2 shields is going to likely have to use them in some way, shape, or form, presumably on this Steelix, because that Dragonite is going to have a lot of trouble getting a lot of work done. And that fast move pressure, well, it's not something, that we would necessarily associate Skarmory or Dedenne with being a big fast move pressure type Pokemon. The Shadow Dragonair can't really take a whole lot of hits here, but we do see the Steelix taking absolutely nothing from this Dedenne. Holy.
Yeah, I think this. I think the Steelix, even though it's really low on health, still has quite the advantage. It can just continue to knock the defense down of this Dedenne because discharge is going to do nothing. Having thrown the discharge, we do see it go for the fairy type play rough against the Steelix, and then we see a quick swap in, catching a Psychic Fang.
Yeah, definitely there. When you're on the Steelix, it always feels a little awkward to shield moves that maybe aren't necessarily super effective there, but a very heads-up play by JaceFan knows that this health on his Steelix is going to be relevant, shields the move just to keep things nice and healthy, tosses that Psychic Fang into the Skarmory. Now we see the secondary shield here used by this Shadow Dragonite, and I think it's going to be all or nothing here on the Shadow Dragonite. The superpower is going to most certainly be enough to send the Skarmory packing.
Oh, for sure. But that Dedenne is still lurking in the back for Zappa9, and it's still just under half health. So it is going to be tough here. We have two Pokemon very low health. I think the Steelix still has the upper hand here. We'll see how much, though, this Play Rough does. It was shielded before. It should be resisted damage against the Steel-type Pokemon, but is enough to KO it. My goodness. I would have counted that Dedenne out. Very well played by Zappa9.
Absolutely. I am not going to try to fool myself. I would have said stone cold that Steelix lives. That play rough shows what I know. And we see here the Steelix often, rocking that Earthquake. Very heads up now, knowing that if Psychic Fangs are just the way that this Dedenne is going to be eating these charge moves, maybe this Dedenne has a little bit more safety in terms of these team compositions. And Zappa9 can look to continue to utilize that, especially if those play roughs are dealing that much damage.
Yeah, I was certainly shocked as well, seeing the power of the play rough of that fairy Pokemon. So very interested to see. I was also very surprised to see JaceFan bring out that superpower Dragonite. Didn't seem to do as much for him maybe as he was hoping, but was able to apply a lot of that superpower pressure. I'm wondering if JaceFan is going to maybe sub out that Dragonite in favor of a different Pokemon.
That is the name of the game when it comes to this Shadow Dragonite, especially, like you mentioned, with that new superpower move there. Very, very, very strong, very good at stealing these shields away from Zappa9. And as much as we kind of, maybe counted it out, maybe, didn't sell it on nearly as much of a high point as we should have here, JaceFan showing that with a plan to lead this Pokemon, grab that shield, swap into the Lickitung is an option that he's going to be comfortable playing, but it is going to be on JaceFan here to maybe kind of adapt. And we talked about these very volatile, high-risk, high-reward Pokemon. We saw it used there with Shadow Dragonite. Potentially, we might see something on the opposing side now, like maybe that Alolan Raichu might have a chance to come out. One of the things that I was thinking a little bit earlier was that Pokemon does have access to Grass Knot. It is not a common move, but if you do think that Zappa9 is going to make that adjustment, playing around maybe those Wish Caches or maybe those even Dugong to a degree, it could be an option to go as well.
Right. Something else I really want to point out too about that Steelix earlier that we didn't notice, or I noticed, but I didn't point it out. Steelix, I'm used to running with Earthquake, seeing that big, heavy hitting move, but Steelix wasn't running Earthquake in this matchup. It was running Psychic Fangs and Crunch. Didn't really have an opportunity to use Crunch against the fairy type Dedenne. Kind of relied more heavily on Psychic Fangs, but I think it's very interesting to see. I thought it was very interesting to see that nuke move absent from Steelix's kind of repertoire of moves availability.
Yeah, and it really changes the dynamic of this matchup when you don't have access to that Crunch. Not only just in the obvious one with Dedenne, not having an Earthquake means you're probably not going to be able to KO that Pokemon nearly as reliably, but it also changes the function of the Pokemon in the grand scheme of how JaceFan is looking to play it within his team composition. Generally, a Pokemon like Steelix with Earthquake, you can utilize another Pokemon with some fast move or some charge move pressure to help secure some early shields, and then utilize Steelix to maybe clean up in the back. But now with Steelix having access to Psychic Fangs, another new move for this Pokemon, it kind of shifts its potential. So now Steelix can come in earlier, look to generate that shield advantage utilizing moves like Psychic Fangs, like Crunch, both with debuffing properties one way or another, whether it be coin flips or not. And now it kind of shifts the entire aspect. So it's interesting to see as these players continue with their matches, how the dynamic of that Pokemon is going to shift. But I do think now if you are Zappa 9, you are going to be a little more comfortable relying on that Dedenne as a safe pivot, very similar to the way Jay's fan is looking to use his Lickitung.
All right. I think we might. Yeah, I think we're going to take a look a little bit more at some of the teams as we do have a dispute coming, I think, based on a little bit of that leg, some of the Dragon Breath damage. So let's go ahead to all three of us and let's talk a little bit more about the draft format as a whole and all the different teams. Welcome back, PvP Steve.
Oh, it's so good to be here. Thanks for bringing me in while we wait for this dispute to settle out. Okay. Now, taking a look at it, again, we've got the sort of full setup here. I really want Buzzwole to come out. That's kind of all I want to focus on all the time, 100%. Something that I've been thinking about as I've sort of kept staring at these teams is that Jay's fans' team is so... there's so much possible moveset variance. I mean, Steelix has a lot of different fast moves it can run and charge moves. Dragonite obviously has a ton of charge move options, which we've started to see as this first battle's unfolded. But Lickitung, not so much in the charge move or fast move difference department. But Tentacruel, a Pokemon that also has quite a few options, especially with a couple of additions to its move pool as well. And then Buzzwole, of course, is also just absolutely packed with both fast move options and charge move options. And then we have Alolan Raichu is also a Pokemon with quite a number of options, both again in the fast move department and the charge move department. And when you are at this sort of level where all of the battlers are very familiar with a lot of matchups, having that little bit of unpredictability can be really quite powerful in throwing your opponent off. Potentially, when you try and matrix through your head and think about all of the different ways that these matches could go, it can be really difficult when there's 25 different moveset possibilities that you have to prepare for. And obviously, we've started to see some of these movesets revealed. Zappa hasn't seen all of them yet. But how do you guys, probably sort of waiting for this dispute to unravel, what do you guys think might be waiting for us in the moveset department based on what we've seen? Like, what might balance out the rest of this team of 6 in Jay's fans' sort of back pocket?
PayneDunn, you can go ahead.
We're both so polite here that neither of us wanted to steal the spotlight from one another. I do think that as far as movesets go, I think the big question on Zappa's mind in terms of what do I need to prepare for? What do I need to be worried about? A lot of that was answered in that first game with the Steelix. I think of all of the Pokemon here with all of the, unique dynamics, I do think that Steelix is the one that shifts the most depending on the moveset that it's running. I do think that Thunderfang was maybe a little far-fetched in the grand scheme of things. If this was an event where TMs were optional between rounds, maybe something like that could become a little more prevalent or worth talking about. But I think in the grand scope of how this format is looking to play out, especially in the way that the drafting and the types were developed and used, you want to have the Pokemon that has the most consistency. And I think having access to Dragon Tail is the way to go there. But not having Earthquake is the big one. And then, of course, on a lot of these other Pokemon side here, you can get unique in terms of the moves that you want to play, but it's kind of it's a balancing act, right? It's a little bit of a seesaw. Generally, the moves that are the most played for a reason. It feels silly to say so, but when you start getting a little too in the back pocket, you start to lose a lot of what makes these Pokemon so strong in the first place. And Buzzwole is my favorite Pokemon on the planet. I have got no shame to say that I want that Pokemon to come out. But you mentioned, Steve, this is a Pokemon with a lot of access to a lot of, in a vacuum, good charge moves, good fast moves. But what really brings the Pokemon together in terms of what can be good is going to be the consistency of Counter is a really, really good move. Superpower is a really, really good move, and Lunge is a really good move as well. And you get this Pokemon that's kind of this creme de la creme of consistency in terms of I debuff you, I debuff me, and then we're going to have that trade which kind of filters into that high risk, high reward asset of that Pokemon. But I do hope that we see it. What about you? In terms of movesets on Jay's fan side, we have a lot of options, but I do feel like on Zappa's side, everything is probably going to be pretty consistent.
Right, I would agree. Zappa 9 side, I don't see a lot of options. Alolan Marowak, I'm assuming we would see Bone Club Shadow Ball. I'm assuming you're going to have that double legacy Dugong. I'm trying to decide for Jace fan. I don't think we brought it up yet. You can correct me if I'm mistaken, but generally you're going to run Thunder Punch and Wild Charge, although Alolan Raichu, I believe, also has access to Psychic and Energy Ball. So I know that's a little bit of a preference move for some people. Some people like to have both Electric Charge type attacks. However, Energy Ball can provide a lot of really good coverage. You come against a ground type Pokemon, and that's what makes a really good coverage move, is something that can hit super effective against something that you are weak against. So I'm not really sure what Jace fan is running on the Alolan Raichu. We have yet to see it. So going to be very curious how that's going to come out there.
Yeah, I think it is probably one of all of the high risk, high reward Pokemon on Jace fan side. I think the Alolan Raichu is maybe at the top of that echelon of very, very risky things to bring, especially if we do have that triple electric type moveset, which is the most common, I would say, in a vacuum for Alolan Raichu. If that Alolan Raichu winds up squared up against the Dedenne, winds squared up against the Wishcash, the Dragonair even, it is going to be a little bit riskier. It's going to get hurt very quick. Alolan Raichu, not renowned for its robust durability. It does not take fast moves very well. It does not take charge moves very well. But if it can line up on a matchup where you can get to those charge moves with some good energy management, maybe, it is very good at dropping the hammer effectively on these Pokemons. Even in neutral type matchups, this Pokemon just deals so much damage.
I would most certainly agree. So I'm trying to think more about what we can dissect for these teams that we have all of them kind of out here. We could also talk about some of the bans that we've seen that we kind of look at throughout the draft format. This is something I would have really loved to see all of these battlers kind of talking through their bans and thinking of the strategy. I really like a lot of these bans, a lot of the Pokemon who are just so dominant in Open Great League, especially in the play Pokemon format. You see a Medicham on almost every single team. You see, lately we've been seeing Altaria all over the place. In one tournament, we saw it all over, and then the next tournament, it just got completely off the table. So maybe a little bit of an unreliable Pokemon with so much Fairy and Ice out there caught the ban. I would have been super surprised if Azumarill made it past ban round 1 because it is such a dominant pick. I was very surprised that Riblet banned Toxapex right away because it's not so much of a dominant pick. We thought, I think before Toxapex came into the meta, we thought it was going to be a little bit more powerful than it seems to be. Again, I have my experience in play Pokemon. We saw it in Baltimore that just people were not able to really show, I think it was in Peoria, people weren't able to show Toxapex to its true potential. But then in Salt Lake City, we started to see trainers maybe learn a little bit how to use it. So those are some of the bans that stick out to me right away, especially in that first band round. Is there anything, PayneDunn, that sticks out to you?
I mean, you hit the nail right on the head. It's kind of hard to follow up that. That was elaborated perfectly. But I also agree. And the big thing that I love to see in a lot of these bans and what a lot of these players opted for is there are a lot of Pokemon taken off of the table that generate very, I would say, unfun play experiences. Pokemon like Bastiodon, potentially, even like Altaria to a certain degree, Alolan Ninetales. These Pokemon are so polarized in terms of their matchup wins and their matchup losses. And the matchups that they lose, they don't necessarily lose them quickly. It is a slog. Nobody wants to sit here and watch a Lickitung versus Bastiodon for 40 minutes. As much as we are good at vamping, I'm sure that that would set the bar pretty high for that. So I do really like this handshake in terms of just getting out a lot of these Pokemon that are a little unfun in terms of the grand scheme of things, and it allows us to see some Pokemon shine that we may not get to in sense of Open Great League, with the Play Pokemon events being so important and so expansive. We do see a lot of the same Galarian Stunfisk, Medicham, Altaria, Azumarill, much like you mentioned. So this gives us an opportunity, not only because of the way the draft was broken up into types and rounds and additional rounds of bans, but also the removal of these Pokemon that are so dominant in this metagame. We get to see Pokemon like that Shadow Dragonite, like that Buzzwole, even a lot of Pokemon that I would consider very, very close to mainstream Open Great League competitive play. Jellicent, for example, Empoleon, Frostlass, we're seeing a little bit more these days, which is very, very exciting. But a lot of these Pokemon that we kind of understand as being Silph All-Stars, very strong in the limited formats, designed to kind of expand upon what makes those Pokemon strong. We're getting to see here in a format that, while not Open Great League, is very, very close to that.
Yeah, I love how the Silph Arena is making sure that battlers are really well-rounded. Even in just some of the right before this round, when we had the 4 different groups, battlers had to know a variety of different metas to be able to get that far. And even before that, just in the individual season, being able to excel in each and every meta each month, I think really shows battlers having that well-roundedness to them. I also want to just point out, you talked about unfun matchups and having Pokemon that we don't necessarily want to see. One thing to note that I think is kind of obvious, but just kind of occurred to me, we're not going to see mirror matches because this is a draft format. So in addition to not seeing some of those like Lickitung Bastiodon, we don't have to see an Umbreon mirror match. We don't have to see some of these long, painful, drawn out mirrors that we would often see in perhaps a Go Battle League situation where you're just sitting and waiting and perhaps hoping the other player will top left out of the matchup. So that's something we're not going to have to see today.
Yeah, that's very true. And as much as I am a connoisseur of not having fun, the Umbreon mirror is certainly even with way out of my leagues in terms of what I deem to be unfun. So it does look like we do have a resolution for the dispute, unless I am mistaken.
Okay, so it looks like the dispute is about to close up, but the battlers are looking to potentially start up game 2 while we wait. But regardless, either way, we should be getting to a battle quite soon. So we can, focus back in on the battlers teams between Safa and Jay's fan, because one way or the other, it could be game 1, it could be game 2, but pretty soon we should be getting right back into it. So I know it feels like it was ages ago, that first battle between these two. Obviously, as we sort of saw straight away, Jay's fan did go ahead and run that Shadow Dragonite, defied us all to run that powerhouse of a Pokemon. How do you guys, Payne, do you sort of feel like we're going to be able to see that Dragonite again, or do you feel like Jay's fan might put it back in the back pocket?
I think that all of the reasons that we mentioned that it was a very risky Pokemon are still at play here, and I think a lot of things still had to go right for that Dragonite to improve and be as well as it was in the first game. So I do think that maybe now that Jay's fan has utilized that Pokemon, it will kind of sit on the bench now, and let me bite my tongue before I even finish my sentence. We see it in the lead again here into the Dedenne, swapping out immediately into the Lickitung. Last game we saw it build to that charge move and then swap. None of those charge moves are going to do anything against this Dedenne. So swapping right away into the Lickitung, and the Lickitung that we didn't see provide much of anything for Jay's fan in the first game. Let's see if I can, do the Lickitung business a little bit better this time around.
Right, and here we have the Skarmory and Lickitung matchup. Now, in this matchup, again, if you think about it too shallowly, you might think Body Slam is resisted by the Skarmory, so Body Slam is resisted, so Skarmory is easily going to win this, but that fast move damage of Lick really does add up against a Skarmory. That's something that Lickitung is well known for its very heavy fast move pressure of Lick. So you can already see both of these Pokemon in the yellow. Lickitung having a little bit more trouble dealing with some of that charge move pressure from the Skarmory, but ends up being a little bit closer than you might think.
That's very true, and a great point. Lickitung, one of these Pokemon, the reason that makes it so strong isn't just because of its bulk, isn't just because it has that, mono-normal typing and fighters are maybe at a little bit of a lesser state in the generalized open metagame, but it does deal a lot of damage with those licks. Even in bad matchups, Lickitung can still do its job, can still be a very safe, secure pivot, can still help you bring those timers down where you can get into a better matchup. That Brave Bird doing nothing to this Steelix, and Steelix going to be happy to farm down.
Yes, but we noticed Steelix not as bulky as we would think, and that Play Rough ending up doing a lot more than we thought. So just kind of remembering Steelix is a little bit more of a squishy steel type. But we do have the Dedenne Dragonite matchup back in here. Electric type going to be a neutral against the Dragon flying Pokemon, and then all of these Dragon Breaths are resisted against the Dedenne.
Yeah, and here we do see Zappa9 basically getting the alignment that you could want here perfectly towards these Pokemon, opting for the Wish Cache this time around, going to be able to line that up perfectly along this Steelix. Dragonite going to have to invest all of these shields to try to win this matchup here, and Zappa9 leaving it all on the line for this Wish Cache. Dragonite actually building up to a significant amount of energy here, so this may be a little bit closer than I would have initially thought so.
Yep, Dragonite fainting the Dedenne, so I guess Dragonite is a Dedenne counter, confirmed by the Silph Arena. And we have Whiscash going ahead, throwing the Mud Bomb, not even trying to build up to the Blizzard, because Jace Fan doesn't have any shields left, no sense in trying to try to get as much damage as you can. And then the Steelix comes in with that Psychic Fang. And I think Zappa knows at this point. Have we seen Steelix's crunch at this point? Does Zappa9 know that we don't have to worry about that high damage Earthquake?
I actually don't think so. I was thinking about this not just before we started this game. I think that it was only Psychic Fangs the first time around. I may be wrong. But either way, I don't think that we are going to see Crunch quite yet. The Steelix job here just to lower the stats of that Wish Cache as much as possible to hope that Dragonite can get to dealing as much damage as possible to this very tanky Wish Cache here. We're going to see actually get to another Psychic Fangs here. I think that if this Dragonite, depending on how much energy it had left, I think it might actually just be able to farm down here.
Yeah, so we see but we see the Whiscash get right to the Mud Bomb, even though it's resisted. This Dragonite is a shadow. It's going to come very close to taking it out.
Whoa.
The Dragonite on 1 HP survives, giving the win to Jace Fan 55. PayneDunn, you and I have been so incorrect about this Dragonite from the top of the stream. My goodness, definitely the MVP here, living on 1 HP for Jace Fan.
I need to do a whole lot of thinking about how I evaluate Pokemon strengths and weaknesses, because I am embarrassing myself here in this Silph World Championship. This Shadow Dragonite bringing home the biscuits here, doing a ton of work. What an incredibly close game. Those Psychic Fangs able to lower that the stats of that Wish Cache enough that Dragonair was able to come in, get that game wrapped up efficiently and effectively. That was incredibly played by both players, but Jace Fan there able to do the job and bring it home. I'm opting to change and shift my point of view. I think Shadow Dragonite is the route to success for Jace Fan. Call me a bandwagon hopper, but I am on that bandwagon now, and we are riding Shadow Dragonite all the way to the bank.
I love to see it. So moving on into this next battle, we have a rematch granted. So that was battle 2 that we just saw play out on screen. We are going to go back in time, rewind a little bit. We're going to see a rematch of that first game. So a rematch was granted. We are seeing a rematch of game 1. Zappa9 just has to decide same leads or same teams.
Very interesting decision, a very difficult one to make here in this scenario, because if you think back to that game, it very much felt like Zappa9 had the tools to manage that victory with the Pokemon that he had brought. But Jace Fan in this second game here, as well as the first one we saw, it demonstrating just how volatile and how strong this Shadow Dragonite can be. So I do not envy being Zappa9 in these scenarios, it is very easy to make a decision to opt for same teams or just same leads. And then if you happen to lose that rematch, it's very easy to start beating yourself up over it, because it does, very easy to think hindsight 2020, did I make the wrong decision or not? But very interested to see if they opt for the same teams. I, of course, am still riding the Buzzwole train and would like to see that Pokemon come in. So I would be happy to just see same leads in order to get another round of roulette. But we'll hop right into it and we'll see what these players have opted to do.
Yeah, so taking a look, we have Dedenne and Steelix, followed in the back by Whiscash and Skarmory, and Lickitung and Dragonite. So I believe, looks like this is game 3 by the looks of it. I am trying to understand, but as we go, we have a battle in front of us. Dedenne throwing that play rough, and we see exactly how much damage a play rough does to a Steelix, which is, again, more than you would think.
Definitely, and Steelix here building up a ton of energy, actually going right up to what would be a potential Earthquake here, as he has very heads up. He's aware that he has not displayed that second move yet, and with the Psychic Fangs going unchecked here, Jace Fan has a new route to victory and just toss these Psychic Fangs over and over and over again, and this Dedenne is going to have to, make the move here.
Yeah, it kind of looks like I would guess that Zappa9 is calling that Jace Fan does not have that heavy hitting move of Earthquake on the Steelix, and is guessing that it's Crunch instead. So here we see the Skarmory going against the Steelix. Steelix is going to be using that Psychic Fangs, going for that drop defense against the Skarmory. And then I'm imagining we're going to see that switch out into the Lickitung, which Lickitung already has a bit of a health advantage here, as we see that fast move pressure slowly whittle down the Skarmory.
Definitely a tale as old as time in this matchup, specifically the Skarmory and the Lickitung. It is a very, very good call you made there about the Steelix. It would be very awkward and unique maybe to see Steelix running Psychic Fangs and Earthquake and opting to leave Crunch at home, a move that is very pivotal to what makes this Pokemon so successful in the formats it's allowed in. So Zappa9 very correctly likely guessing that the Earthquake was not on that Pokemon. Doesn't need to shield these Psychic Fangs, but we can kind of see here just the general, in terms of Pokemon quality, comparing Dedenne to a Pokemon like Steelix, even though the typing matchup might not line up in, what you would generally say the Steel-type Pokemon's favor, Steelix just such a good Pokemon stats-wise, such a good Pokemon moves-wise, can still manage to win that matchup and would very comfortably do so in the Zeros.
Yes, and here we see, taking a look, we have Lickitung, we have Dedenne shielding the body slam coming from the Lickitung. Lickitung still has one shield on Jace Fan's side of the field, and we see Dedenne going for the heavy-hitting discharge, but not heavy-hitting enough, and I think we're going to see Lickitung faint. It does just before getting to that body slam, so now Dedenne is either going to face the Dragonite or the Steelix. I imagine we're going to see the Steelix come out, but to throw one or two fast moves to knock out the Dedenne. Can Steelix survive this play rough? It's going to be kind of close. We noticed it does quite a bit. Steelix survives on just a few HP.
Definitely, yeah. Eating the energy from that Dedenne, swapping directly into this Dragonite here. Dragonite still up a shield, so we might get into a very heavy bait-dependent game here with this Whiscash, but these Dragon Breaths from the Shadow Dragonite do a lot. Zappa9 is running out of time to make the decision on what he wants to do in terms of these baits. These Dragon Claws are also going to hurt. This is looking like potentially a very, very uphill struggle here from Zappa9.
It is. And we finally see the last shield on the side of Jace Fan, but I don't think this Whiscash can get to a Blizzard. It can't. It was so close. That would have been game-changing. But here we have the Skarmory that is going to get very quickly knocked out by this superpower Dragonite.
Yeah, that superpower Dragonite there, enough to faint 7 Skarmories over with that remaining HP. Very, very, very close, very down to the wire there, but very heads-up play from Jace Fan. Knows the Pokemon's counts. Whiscash, likely a Pokemon he's got plenty of experience playing against, knows when he's in danger, knows when he's not. Very comfortable with the IVs on his Shadow Dragonite as well, to know that, I'm fine just shielding once and I can farm this all the way down with my shield advantage. No no need to get, fancy and potentially lose your win condition just because Zappa 9 went for a Hail Mary Blizzard. Very calm and collected as Jays fan, locking that game up.
Yeah, so very, very well played to Jays fan 55. Thank you so much for those exciting battles as we head back to see, I believe, all three of us. Hello, PvP Steve. Welcome back.
Hello. That was definitely an amazing game and a very, look, whenever disputes come up, it can be a little bit of a scary spot. No one feels good. If you sort of steal a win, that feels bad. If you sort of feel like you've had a win stolen from you, that feels bad. But very happy to see that Jays fan 55 has sort of been able to take games 2 and 3 regardless. So regardless of the result of that first match, based on lag or not, where a rematch was sort of ruled, they went ahead with games 2 and 3 first. We did still see someone sort of taken out outright with Jays fan going ahead through the competition. And, unfortunately, Zappa 9 is going to be eliminated out of the tournament, but still a really solid performance. I mean, coming through, taking out Inner Bloom in the very first round, going ahead and barely just losing to Rise to Occasion in the winners bracket with a 2-1, and now playing out quite well up against Jays fan 55 as well. But still, Zappa 9 not going home empty-handed. It does carry the title of Latin American Continental Champion, so still going to be a battler with high regard going to the next Silph Arena season for sure, and definitely one that people should probably keep a lookout for. But with that said, it looks like we're not going to be going back to take a look at the game 3 like we did in the previous battle. So we will be going on ahead to take a look at Vroom Vroom Pow versus Inner Bloom in the elimination bracket. So Vroom Vroom Pow, a battler. Actually, we haven't seen either of these battlers play yet. Vroom Vroom Pow took out Jace Fan 55 in the first round of the elimination bracket. Oh no, and then we saw Vroom Vroom Pow get taken out by Ryblet, and then Inner Bloom was taken out by Zappa 9 in the first round, 2-1, and then took out eliminated Maximilian P from the tournament with a 2-1 as well. So now we will be seeing Vroom Vroom Power versus Inner Bloom. We've seen Vroom Vroom Power's team already, as before, back up in that winners bracket, but Inner Bloom team is going to be a new one for us, so definitely excited to take a look at that. So if we could take a look at the sort of larger draft image just to get all of those Pokemon up on the screen, we can take a look at what we've got here. So again, just really quickly, again, we've got Vroom Vroom Power's team with the Komodo, Empoleon, Jumpluff, Runerigus, Skuntank, and Malamar. And here is Inner Bloom. So the top 2 rows we're looking at, Inner Bloom coming in with the Toxicroak, the Shadow Drapion, the Frostlass, the Mantine, the Alolan Sandslash, and the Hisuian Electrode. So definitely some fun Pokemon here for sure. So, I mean, DeFi, I hope that you're as taken aback by that rolling around of the Hisuian Electrode as I am, but what are you seeing as we sort of jump into these two teams?
What I'm loving is that Frostlass on Inner Bloom's team. Frostlass, one of my absolute favorite Pokemon. I say it all the time. You give Frostlass a 2 Powder Snow energy advantage, and it is going to put in some work for you. Looks especially good against the Jumpluff. Jumpluff being double weak to Ice-type Pokemon. Looks also very good against the Ground and Ghost-type Runerigus, as well as the, I believe it is Komodo is the biggest of the Alolan fighting dragons. Hakamoa being the middle stage, that looks like a Komodo to, or is it? It's Hakamoa. I never say. I don't have one. It is Komodo. Okay, I don't have one, so that limits my knowledge of it slightly because I don't have one to play around with. Let me know in chat. Did you build one of these fighting dragons for the Fighting Cup and Go Battle League? I did not. I used my Buzzwole that I got in Seattle. But overall, really liking Frostlass here. Has solid matchups and can hit everything on Vroom Vroom Pow's team, at least for neutral damage, if not super effective.
I agree completely, and we see here across both teams, actually, we highlight a lot of these Pokemon that we would generally consider Silph All-Stars in sense of formats that they're generally allowed in. Shadow Drapion, Toxicroak, Frostlass, oh my goodness, his name's escaping me. You were just talking about it, of course, the Empoleon, Jumpluff. Runerigus is a new one. Malamar is one of my favorite Pokemon to play with in general. That Pokemon is very dynamic, very flexible. But that Frostlass does look very good. You mentioned 2 powder snow advantage. It's all business, and that is absolutely going to be the case here as well. Not a whole ton looking super threatening on Vroom Pow's side, except for, you know, maybe that Skuntank, maybe that Malamar with some energy advantage of their own. But the Frostlass is definitely going to be dropping some hammers here, and kind of highlighting why this Pokemon is good enough to start encroaching into that Open Great League territory, as we've seen it sort of run amok in some of these Play Pokemon events as well.
Yes, being able to see that Frostlass run in Salt Lake City, the land of you think of mountains and skiing, and seeing Frostlass kind of make its home there, make its debut in the Play Pokemon circuit was really quite exciting. But I agree, we see a lot of those Silph All-Stars, like you mentioned, PayneDunn, like Mantine. You don't see Mantine often in Open Great League formats. I think it's been kind of overshadowed by some of the other picks, but in a draft, in a more limited meta, Mantine definitely has a lot of play, and it's another Pokemon where its moveset can wildly vary. I've seen Bullet Seed Mantine. I've seen you can run Bubble Beam. You can run Ice Beam. There's just kind of, you can run, I believe does it have Aerial Ace? I know it has a flying type charge move. I believe it's Aerial Ace.
Aerial Ace is the one.
Yeah. So lots of variability in Mantine. So that could be a Pokemon that has some play as well, hitting generally a lot here for neutral or super effective damage, depending on what fast move, what charge moves it's running.
Definitely, and as much as we can talk about the teams and sense of the Pokemon as well, I would love to take a quick second to highlight these players as well. The APAC region, both in India here from Vroom Pow and Australia from Interbloom, 2 very, I would say, underrepresented and maybe slept on regions. Both of these regions have incredible battlers coming through them, and we can see them here, both of these players munching their way through the gauntlet. It's almost a little upsetting to see them need to pair so early, but it is great to see as our game and as our communities continue to develop. We can see these regions. We talk a lot about NA versus EU. It's NA versus EU. The factions discussion is always, is NA better than EU? But we still have a lot of these very good battlers representing these regions that maybe don't get an opportunity to shine in the spotlight as much as they should in our standard discussion in terms of the best battlers in the world.
I completely agree. APAC tends to be slept on a little bit, but has some fantastic battlers throughout the APAC region. And it's really great to see battlers from Australia and India in the spotlight here today. Is there anything else you want to discuss about these battlers, or do you want to talk a little bit more about teams?
Oh, I'm done singing my prayers about the battlers. We can hop right back into the teams. It's just always these kinds of things excite me a little bit here in terms of how these players do manage to adapt, because a lot of the games are played in remote events, in remote settings. And for players looking to grind the Silph leaderboard to get to this legend rank like we have from Pow here, it requires a lot of time investment, especially in a lot of these tournaments that are very likely outside of maybe your time zone that you're typically comfortable playing in. So the just amount of sheer work involved in time committed for these players, Vroom Pow in India, but especially Interbloom over in Australia. If he wants to play in any EU or NA based tournaments, it is, and I'm sure Steve can relate to working in NA, it is a absolute grind in sense of what it can do and the amount of time that it can take. I'm not great with time zones, but I can only imagine that we're into the wee hours of the morning here for Interbloom, but still here going strong in this World's Tournament.
Definitely agree. I also want to point out, since we have Interbloom Silph card up for a moment, a 41 spice index. That's pretty spicy. That is medium spice. So we know Interbloom is not afraid to run some of those spicier picks. And I agree, depending, and just so you know, because I do work a lot with Australian battlers, it is about 5:30 in the morning. I'm not sure exactly for PvP Steve's. Australia is quite the large country, but we're looking at about 5 in the morning for both our host and for this battler.
Yeah, me and Inner Bloom both in the same time zone. He is just one state over, and yeah, we're heading into 6 a.m. Inner Bloom having to wake up bright and early for a 3 a.m. start for these battles here. So he's only going to get more and more tired as we progress on through. But Inner Bloom hanging onto it still. Maybe only lost that first round after getting a little bit tired. You know, grinding the sleep out of his eyes. Vroom Vroom Power on the other hand, probably staying up late for this tournament. I know we've headed past midnight in the Indian time zone. So Vroom Vroom Pow conversely going to get more tired as we get going on, as we head later and later into the night. But regardless, both battlers still going to be putting on their best for the show. And as you mentioned, DeFi, Inner Bloom with that pretty decent spice index definitely sort of sets you up quite well for these sorts of draft formats when you might have to use a Pokemon that isn't as familiar to you. For example, bringing in the Hisuian Electro to round out that team, which is a Pokemon that I would probably wager that most battlers are not familiar with using. We've definitely had a few events here, a few cups in Go Battle League where you have been able to use it. I don't think there's been much of a chance for it to shine in the Silph Arena as of yet. So Inner Bloom may be taking an opportunity to leave its mark onto the Silph Arena battlefield, but we will just have to wait and sort of see how that one does end up going. Still, and actually something interesting talking about that draft format is you can see on Inner Bloom's side that he's got the Ice type in slot 3 with the Frostlass and slot 5 with the Alolan Sandslash, which just sort of exemplifies how these things go, where the Ice type was actually limited to slots 5 and 6, so that's how Alolan Sandslash has come in, but Frostlass has been able to enter sort of his team through the Ghost subtyping in that slot 3, so it's can sort of it makes you have to think about where you want to bring in that sort of role on your team. Obviously, Inner Bloom, instead of just opting to bring Ice types in one of those slots, has brought in both, which is actually going to make him stand out quite well up against the Dragon type Como-O, the Grass Flying Jumpluff, Runerigus. But it looks like we are going to be locking into the battles here, so take it away, DeFi and NoFunPayneDunn.
Oh, and Vroom Vroom Pow's got that new pose. I love to see it. What else I love to see is a Toxapex with the horn going through its hat. Fantastic. We see the Malamar up against the Toxapex here. PayneDunn.
Yeah, we absolutely love to see that Toxapex. He's got the drip, rather Toxicroak even. So many new toxic type Pokemon coming in. Going to just eat that move and swap out right away, saving that energy for a rainy day. And we see the Shadow Drapion here. Didn't get an opportunity to talk about it, but very likely Inner Bloom going to utilize this Pokemon as a very safe pivot in terms of navigating some of these very tricky situations. You know, despite not being necessarily a super tanky Pokemon, able to eat that superpower here and is going to be able to drop very likely this Malamar with the Crunch.
Yeah, so, but not so fast. We see the Crunch being shielded on the side of Vroom Vroom Pow and going for another superpower would put the Drapion in danger of fainting. So we see a shield go up as well on the side of Inner Bloom. So we will have to take a look. Drapion has a ton of energy going for the Aqua Tail, which again, with that 20% shadow boost, I believe will be enough to knock out this Malamar, especially having the Malamar drop its defense. And then we have the Empoleon coming back in.
Yeah, incredible timing there on Inner Bloom's side, knowing the counts, throwing that Aqua Tail perfectly there, maximizing the energy gains on this Drapion, going to get that Crunch, gets the defense drop as well on this Empoleon. That's going to be big because if we take a look at Inner Bloom's side there, that Frostlass in the back is what's going to be lined up against that Runerigus, and Frostlass is going to deal a ton of damage to that Pokemon.
Yeah, we see Vroom Vroom Pow going right for the Runerigus. We see the Toxicroak come in and is going to throw a Mud Bomb first, maybe softening up this ground type Pokemon with a Mud Bomb, perhaps before bringing in the Frostlass. My girl, one of my favorite Pokemon, is going to start chunking away at the Runerigus. However, Frostlass does have to watch out because it is a very frail girl, and it is going to be hit with a Shadow Ball and knocked out of the game.
Wow, an absolute hammer of a Shadow Ball, and we do see the Toxicroak there just eating up the rest of this Runerigus there. Whether intentional or not might need some clarity, but that Shadow Ball was enough to send Frostlass all the way home. I do also love this Pokemon, a huge fan. I do, one of the pillars of what I generally, in a very broad sense of would consider a good format, is how good Frostlass is. Some of the best Silph formats that players have, had the chance to experience, often have this Pokemon at the forefront because it is so flexible. It is so strong. Even in formats where ghosts are not necessarily at a premium, Frostlass is still always there, ever present, just because of how much damage those avalanches do.
Exactly. Frostlass and the Alolan Sandslash being both of those ice types. We were talking a little bit about that first battle. Ice is just such an incredible offensive typing, and you can be really aggressive with those fast and charge move attacks. However, both of those Pokemon, not the most sturdy. Ice types tend to be not the best defensive typing, tends to take a lot of super effective damage. Frostlass losing to that Shadow Ball, we saw it have no shield to be used, and Frostlass knocked out of the game pretty early there.
Yeah, definitely. Interbloom opting for the coin flip there, deciding that Vroom Vroom was likely going to be going for a bait. Sometimes you flip a coin, sometimes you lose, and that's the end of Frostlass there. But you bring up a very, very good point in terms of how good the Pokemon typing is offensively compared to defensively. This is an aspect that we see across the Pokemon spectrum from VGC all the way over here into Go. It also rings true. And typically, when we think about what types in that broad vacuum are very good, especially here in Pokemon Go, a lot of people will opt for Dragon, a lot of people will opt for Ground. So Frostlass, a very premium pick to sort of combat what is a lot of the general metagame strengths, I would say.
I agree. And like you mentioned, a lot of people running dragon types, a lot of people running ground types being incredibly popular in the Open Great League makes Hisuian Electrode even more of a curious pick. Generally, when you look across the Open Great League format, you see very little electric types. It is almost completely non-existent. So it is very interesting to see the Hisuian Electrode like we started talking about a little earlier. I know I've seen it in some Silph formats because the icon on the Silph Arena website, when you put in a Hisuian Electrode, it is huge compared to the other Pokemon sprites. So I know it's been used. I think we've seen it in the Kanto Cup as well as a few other limited formats. But definitely a interesting pick, and I'm not sure how many targets it's going to have. Does have that grass type though, so it can hit the Runerigus. It can hit the Empoleon with both electric and grass type moves. Gonna have a hard time against quite a bit though of the rest of Vroom Vroom Pow's team.
It is a very interesting typing with a Pokemon that has some very interesting moves as well. Again, I would also consider this Pokemon a very high risk, high reward. Very one that I would guess in a vacuum we're likely not to see here because I do think those cons outweigh the pros, but I've been wrong before. We do have that Shadow Drapion here to meet that Empoleon in a very, I would generally call this a pretty neutral matchup. These crunches are going to hurt this Empoleon quite a bit, so we will likely see a crunch to try to debuff that Empoleon and then potentially swap into something a little more safer.
And we are about to eat both of our words again. I see that Hisuian Electrode on the back of Interbloom's team, so we will have to see when that Pokemon makes its appearance. In the meantime, we have the Hydro Cannon that is going to take out the Shadow Drapion, so we will have to see, is it going to be the Frostlass or the Electrode? And here it is, up against a Malamar.
Definitely, and if you're Interbloom here, you have to imagine that if you had to pick between the two Pokemon, you would rather see this Hisuian Electrode alongside the Malamar than you would your own Frostlass. But wow, actually, with that amount of damage done, you're happy to come in, going to likely invest some shields into this Frostlass, build up a ton of energy, and then look to utilize that energy to deal with it in the back there. It can tank one, but it's not going to be able to tank much more than that from any of the Pokemon remaining on Vroom Vroom Pow's side.
Right, and here is that next shield going up on the side of Interbloom. Frostlass, I agree, would not be able to handle another foul play, but since it is resisting the fast type move, can farm the Malamar all the way down. Vroom Vroom Pow still has 2 shields left. That Runerigus looks really good.
Definitely, in the Empoleon here with enough HP left to come in and kind of eat up some of this energy, not needing to invest the shield on the first avalanche here. And then we swap it right away into that Hisuian Electrode to start generating some of that energy. And now we see that looking down that Runerigus, and I think that we're going to have a game of baits here one way or the other. Oh, opting to shield right away here for the Hisuian Electrode. Very, very good call. That Shadow Ball would have dealt a ton of damage.
I definitely agree. Going right for that energy ball. We have 2 wild charges going up. This is going to be resisted. Runerigus is a ground type Pokemon, so bait was not taken there. And we are going to see the energy ball coming back.
Yeah, it's always a little heartbreaking when the bait move you need to rely on is one that debuffs yourself quite like Wild Charge here, and now the Runerigus successfully calling a bait. He's got all the marbles on his side of the field here and can kind of just take this home.
Yeah, the Runerigus is definitely knocking out the Hisuian Electrode. So we did see Inner Bloom bring it, but again, like we mentioned earlier, just didn't seem to have the targets it needed to really be able to show it off. So there we have a win for Vroom Vroom Pow.
Definitely very, very well played by both battlers. You know, whenever I see a Pokemon on the opposing side that I want to see, what I've realized the metagame here for the caster's desk, we just have to say that it's bad and that they can't bring it. And, you know, it seems to be the flavor of the water here is that we are proven wrong every single time. So, very, very, you know, well played by both battlers. Vroom Vroom Pow able to sneak both of those wins. Great bait calls here from Vroom Vroom Pow, both on, you know, calling baits and checking them as well. Knows when to shield, knows when to not. Very, very well played all around.
Yeah, Vroom Vroom Pow also being an incredibly popular battler. We saw that WhatsApp notification go off a couple times. So maybe Vroom Vroom Pow, as he continues on, will make sure that that's off the screen. I know I have lost many a Go Battle League battle NoFunPayneDunn. Maybe you can relate because a text message comes through and I accidentally tap on it and then I lose time in game, which is unfortunate.
I have absolutely the same. My big problem necessarily with notifications is I seem to not be able to help if I see something pop up on my phone screen, I have to read it. And the amount of times in the middle of a Go Battle League game when I've got my counts on point, I know the energy of every single Pokemon in the game, a text message notification comes up and says, hey, stupid, what are you doing? And suddenly I lose everything. And, you know, the game's lost and I have to hang my head in shame. And every single time this happens, I do not learn the lesson, and the do not disturb notification stays on or stays off the entirety of the way through. So Vroom Vroom Pow, definitely a celebrity in his community. We can even see it in the Twitch chat as well. There's a very, very popular battler. So I'm going to take the opportunity to ask that he not forget about us when he makes it to the big time.
Fantastic. But yes, have absolutely really enjoyed seeing these battles from Vroom Vroom Pow and from Inner Bloom. And I think, yeah, we will probably see those do not disturb notifications go up in the future because they are so beneficial. Anything else we want to talk about here? Because I believe, was that 2 wins for Vroom Vroom Pow? Okay, and we will be seeing the 3rd game regardless.
Perfect. Yeah, definitely. Any opportunity we can take to see some of these, you know, more fringe Pokemon have a chance in the spotlight is an opportunity I will take. I would love to see that Komomo come in. Very unlikely, as Inner Bloom has relied on this Frostlass quite a bit, but, you know, it still would be nice to see. And I am sure, depending on how Inner Bloom's sleep schedule is working with this tournament encroaching on his morning time so much. Who knows if he's got an entire workday he's got to get through after this, or if it's back to bed. But either way, very excited for this game 3.
Yeah, and it looks like we are locked in. We will be heading down into the arena for these battles. Vroom Vroom Pow versus Inner Bloom. Vroom Vroom Pow up 2-0. And here we have that Toxicroak again with its horn sticking out of the hat, and then taking super effective Psycho Cuts from the Malamar.
Definitely. Psycho Cut, maybe not as known for its incredible fast move pressure the same way that that Confusion, the other popular psychic fast move, is. But I mean, the typing benefits here definitely showing why they are so important. This Malamar now with a ton of energy, having already dealt a ton of damage to this Toxicroak. This Crunch going to go unshielded. Inner Bloom happy to soft lose this matchup, but something has to be done about this energy.
Yeah, so Malamar having a ton of energy after throwing the foul play almost at 2 full superpowers. Malamar getting up to almost full energy before throwing the first superpower onto the Shadow Drapion. That first superpower hits the hardest, so we do see a shield from the side of Inner Bloom, shielding the first most powerful superpower as Malamar continues to debuff itself. Inner Bloom choosing to not shield the second one.
Yeah, very smart. Innerbloom recognizing that Vroom Vroom Pow happy to just let this Malamar go, shielding the one that's going to deal the most damage, and then likely to take the rest of them as they do incrementally less damage as they go. But this Drapion's still going to leave this matchup with quite a bit of health missing, and that Empoleon here going to eat up all of this energy very, very comfortably.
Yes, so we are going to see the Empoleon comfortably take one crunch. Don't know how much, don't know if I'd call that comfortable in retrospect because it is going to eat a second one. And I believe this should be enough to fate the Empoleon. Empoleon exiting the matchup as quickly as it entered. And now we have Frostlass against Skunk Tank.
Definitely, yeah. That Empoleon there opting as shields 3 and 4 for this match, just to eat up that energy on the Empoleon, save the last shield for the Skunk Tank. Skunk Tank going to try to build up to those back-to-back crunches to help deal with this Frostlass. Okay, and then we're going to see the first one shielded up here, and I do think that Skunk Tank is going to be able to get to the second one pretty effectively.
Yeah, the Frostlass is going to get a chance to throw an Avalanche, but it's not going to be enough to take out the Skunk Tank. Frostlass is an incredibly attack-weighted Pokemon, so it'll take it down to the red, but not quite knock it out. Very close to doing so, though. Skunk Tank does get to the crunch, which should be enough to knock out the Frostlass from this range.
Yeah, I mean, I would certainly hope so. If your Pokemon is taking that much damage from the avalanches, you'd hope that it can deal the business there. And we have a simultaneous knockout, actually. Wow, very, very, I would say, rare occurrence, at least from my experience, especially with the way that these teams did line up. But we do have the simultaneous knockout here for the Game 3.
All right, so let's go ahead and bring back our host PvP Steve as we talk about that last battle, the simul knockout.
From one Aussie to another, it seems, but coming out really close there. Inner Bloom definitely coming back from the 0 to 2 to sort of bring it right about as close as you can possibly get a battle, bringing it right down to that just fast move pressure right at the end for the simultaneous knockout. By the seams of it, we will not be returning for the sort of game 4 of Inner Bloom versus Vroom Vroom Pow, but still both battles really well played. And while I'm definitely personally very sad to see Inner Bloom get knocked out of the tournament and lose the Australian representation, we will still have that Vroom Vroom Pow APAC representation, bringing in that Indian support. And yeah, of course, Inner Bloom at least gets a chance to go to bed and get some rest after a really solid performance through this tournament and taking out Maximilian P in the previous round. But Vroom Vroom Pow going to be going ahead into the next round and will be facing off up against Jay's Fan 55. Before we get to that battle, we're going to be jumping back to the winners finals up there with Ryblet versus Rise to Occasion. The two R's of the tournament facing off, the two American battlers of the tournament going to be facing off. Only one of them will progress straight through to the grand finals. The other one will come down to the elimination bracket and play the winner of the upcoming Jay's Fan versus Vroom Vroom Power matchup. So it's getting pretty tight here. We're down to the final 4. So there's only a couple battles left, and something that we actually haven't mentioned in this stream yet is that there is actually a prize pool. So on top of the World Championship title up for grabs, first place in this tournament will be walking away with $1,000 USD. Second place will be going ahead with $200 USD, and third place will be walking away with $100 USD. So 4 batters left. 3 of them will be going home with a little bit of extra cash in the pocket. So the stakes are definitely going to be high in that Jay's Fan versus completely blanking. Jay's Fan versus Vroom Vroom Power matchup in the next round. But either way, we'll just have to wait and see how that one does come up. But let's head into the take a look at the teams for the sort of winners finals here with Rise to Occasion versus Riblet. We've seen both of these battlers before. We've seen them fight through the bracket, and so it is time for these two teams to face off. As D-Fi-E mentioned before, there is no chance of any repetition going on, no mirror matches, and no same Pokemon from previous opponents. So these are all new matchups, fresh to the stream. So we'll see how these do end up going. But I mean, I asked D-Fi before, so Payne, as we're sort of getting into this sort of not grand finals, winners finals of the tournament, what's sort of standing out to you from these two top US battlers?
Definitely. I mean, both of these battlers, incredible in their own regard. I think that Rise to Occasion is probably as close to a household name that we have in the Pokemon Go PvP scene. Incredibly talented, incredibly well accoladed. And then Riblet here, it feels odd to say that an NA player is, maybe an underdog here, but Riblet over on the wing attack side, very, very consistent in Silph factions, very consistent in the Silph events as well. Has definitely earned his spot here, and don't let that national rank of number 17 maybe lead you astray in terms of how talented these battlers are. Of course, in the North American region, it is generally the one where we have the most battlers. So Riblet showing why he is one of the best and why he deserves to be here. And I have to say, one of the things that I value the most in a Pokemon Go team of 6 is how adorable your team is. Riblet here absolutely taking home the gold medal in terms of cuteness with just these little lads in Victini and Pachirisu and Scrafty. I love to see it here. And again, love to see some Pokemon highlighted that maybe we don't often get to see in the spotlight in terms of that Victini. Definitely a Pokemon that stands out. I don't know if it's necessarily one that you want to bring to the table if you're staring down Pokemon like Swampert, like Dragalge, that look very, very safe in this matchup. But I do think that much like earlier games, we'll see Riblet maybe rely on that Lapras as a very safe pivot, whereas on Rise to Occasion side, very likely to use the Swampert as the same.
Yeah, Swampert was a fantastic pick from Rise to Occasion. I think it definitely has quite a bit of play. It always does, really. Hydro Cannon being one of those incredible legacy charge moves, Community Day charge moves given to your first partner Pokemon like Swampert, Trico, all of those get those legacy charge moves, the most powerful in the game: Frenzy Plant, Blast Burn, and Hydro Cannon. And Swampert definitely probably the best of those users that get to have those Pokemon or get to have those charge moves. So really, really like Swampert here. I do like Victini though. You brought it up earlier, and I do like it against because it does have that confusion damage, and V-Create is such a powerful move. It could have some play, like you get it lined up against that Shadow Machamp. Confusion against the poison type Dragalge. It could have some play. I'm not saying it would be the best type, but it's going to resist ice shards from the Celio over on Rise to Occasion side. I don't know. The little victory Pokemon might have some play.
That's an incredibly good point. You know what? I've been playing Quick Attack on my Victini for so long now since the move buffs, I completely forgot about the other option in Confusion there. Now that you mention it, that Confusion actually has the potential to rain terror down on Rise to Occasion's teams. And even in the matchups where the Confusion's not dealing a ton of damage, it does have that type advantage to resist those Ice-type moves from that Celio. So, maybe actually a Pokemon that Riblet looks to use as a very safe pivot. But in terms of we were talking about Swampert here, it's very important to talk and distinguish the differences between the Shadow Swampert and the regular Swampert that Rise to Occasion has opted to bring here. The two Pokemon, while being the same Pokemon really, but one just Shadow and one not, play very, very differently. And how they play in the retrospect of their team also differs as well. So we see Rise to Occasion here with the regular Swampert, likely an early pick in the draft for sure, but a very smart pick, as the rest of the team, if we go down the list here, Machamp, not a Pokemon known for being able to take moves very well. Even something like the Celio, not a Pokemon known to take moves very well. So regular Swampert here, providing some extra safety net for Rise in terms of trying to navigate maybe some tricky situations. Maybe that Swampert gets lined up against a Lapras where you're not dealing a ton of damage. The difference between having the standard Swampert as opposed to the Shadow Swampert could really be the deal maker there.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised because Swampert was picked for Rise. Rise picked it in round 3. So Swampert survived the ban round, that second ban round, which I think is interesting. Like, for example, Vani banned Unovan Stunfisk. I see some other bans like Mandibuzz, Lantern, Diggersby, but no Swampert ban in that ban round 2, which I think is really fascinating. You would think Swampert, being such a powerhouse, would be a Pokemon that would get banned during the round where it's relevant there.
Yeah, that is a great point. I think that I could hop into every single community Discord that I'm involved in right now and tell 100 different people that Swampert was round 3 picked, and each one of them would tell me I was lying. That Pokemon is very good.
I agree. And let's get into these very good battles. And there is that Swampert. We brought it in with the power of our words up against a Scrafty. Scrafty already up to the power-up punch, building up to the foul play, maybe perhaps trying to get a bait, but Swampert, having its incredibly high attack, goes first.
Definitely not a lot of Pokemon in the Open Great League format that can beat that Pokemon in a CMP event, and we do see the Scrafty here actually just going for the foul play, so looking to deal as much damage as possible, and then potentially opting to swap into to his opting just to stay in, actually not swapping out. Very heads up play here by Ryblet.
Yeah, so Swampert getting to that next Hydro Cannon. Are we going to see a shield? Yes, we are. On the side of Ryblet, protecting the Scrafty and allowing it to fast move down the Swampert and have a lot of energy. We're seeing Ryblet wanting to go immediately into the Jellicent, regardless of the Pokemon that Rise to Occasion brings in. Looking to see quite a bit of lag on the side of Rise to Occasion. I think we're probably going to see a rematch from that, if I had to peer into my crystal ball and use a little bit of future sight, because it didn't look like any of that damage went off.
Yeah, the no animation from the Hisuian Quillfish, while we've seen it before, is still very anxiety-inducing, at least for me to see. Definitely throwing me for a loop here, that's for sure. But
I know, because I'm sitting there and I'm like, is it? I was so confused. I completely forgot about that current bug. The bug still exists. I forgot about it.
Yeah, that's that Hisuian Quillfish frozen in time here, not moving even for the charge move here. But this is going to deal quite a bit of damage here to this Victini, and this Victini is going to start needing to invest this second shield, especially if he's opting to go for the fast move pressure down. Oh, wow.
Oh, what a catch onto the Togedemaru, but that Togedemaru is going to get hit with quite a charge move. That V-Create knocks it out, only in the battle for one attack. And then we see the Scrafty come in for the Hisuian Quillfish. Again, suspended in time there, going for the Aqua Tail.
Definitely, that Togedemaru didn't even have a chance to say hello before it had to say goodbye. V-Create there, sending it packing quick, and now all of the pieces are left on this Hisuian Quillfish. And with the shield still advantage there for Rise to Occasion and all of this energy, it's looking like it's going to be a little rough. Yeah, sayonara, good night to that Victini there. Hisuian Quillfish there doing the job. Basically, effectively a 2v3 in terms of Pokemon, as that Togedemaru might as well have just been a secondary shield that didn't even wind up getting used by Rise to Occasion side anyways.
Yeah, so very good victory on the side of Rise to Occasion with the suspended in time Hisuian Quillfish. I completely forgot about that bug because I don't use Hisuian Quillfish very often. So that's a good reminder to everybody in chat that Hisuian Quillfish still doing damage, just has absolutely no movement in terms of like looking at its fast move. It just looks like it's in a constant state of lag.
Yeah, a very uncomfortable thing to see. Hopefully a visual bug that gets fixed up sooner than later, because much like you had forgotten, I had also forgotten, and then immediately was stressed out to see Hisuian Quillfish doing nothing. A Pokemon demonstrating why it is so strong here on Rise to Occasion's side. This is a newer addition as well, and unless you've been playing the new factions format in Primeval, I believe it is, not a lot of reps available to get in or out of against this Pokemon. So Rise to Occasion, we know that's the format that he's playing, very comfortable on this Pokemon in demonstrating how to navigate those situations with that Pokemon and utilize it to its best potential.
Yeah, another Pokemon that maybe wasn't utilized to its best potential, but did what it needed to do. That Togedemaru was just in the battle long enough to soak the energy from a V create from Ryblet's Victini. I'd love to see Rise to Occasion be able to use the roly-poly Pokemon of Togedemaru a little bit more, get to see what it can do a little bit more with its charge moves, but Rise to Occasion very wisely using it as kind of an extra protect shield in that matchup.
I would also like to see this Pokemon. This is actually one of the few Pokemon in the game right now I have never played with or against if I'm traveling down old memory lane here. So not exactly comfortable and confident on how this Pokemon will work in these dynamic and in this matchup. But I'm definitely interested. If you're Ryblet here, you did see it, even if it was only there to tank a move and then sort of go home packing. Is this something that you need to necessarily prepare for, or is this a Pokemon that you want to bring it to be shield number 3, no problem. We'll just deal with that Hisuian Quillfish a little better. We will definitely see here in the game too, as we have that Dragalge up against that Victini lead. Victini with the confusion here, going to be doing a lot of damage, so swaps out immediately into that Hisuian Quillfish.
And I am not going to be over how jarring it is to see that Hisuian Quillfish still as stone up against the Scrafty. Quillfish going right for the Aqua Tail, and Scrafty going to be going for the Power Up Punch, just really ramping up its attack. Power Up Punch still doing quite a bit of neutral damage and being able to really power up here. Hisuian Quillfish getting close to a Shadow Ball, but going for the Aqua Tail, going for that neutral damage there. Looks like a bit of an undercharge from Rise to Occasion. Very interesting, allowing the Scrafty to get to another power-up punch.
Yeah, a very, very smart play by Rice here. Identifying what the game plan is, wants to be able to build the energy on a different Pokemon from this Scrafty. But the Scrafty with all these power-up punches is still going to be hitting, even if it's not very effective damage. But definitely very smart getting 3 Dragon Tails on that Dragalge here. Going to be able to get to an Aqua Tail to start applying some pressure to that Victini in the back here. And then Rise is executing this game plan very effectively. And if we look in the back, we have Togedemaru likely going to unfortunately find itself a Jellicent, I should say. Unfortunately for the Jellicent side here, but Ryblet actually opting to swap directly into the Jellicent now.
Yeah, so Rise to Occasion kind of being, kind of staying in here against the Jellicent. If he swaps into the Togedemaru, it's going to be met with that Fire-type Victini, which is going to be kind of a tough match. So we see the Jellicent building up a lot of energy, and this Jellicent running Ice Beam instead of Bubble Beam, so is going to be able to do some super effective damage. So we see Rise to Occasion put up a shield protecting the Dragalge, since Togedemaru is going to have a big problem in this end game of the match.
Definitely. And this late into the event, you have to imagine that the jig is up with the Jellicent moveset. Rise to Occasion likely knowing that it is packing that Ice Beam, but going to opt to save the shield there for the Togedemaru in the back, and a good shield investment, I would say, for sure, because we saw what that V-Create did to that Togedemaru last game, and we would see what it would do again if he did not have that. So invest the shield into the V-Create there, and now it's all about counting and energy management. Fell Stinger here, going unshielded, not what you like to see if you're the Togedemaru player.
Right, so that Fell Stinger is going to, we see an attack rose. We saw like 2 different notifications up there, but it does raise the attack. So we see the Fell Stinger going again, does get the shield this time. However, the Victini does get to that V-Create, and that is going to be more than enough to take out the roly-poly Togedemaru. So that is going to bring us to a 1-1, which PayneDunn, that brings us to a decisive game 3.
I love decisive game 3s, and I specifically love decisive game 3s that don't have very one-sided matchups either way. We saw that game could have been just as easily ended in Rise's favor if he opted for the wild charge that didn't go shielded. So very, very interesting gameplay from both sides, from both players. I still would like to see how these players decide to adapt. The Togedemaru there, maybe not just eating a V-Create and fainting, but still maybe not able to generate as much momentum as Rise was hoping. With that Fell Stinger and the Wild Charge, this is a Pokemon that you want to have out early to generate an energy lead so that those Fell Stingers can start amping that Pokemon up. But Victini able to sort of shut the door on that game plan very quick and effectively.
Yeah, and I really I called out earlier that Confusion Victini, and I think that really played well for Ryblet in this matchup, threatening the Dragalge and able to do just a lot of, even when it's resisted, Confusion does quite a bit and is able to generate energy to those V creates fairly quickly. So really like the good play of the victory Pokemon, handing a victory to Ryblet in that last match.
Definitely. I love to see that as well, Victini. I think that Confusion, like I mentioned earlier, very easy to forget how good of a fast move this is. There was so much hype alongside the quick attack and tackle buffs. Very easy to forget that this Pokemon still has other options, and it still does have that psychic typing. So those Confusions are hitting with that stab bonus and sort of drilling into these Pokemon on Rise to Occasion side here. So while both games were very, very even and very, very close either way, I do think that it is likely on Rise here to need to make the adjustment to potentially have a better answer for this Victini, or at least position the Pokemon in a way that allows them to deal with this Pokemon a little bit better, because the Victini has been the siren song of this setup. It has been what has been delivering those results for Ryblet.
Correct. I'm curious, looking at the Pokemon that Ryblet has brought. So we've seen the Scrafty, we've seen the Jellicent, we've seen the Victini. Have we seen the Lapras at all? Have we seen the Pachirisu?
We have not. As far as as long as my mind's not playing any tricks on me, it has just been the same lineup here. Even after dropping that game 1, running the same lineup into game 2, understanding that I had the tools to get the win, I just didn't necessarily manage them the correct way. So running the same line in from game 1 to game 2. And if you're Ryblet here, I think that, if it's not broken, don't fix it.
If it's not broken, don't fix it is definitely one of my favorite lines to use in Show 6 Pick 3. And let's go ahead and take a look. But it looks like we are going to see a pivot here. 2 of the Pokemon that I just mentioned, Pachirisu and Lapras, coming into play here. Lapras being met by Rise to Occasion's absolute powerhouse of a Swampert.
Definitely, and if you're Ryblet here, if you are going to roll the dice on that Pachirisu in the lead, it is one of those Pokemon you're either going to win the lead definitively or you're going to lose it definitively. And opting to win it definitively there, and we spoke way in the beginning when we were talking about these players' teams, Lapras into Swampert being likely 2 very safe pivot options here for both players, but a very smart shield here to eat that Ice Beam. That would have dealt a ton of damage.
Right, Ryblet still has 2 shields left in play. A Hydro Cannon is resisted, but it's still incredibly powerful. It's coming from a Swampert, so that is going to be enough to knock the Lapras out of the field of play. Pachirisu not going to be able to do a thing against Swampert, so I'm guessing we're going to see the Scrafty come into play here, starting to build up using those counters, building all the way up to the foul play before throwing a move, and having to shield this Hydro Cannon from Rise to Occasion.
A very smart shield here by Ryblet. If you take a look at what's in the back for Rise to Occasion there, has that Dragalge. That Dragalge is not a Pokemon that you want to see if you are the Pachirisu. So a lot of the heavy lifting going to need to be done by this Scrafty. So keeping it healthy is a very, very good call so that it can continue to build that late game momentum with those power-up punches to try to seal the deal for Ryblet. But it certainly looks like it's going to be a little bit harder because the Shadow Ball is going to hurt quite a bit, even as tanky as Pachirisu is.
Yep, and I saw somebody in chat mention Rise is just messing with the psyche of his opponent with that incredibly still, spookily still Hisuian Quillfish. Quillfish throwing the Aqua Tail, knocking out the Pachirisu, and then we are going to see the Scrafty counter that Pokemon out of existence and then throwing a foul play against Rise's Dragalge.
Yeah, a very smart foul play here, I might add as well. It is the common play here in these endgame scenarios when you've got shields on the Scrafty is to just try to start building that power punch momentum as soon as possible. Rise going for a catch, but you still have to throw the move because this Swampert was at that Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, so have to knock out the... doesn't knock out the Swampert. So this is going to force the last shield from Ryblet. Ryblet will get one more counter of energy in, but the Dragalge still has a shield. And we see the power-up punch shield from Rise to Occasion, but I don't know if that matters. I think the Dragalge is at a move or close to it. And there's the outrage knocking out the Scrafty on Ryblet's side. The victory here 2-1, I believe now has gone to Rise to Occasion, hailing from Milwaukee, USA.
Absolutely, definitely heartbreaking there if you're Ryblet, that power-up punch there. You really need that to KO that Pokemon. You need to make sure you can save that energy for that Dragalge matchup in the back, but IVs matter a lot, especially when they do, as is the famous quote here in this community. But that Swampert there, managing to hang on with just a sliver, just the last piece of pie there to get that last shield from that Scrafty and effectively lock up that game between Rise to Occasion and Ryblet. Very, very well played by Rise to Occasion. I do feel like it was always going to potentially be an uphill battle for Ryblet with that Pachirisu really only having one target that you want to line it up on. But definitely well played regardless. I think that if you were to take a look at both of those teams in a vacuum, you would probably say the matchup should be pretty handily goes to Rise to Occasion, but very well played by both players regardless.
Welcome back in, Steve. How's it going back there?
Going all right. Absolutely fantastic to be able to watch these battles and just, be chewing on my fingernails and not have anyone notice. But I have a feeling that Rise to Occasion is really making a name for himself with this outrage Dragalge. Earlier on in the tournament, we saw him land 3 outrages in a single game and, finishing off the winners finals with that outrage, no shields left in play. It definitely seems to be a pretty strong Pokemon and moveset for Rise to Occasion, and really just a great set of battles. I mean, as always, it is so much fun to sort of see it play out in the sort of, when it gets to the 2-1, we get to those decisive games 3s. It really does bring out the hype. And as you were sort of mentioning, Payne, with the IVs not mattering until they do, there was definitely a lot of trainers knowing their Pokemon in these battles and knowing what they can and can't take, and the perfect amounts of sort of undercharging and farming, getting the right amount of energy and movesets as well. But I mean, definitely a really strong gameplay from both battlers. And I mean, what were your sort of favorite parts of this sort of winners finals as we sort of wrapping up this top half of the bracket before we move on to the lower half?
I'm still disturbed by the Qwilfish. The Qwilfish still bothers me. It's going to haunt my nightmares, having that very still, eerily still Qwilfish on the field of play. I hope that visual bug gets resolved soon.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth. I was also going to jump the gun and talk about how much I hated seeing that Qwilfish not move at all. Absolutely dreadful, haunting animation lacking there. Definitely hope that at least in the games remaining for this event for Rise to Occasion, that Qwilfish is certainly a Pokemon that looks weaker, just so that I don't have to keep looking at that Pokemon dead as night, standing still. But incredible games all around. Still very, very happy to see that we do have a non-NA representative still in this event. As much as it pains me that it is going to be Vroom Vroom Pow playing into Jay's fan, my local Canadian, I do like to see when we have some diversity in terms of regions still alive this deep into the tournament.
Right. It looks like we'll have Jay's fan versus Vroom Vroom Pow. The winner of that match will take on Ryblet to move on to the grand finals. Like you have your fellow Canadian, Rise to Occasion is my fellow Wisconsinite hailing from Milwaukee. I'm also a Wisconsin native. So definitely a trainer that I am excited to see in the grand finals here today.
Oh, definitely. I feel like Rise to Occasion, an infectious personality in this community. You'd be hard pressed to find somebody not familiar with the content that he's creating, both on his Twitch channel and through his YouTube, a pillar of this community in terms of sportsmanship and as well as just raw work ethic. Rise to Occasion, you see this name in every event. You see this name on any regional that he can get to in terms of play Pokemon, any major 7-round Silph event. This guy is a grinder. Always happy to see that hard work pay off here heading into the grand finals.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. A very hard worker, a very kind person. Definitely someone deserved to be in the grand finals. So taking a look again at some of how these battlers have gone through today. So Rise to Occasion staying in the winner's half of the bracket this entire time. And then we have Jay's Fan, who was knocked out by Vroom Vroom Pow, if I'm not mistaken. So is this going to be a rematch here in the lower half of the bracket?
The story writes itself. Jace Fan 55 is indeed going to be going in for the rematch up against Vroom Vroom Power. So it was 2-1 back in that very first round. So, Jace Fan didn't walk away empty-handed. So it definitely has an opportunity to sort of try and come back and take out Vroom Vroom Power this time. See if you can sort of apply the knowledge gained from the first three battles they completed and try and bring it back again to try and come out on top. But, Vroom Vroom Power has also been able to pick up that 3 games worth of knowledge and maybe able to apply that to Jay's Fan as well. So it will be a very different set of battle. It is, in usual Silph Arena Swiss formats, you don't end up facing the same player twice in a row. So you sort of play and then you're done and then that's that. But now that you're sort of in this very different spot where you both understand your opponent's teams a little bit better, you both have a really good understanding of your opponent's movesets, their mindsets, what they like to lead with, where they like to swap out their teams from game to game, depending on whether they win or lose. They've both been able to learn quite a lot from each other. So going into a fresh set of 3, it's going to be quite a different battle for sure, and definitely excited to see how it goes. But worth noting as well that, as we sort of mentioned a little earlier in the stream, is that there is cash prizes on the line. Rise to Occasion has secured himself in the top 2 and therefore at minimum is already going home with a $200 USD prize. So definitely Rise to Occasion probably pretty happy with himself at the moment, but still only 1 set or maybe 2 sets away from the World Championship title. Riblet also locked in with at least $100 USD, but Jay's Fan 55 and Vroom Vroom Power going to have to fight it out for that 3rd place spot to also lock themselves in the cash prize pool. So we will just have to wait and see how that does go out. But both battlers is definitely going incredibly well, as we've sort of seen the battles unfold over the past couple of rounds, over the past couple of hours. If we want to go back to the sort of draft bracket to take a look at all of the teams here, we can sort of, get a little bit of preview about what we might see coming up with the Jays Fan 55 versus a Vroom Vroom Pout matchup. Obviously, again, we have seen this before, but we've got the 2nd and the 3rd lines of this graphic sort of facing up against each other. There is going to be another chance to see Buzzwole. So please just answer me this. Do we get to see Buzzwole this time? Is there room for the Buzzwole, or are we going to be denied yet again?
I don't know.
Won't see it.
Yeah, I'm looking at these matchups and I'm not seeing the best situation for this very buff bug. I love its charge attack, fast attack animation where it flexes and almost looks like it's winking back at the camera. Absolutely a fantastic Pokemon, but doesn't look like a really good setup for it here.
Remember, we did say this a little earlier about that Shadow Dragonite, and we're definitely proved well and truly wrong. So maybe that means that we can be confident that Buzzwole will come out swinging this time around and put on a real show.
I would love to see that. I'm sure PayneDunn would also love to see that as well.
I absolutely would love to. That's in fact why I'm projecting so much that this Pokemon is so severely unplayable in this matchup, is just because I love being proven wrong, and I haven't been proven right even once, I think, so far in this cast. So setting a new standard for caster, I would say incompetence or incorrectness, supposedly in these matchups. But it is always nice to be proven wrong, because it does demonstrate just how much diversity and flexibility there are in these games and in this Show 6 format. It's not nearly as cut and paste as it might seem if you're playing a 72-hour round event and you've got time to start stimming your matchups and get into the intricacies. The picture painted by the sims, whatever option you use to sim these battles, never translates quite as right. onto the to the paper as it often plays out, especially when we have these Pokemon that Jay's fan has opted to bring here, these high volatile Pokemon. Yeah, you might lose the twos as Shadow Dragonite against a lot of Pokemon, but suddenly it doesn't matter if your opponent tries to call a bait that's incorrect and you've KO'd an Empoleon with a very single superpower. So always definitely very, very interesting when we can have these live events when players maybe don't have quite as much time to sim the intricacies of their matchups and need to sort of adapt on the fly. Always happy to see that.
I would definitely agree. You mentioned, casters being wrong. Sometimes it seems like casters, we get to make all the calls because we can see both sides of the screen at the same time. Sometimes it seems like we know it all and we can use our future sight to determine the map of the battle. But also, we are not these battlers. These battlers have had a chance to sit and think through these matchups and really sit and think about their opponent's teams. So they're going to be able to come up with some really creative uses of their Pokemon in these different lines. So really excited to see how that is going to play out for Vroom Vroom Pow, for Jays Fan 5 battling out for that third place spot, in addition to trying to fight their way up into the grand finals.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, these players are some of the best in the world for a very, very specific reason. And I don't know about you two watching along these games, but I think that if I was playing, I would have lost every single one with how my thought processes have been navigating through. So very happy to see these players finding utility in Pokemon that I can't. In terms of that Shadow Dragonite, basically running through earlier matches in this tournament. Everybody loves a rematch story, and if it's going to happen, I love to see it happen with these two teams that are just chock full of very interesting and dynamic Pokemon. Maybe as much as we're talking about, I would love to see the Buzzwole here. This might be an opportunity if you're Vroom Vroom Pow to bring in that Como-O. It looks a lot better here in this lineup than potentially it might have earlier on in the event. Fighting Dragon type is necessarily not something you'd be super excited to write home about in a vacuum of Open Great League, but if you've got Dragonite, Lickitung, Buzzwole, Steelix is going to get hit really hard by that close combat if it can get there. So now suddenly you've got a Pokemon that just last matchup looked bar unplayable, potentially being the driver for this next matchup. So gotta love it when these kind of unique intricacies happen here, and it's a little less about, who manages to utilize their energy a bit better on a Medicham,
Yeah, and we were talking about the Steelix, how good it looked earlier in an earlier matchup for Jay's fan. Steelix not looking as hot here, I would say, up against Vroom Vroom Pow's team. Definitely going to take a lot of damage from the Empoleon. Could get hit with really good energy ball neutral against from the Jumpluff. That doesn't want to really see the ground type Runerigus. Superpower from Malamar. Steelix not looking as solid of a pick as it was against Zappin 9, where it looked good, but then it fainted from a play rough from a Dedenne, which neither of us expected.
Yeah, definitely. That was, I think, unfortunately, the only utility that we saw that Dedenne able to bring to the table there. And if you had told me where is this Dedenne going to be useful, I certainly would not have said KOing a Steelix. But again, what do I know? Apparently, that varies from match to match. But definitely, always love to see these Pokemon happen to sort of pull some wins, to pull some security.
Muted Steve.
All me. Look, it's actually quite an achievement that we've been able to get this far into the stream without any incorrect muting going on. So, I apologize for breaking the streak, but I think we should all get a pat on the back for doing so well to get through most of the tournament without having any of that occur. But with that said, that does bring us to the close of the winners bracket before we jump over into the elimination bracket. And sadly, that does mean we're going to be bringing it to the end of the DeFi and NoFunPayneDunn casting duo that has blessed us through the elimination bracket as well as the winners finals. It's been an absolute pleasure to watch these two casting away, and absolutely so much thanks for for coming on and giving us your sort of thoughts as these battles do come on. So before we sort of send you off to never be seen again in Pokemon Go PvP, same as King and NHoff, forever and ever, please just, tell us where we can sort of find you and what you're sort of up to. DeFi, you can go first. I know you're both so polite, so I'll target and get it started.
Awesome. Well, you can find me on twitch.tv/DPhie250. That's DPHIE250. You can also find me on Twitter, on Instagram, on TikTok, with the youths. I do post a little bit there. And you can also catch me on the Play Pokemon circuit. I've had the honor and privilege to be able to work with the Play Pokemon team, and that has been honestly one of the best experiences I've ever had. So you can check me out there on the official Pokemon YouTube channel or on the official Pokemon Go Twitch stream.
Absolutely. And of course, a pleasure to always see you on those Play Pokemon booths. And Payne, same questionino.
I'm starting to wish that I went first. That's an impressive resume you got there. You can find me in the Twitch chat of your favorite Pokemon Go streamer. Please feel free to chat with me, say hello. Apparently, I'm also on Twitter, allegedly at PayneDunn. So feel free to come and interact with me there as well. But of course, you can catch me hopefully competing in the up-and-coming Pokemon Go Play regional circuits. So I'll be attending as many of those as I can in my local region. And if anybody happens to be making the trek over to Toronto and sees me walking around, please come help me. I'm probably lost and need food. So this has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for allowing me to be part of this journey with both of you. And off to the Shadow Realm, I guess we go.
I suppose. But yeah, PayneDunn, it's the first time that we've casted together. I hope it's not the last. And also want to thank PvPC for having us on, and also thank MissMystic in production, as well as our tournament organizers and everybody working so hard in the Silph Arena to bring this production to us.
Absolutely. So with that said, thank you again for coming on, because it has been an absolute pleasure to watch these battles with you two absolutely beautiful people in my ears. So thank you very much. And with that said, we'll catch you in the next one. Hey guys. All right, so that does close out the winners finals of the tournament, but we are definitely not done yet. We are just heating up. So as we sort of bring it to the very last couple, we've got 4 players. We've got the top 4 left in this double elimination format. 3 of them have lost once, so they only have to lose one more time and they are out of the tournament, with Rise to Occasion being the last battler left completely undefeated. So Jay's fan, Vroom Vroom Power, going to be fighting it out in the elimination bracket again, as we mentioned before, for that at least third place placing, and landing themselves right into the prize pool of the tournament as well, with at least $100 instantly going to their name. So definitely a lot on the line here. Not only the Silph Arena World Championships, but a little bit of cash sprinkled on top as well, which is always nice to be rewarded for these tournaments. Rise to Occasion has definitely won a number of cash prizes in some external tournaments, and I believe some ranked Silph tournaments as well. Definitely a really incredible battler, and someone who is definitely was probably one of the top pegged players to take this one out. So not a surprise to see him in the grand finals. But as we sort of head towards the as we sort of head into this Jays fan versus Vroom Vroom Power matchup, it is sort of time to bring in our next pair of casters, who are some of the best in the business. Absolutely fantastic gentlemen. We're going to be bringing in also familiar from the Play Pokemon circuit. We're going to be bringing in KalebPeng, absolute legend and Bastiodon abuser, and the Silph Arena Season 2 World Champion, SpeediestChief, blessing us with his presence. And there they are, those handsome gentlemen. How is it going, guys?
Hey, Steve, it's great to see you. I'm really excited. I mean, Caleb, go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, let's go.
No, I just wanted to say I'm really excited to be here. We've arrived again at the World Championships. I've been watching some of the stream, and I mean, the battlers are just insanely talented. We see this every single season in the Silph Arena, and this season is no exception. I'm really, really excited to get into the rest of these games.
Yeah, I'm excited to be here too. I will say a little disappointed Bastion's been banned, but also feels good that Fortress was not banned, and I don't think has made it onto the stage. So I feel like I still took a dub over Speedy here in some way, shape, or form. But yeah, these have been some good battles.
Was banned as
Oh,
well.
Yeah.
It
It
was,
was.
yeah.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
So actually, we're even. We're even here.
Banned a little bit later. Round 1 ban versus round 3 ban, kind of different there, Speedy.
It is a little bit different, right? But Fortress is one of those picks that kind of sneaks in and just destroys everything if it gets in. So you have to make sure it goes out. And Bastion's like public enemy #1. So I understand the banning rate here. But I don't know, Caleb, based on what you've seen from the stream so far, do you have a favorite team that's still in here? I know we're going to watch Vroom Vroom Pow, and I'm really, really impressed with these first picks from him, round 1 and round 2. And I think our friend Arrow would be as well.
Yeah, I'm actually a really big fan of Vroom Vroom Pow's team here. Looking at the teams initially, I was a little concerned for Rise. It's like, I don't know, that team looks kind of wonky. I'm not really sure if it's going to work well. Shadow Machamp first pick, a little bit interesting there. But Rise has proven me wrong once again. So excited to see who faces off against Rise in the grand finals here. But we do have an interesting rematch coming up here.
It looks like we are going to be jumping sort of straight into it. We're going to be getting ahead pretty quick here. So we're going to jump into the sort of zoomed in teams for Vroom Vroom Pow versus JSFan55. And again, this is actually a rematch because Vroom Vroom Pow is able to take JSFan55 out in the first round of the tournament. So they've come back and going to run it back again. So, I mean, take it away. What are you sort of seeing in these two teams that we're looking at here, Caleb?
Yeah, honestly, that Como O looks really scary for Vroom Vroom Pow, having played pretty much against every single thing on JSFan's team here. But JSFan really making Shadow Dragonite shine, even in not the greatest matchups. Like I saw Shadow Dragonite take out the Dedenne earlier, which is just a fairy type, double resisting the dragon damage, but still just chunking away. So I think I would expect JSFan to rely a lot. I think there's going to be a lot of dragon play on both ends, if I were to guess.
Yeah, I think I share a similar sentiment, but I'm looking primarily at the Runerigus. We did see the Runerigus Shadow Ball the Frostlass just a couple of games ago, and it looks so powerful here as well. It kind of forces JSFan to play his Dragonite, to play his Lickitung, and then if you become too predictable, like you said, Caleb, maybe the other dragon there for Vroom Vroom can come out to play. But I think the Runerigus is key. It's got some positive matchups across the board, and it's going to be very tricky to deal with it because you need to build up energy. You need time to kind of fight back against the ground and ghost type Pokemon, and you don't have a lot of time to spare when you have a Pokemon that does learn Sand Tomb, Shadow Ball, and has above average bulk as well.
Yeah, definitely. So it is interesting. I love draft formats too because you get some of these more unique picks. You almost never see Runerigus or Buzzwole or even Tentacruel, in a lot of these standard formats. But because of these draft formats, we get to see some Pokemon shine that we don't usually see, which could be pretty interesting here.
Yeah, exactly right. Well, I'm interested to see how this all turns out. I'm coming in here with kind of a fresh slate, right? I wasn't able to catch the first match, so I'm going to need chat and maybe our host, PvP Steve, to kind of guide us through what you've seen from the previous matches and how that impacts here. But for me, it's a fresh take, and I think it's going to be really exciting to watch how this unfolds.
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't actually get to see these battles on stream in the very first round. So we're actually going into it a little bit blind. It's these two battlers that are going to know things a lot better than us. So if you see them seem to like big brain, shield, surprise, spicy moveset, you've probably seen it before in that very first round. But we will just have to wait and sort of see how that goes. It looks like they're still just inviting each other at the moment. So still got a little bit before we get into the battles. But something that we haven't got to see a lot of in this stream at all, and by a lot of, I mean anything, is the Buzzwole from JSFan55. And my gosh, do I want to just be able to see it at least once. Just it graces with its presence and show us what its moveset might be. So right before NoFunPayneDunn and DeFi 250 didn't seem to have much confidence, but can either of you please just give me a little bit of hope that we may get to see a Buzzwole come out here, or is it just dead in the water up against this quite aggressive team from Vroom Vroom Pow?
Honestly, that Buzzwole doesn't look too bad. You really just have to avoid the Runerigus there. But outside that, you still have a lot of neutral play with the lunges against the Jump Love, and you have a lot of neutral play with Superpower as well. And you just decimate Malamar with that lunge as well too. So I don't know. I kind of like how Buzzwole looks. One of the coolest Pokemon in character design, in my opinion, as well, too. So I would love to see some flex on the stream later today.
Yeah, I think even though these teams are unique and we are kind of operating within that draft format, a lot of them still have defined roles. I mean, we've seen Malamar be a safe switch here for Vroom Vroom so far on the stream today, and it typically is for most trainers. And if you can anticipate that safe switch, send in the Buzzwole, like you said, Caleb, land that double super effective lunge, and then set yourself up to superpower an Empoleon or even a Skuntank down the stretch, I think Buzzwole has a lot of play. But on the flip side of that, it does become a little bit predictable if you kind of expect that Pokemon to come out and meet the Malamar. So maybe you bring your Jump Bluff and you have that Acrobatics, which is just going to absolutely annihilate Buzzwole. And it's such a tough matchup for that Pokemon. And there are other ways to fight back as well, whether it be the Drill Peck on Empoleon or, like you said, that hard counter Runerigus. So it's going to be a little bit tricky, but I think Buzzwole, like Pokemon that learn Icy Wind or Lunge, if in Buzzwole's example, they're great setup Pokemon. They kind of allow the rest of the team to flourish. So if you have a unfavorable matchup, maybe you can land that Lunge and then bring in a secondary Pokemon to have a better matchup, exit with energy, and then dominate the back line. And I'm sure Jace Fan is looking at strategies just like that.
Yeah, especially with that acrobatics too. That jump bluff looks super strong for Vroom Pow in pretty much most situations there. You have a lot of coverage. You could really just hit most things quite hard, or at least for neutral here. At the same time, I feel like that Lickitung is really safe for Jace Fan as well. So I expect Jace Fan to bring that a lot. We saw Jace Fan bring some of that earlier as well in previous other battles, using it as a safe swap and just using it and just to soak up a lot of damage and kind of chip down opponents in whatever matchup he's in.
All right, I think we have some battles on the horizon. Let's get some energy going in the chat as we queue up for game number 1, Shadow Dragonite versus Jump Bluff. Let's see what this fast attack is here on the Jump Bluff.
Yeah, so this is not the best situation for the jump up, but you do have that hard-hitting acrobatics, and you kind of have to respect that. And you do see the Fairy Wind here, so a lot of super effective damage back, but these Shadow Dragon Breaths are just killer here. And we see Vroom Pow going for an Energy Ball bait here and does get shielded, which is a huge early shield.
Yeah, hoping potentially for that defense fall. Doesn't get it, but the Fairy Wind is still applying a lot of pressure and building up here to double Dragon Claws. This is so strange to see a Dragon type just hanging in here against those fast attack Fairy Winds.
Yeah, but at the same time too, a year ago, you wouldn't expect a jump up to even be able to fast food down a Dragonite almost to half health range. And we see Vroom Pow committing both shields, probably going for this acrobatics here after already getting that first shield bait. And let's see how Jason responds. Does go straight for the acrobatics, and we get the second shield here. So Jason really want to preserve switch advantage here.
Yeah, both trainers really fighting very, very hard for switch advantage. No protect shields, or excuse me, one protect shield left on the board. Here comes the Como-O into that Steelix counter swap, but look at that close combat just loading up.
Yeah, dude, as expected, this Como-O is deadly into Jace Fan's team, and a no shield to Steelix would go down very quick here. And you have a Lickitung, so you kind of want to worry about this close combat here too. No, you see Steelix actually hanging on here and then going for a straight fast move down, surviving with just like 2 HP.
Wow, yeah, not switching out there, not saving that Pokemon, coming in here with the Jump Bluff, looking for the Fairy Wind down, and oh my gosh, it's a Simul KO. Steelix putting in so much work here, and Skuntank is now all alone.
Yeah, the Skuntank is not in the worst position there, too. I know Jace Fan kind of going for the farm down there. I think it would have been not the worst case scenario either way for Jace Fan, because if he spent the energy against Vroom Pow, the Skuntank just gets a little bit more farm here. But Skuntank against the world here, kind of like Vroom Pow against all of North America here. Can Vroom Pow close it out against this Lickitung, resisting all of Lickitung's movesets here except for the Body Slam?
Yeah, you need a key defense drop to occur here, and you probably need to go for Crunch because it is that same type of attack bonus. First one coming through, does it trigger the debuff? And it does! Lickitung getting weaker here. Skuntank might have a shot.
That's a huge debuff, such an early debuff too. It looks like the Skuntank is going to potentially get to another Crunch, but it looks like Skuntank could also go straight for the Flamethrower, which would likely knock out this Lickitung at this point.
Oh, and he is going straight for the Flamethrower. Great call, Caleb. Here it comes after that defense drop. The mighty Lickitung looks mortal here as the Flamethrower will absolutely connect and roast that normal type Pokemon. That's a KO.
Wow. Okay. What a impressive first match from Vroom Pow there too. A crucial first bait with the energy ball there. But Shadow Dragonite, you kind of have to respect everything. Honestly, if that energy ball went unshielded, those Fairy Wind would definitely start adding up there as well too. And as predicted, that jump up being super safe, as well as that Como-O for Vroom Pow. And we do see dragons on both sides, but the Como-O just closing out that Steelix with a huge hard-hitting close combat to set up that Skuntank in the back.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to call Jump Bluff a sleeper pick, but the more that we look at the teams, I think the more important it is to look at what isn't on the roster there. No ice type pressure there from Jace Fan, so that Jump Bluff's primary fear is not on the board. And if you can kind of rule out the Tentacruel as well, given your Runerigus and Malamar presence there, I think you can be very well set up to have Jump Bluff see success. And then on the flip side, when your only fighting type attack format is that charge attack from the dragon there from Vroom Vroom, it's really tough not to just bring that Lickitung and safe switch it or try to close with it. So Caleb, I have a question. I mean, we saw the Lickitung get bested by the Skuntank with a shield advantage there, and I've noticed Vroom Vroom Pow does play for that late game shield advantage. Do you think he does the same thing here in game number 2?
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, I think Vroom Vroom Pow's strategy is pretty straightforward here. You know, you have the safe Jump Bluff, you have the safe Como O. I'm curious how Jace Fan adjusts, because we saw Jace Fan with Dragonite and kind of the double bulky Pokemon in the back. But we are going into game number 2 here, and we see the Shadow Dragonite in the lead again. Same exact team composition for Jace Fan here.
Yeah, I think wanting one more shot here, feeling that the team composition is superior. Jace Fan locking in the same trio, coming here with the foul play first, and Shadow Dragonite is just such a shield eater. It puts out so much pressure, but it demands so many resources in return.
Yeah, you are not wrong about that. And we see Jace Fan really over farming here a little bit. And, you know, these Psycho Cuts are not nearly as scary as those Fairy Wind. And we see a shield from Vroom Vroom Pow as well, too. Maybe going for the same play, trying to get that shield advantage. But this Dragonite is close on that second Shadow Call. And again, you see Jace Fan double shielding the Dragonite here. Dragonite 4 for 4 on clogging every shield in the first 2 games.
Dragonite does get a shield. Here comes the Jump Bluff now, and this matchup is very different. Like you mentioned, Caleb, no shield advantage, but there are 2 Pokemon in the back, and I think you can make a move here. Maybe reach for the Steelix when you anticipate this first charge attack to come through.
Yeah, and we see Vroom Pow just trusting the bulk of that Jump Bluff, and here comes the Steelix, but you have to respect the energy balls here, and they are going to be neutral, but Steelix is quite bulky as well.
Yeah, this is not a Shadow Jump Bluff, but still meaningful damage, and we've seen that defense drop just be really critical here in the late game in battle number 1. Coming in with the Psychic Fang, this is a sure defense drop, and now these Dragon Tails are going to start to add up.
Yeah, so this is going to be pretty interesting here. I think Vroom Pow's going to implement a similar strategy as game number 1 here, saving that shield for the Skuntank, but without that hard-hitting Como O to take out the Steelix this time, this Steelix is going to actually come out with some meaningful energy to potentially throw at either Skuntank or the Malamar.
Yeah, and we saw in game number 1, Vroom Vroom Pow really has a tough time using his fast attack pressure. Oh my gosh, unable to get the switch off there. But he can't use his fast attack pressure to farm down. And now Skuntank is really outmatched here. Steelix is just going to fire off 2 or maybe even 3 Psychic Fangs.
Yeah, these Psychic Fangs are definitely going to start adding up with the Dragon Tail damage, but I think this is not a bad strategy from Vroom Pow, knowing that it's not an Earthquake here, and has the Malamar to potentially still dip out. And we see the Malamar coming in here, maybe hoping to get to that superpower, but Jace Fan's like, no, you're going to have to spend a shield if you're going to do all of that. And we do see the shield from Vroom Pow here, going to maybe commit a shield here to chunk a huge part of Lickitung's health here.
And it's so tempting to just try to go for that lick down and gather that energy. But the body slam, the awareness here by Jace Fan is so critical. Like you said, Caleb, stripping away that one advantage that Vroom Vroom Pow really leveraged to win game number 1.
Yeah, this is looking like an interesting spot for Vroom Pow. Vroom Pow has to 1v3 here with Skuntank, but it's looking a little bit harder than the previous matchup without the shield advantage here. Although Lickitung is kind of low, but you know, you're just super resisting all these poison jabs on that Steelix, so you're gonna have to do a lot of work here and come out with some energy to have any chance.
Yeah, he's really kind of picking his spots here. He's taking that resisted lick damage because he knows when that Dragonite hits the field, it's going to deal a ton of neutral damage. So he builds the 2 moves, probably hoping Jace Fan brings in the Dragonite here so he can deploy this charge attack energy. But it's really tough because you have Dragon pressure coming from both sides.
Yeah, this Steelix is going to probably absorb a lot of the energy here. We do have Charge Room priority going to the Skuntank here, but the Skuntank out fast move damage a Shadow Dragonite here. That's kind of a tall order.
Yeah, Skunk Tank is just going to jab away, but Dragonite's bearing down, and oh my goodness, it reaches the Dragon Claw, and it might not even have been needed, but Skunk Tank is going to get Control Alt deleted here by this charge attack.
Yes, Dragon Claw for good measure in the end there too. So great. I would say I was going to say great adjustment for Jace Fan, but Jace Fan just decided to go with the same exact team composition and still make it work too. So let's see how Vroom Pow adjusts here. I thought Jace Fan, maybe need to potentially lean on the Tentacruel a little bit here or there to have some options against that jump love, but it looks like Jace Fan is just trusting that Dragonite and double bulky tank Pokemon in the back strategy.
Yeah, I really like your call out there. I do think the Tentacruel has a ton of neutral play, and it helps you to slow down the game a bit as well. Whenever you have a Pokemon like Shadow Dragonite that really commands your shields, it commands your resources, you have to pair it with two Pokemon that don't really need the same protection. I think that Steelix is probably the #1 Pokemon that needs to show up here for Jace Fan again, because the lack of fast move pressure is something he's just capitalized on. But in your opinion, Caleb, if you've seen that Steelix be so hard to fast attack down, is it finally time to bring your own Empoleon here?
Yeah, Empoleon does look pretty solid here. Is one of the most reliable checks to that Steelix there, resisting every move except for that Crunch. But it could be in a tough spot. Even that Shadow Dragonite has a lot of play, especially with Superpower these days against that Empoleon. At the same time, too, I'm wondering if Jace Fan considers that Buzzwole very weak that jump off, as you got to expect jump off to come in here, but super strong against that Malamar and that Skuntank, and having a lot of play into that Empoleon as well too. So Jace Fan may just run the same team 3 games in a row. I don't know, we'll see, but I think that Lickitung is probably going to be a for sure lock-in regardless.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Lickitung and the Steelix, maybe even a Steelix and Tentacruel combination could be the play. But game 3 is really where it comes down to team predictions. I mean, if you predict Jace Fan to just kind of run it back, as we say, and run the same trio again, because it is so powerful, he kind of challenges you. He says, if you're not going to stop it, I'm just going to keep on making this play. And you don't want to look back and say, I knew the team that was coming. I recognized what was coming, and I just didn't trust myself to make the right call. So this is a very tough lock-in here for Vroom Vroom Pow. I do think the momentum has shifted over into Jace Fan's court. I think he definitely has a lot of headway in this decisive game 3, and it's kind of on Vroom Vroom Pow to make the adjustment.
Yeah, I actually completely understand now why Jace Fan's leading that Shadow Dragonite. It pretty much is his best lead regardless of the situation. If you do come in with that Empoleon, he can superpower and dip. He can fast move pressure and pretty much win switch advantage against anything to ensure he has solid pairings in the back end there. So I would be shocked if we don't see Shadow Dragonite in the lead here again. The backline might change a little bit, or maybe he just wants the same thing. But yeah, that Shadow Dragonite looking super strong. And I've seen it a couple times in draft formats, and I'm not surprised, especially with the superpower buff these days.
I do have a soft spot in my heart for a Alolan Raichu. If you're expecting the Empoleon or the Malamar, it could be a fun play, but let's see what happens here. We've got the Shadow Dragonite, just like you said, Caleb. This time the Jump Bluff hits the field, and we do see a team shift here from Vroom Vroom Pow.
Yeah, Jace Fan, a madman here, bringing the same exact team composition, but Vroom Pow saying, you know what? I'm tired of that Steelix. I'm bringing the Empoleon. Let's go. And we see Vroom Pow going straight away for acrobatics here. But again, Jace Fan shielding this move. And maybe we go 6 for 6 on every shield spent on this Shadow Dragonite in this whole set.
I would not be shocked, and I think after that game 1, going for the energy ball, maybe trying to catch Jace Fan snoozing, but he is wide awake. Going for the Dragon Claw here against the Jump Bluff. No Protect Shield from Vroom Vroom Pow. He's played this matchup out at least twice, hoping to get to another charge attack, but Dragonite trying to cut him off. I really love Jace Fan's aggression here.
Yeah, and we see Vroom Pow here going for that second acrobatics, trying to get all the shields down here. Shields down would be pretty crucial, and we do get to the acrobatics here. Jace Fan, as expected, spending every single shield in this entire set on this Shadow Dragonite. Let's see if it's going to pay off here. Having switch advantage is going to be pretty crucial. We see an aggressive swap into this Empoleon, and we do see the big superpower coming, and this is going to be a huge shield from Vroom Pow. But I think this is going to be interesting now, because now Jace Fan can swap here now that this Empoleon is locked in, and you have the matchup you want with the Lickitung against Empoleon on the back end here.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you if you thought this swap was critical, because it kind of allows Jace Fan to continue to dictate the matchup. And even though you have all this stored energy, Lickitung is going to reach that Power Whip first, and I think it might just be enough, and you get to avoid that really critical matchup of Steelix versus that Empoleon.
Yeah, we see Jason timing it right before Rumor Pow is close to the Hydro Cannon in energy here, and we see a huge power whip, but not before the Hydro Cannon is going to land on the Lickitung before this Empoleon gets knocked out.
Yeah, here comes that second Hydro Cannon. It is not enough. Lickitung is so incredibly bulky, and he actually does get licked down as well, unable to do anything more with the Empoleon. But he does get a couple of Psycho Cuts there, and the switch timers are up. I think there's a lot of play here, especially with Malamar's superpower, and you can swap out to that jump left to reset the debuff.
Yeah, definitely. We saw actually a purposeful undercharge here, and we see the Dragonite coming, trying to do some shadow Dragon Breath energy, but now comes the Steelix here. We see a foul play here first, which makes sense because Rumor probably doesn't want to debuff right away, wants to chip this down, and then maybe go for a superpower to clear the debuff here.
Yeah, this is such a risky catch opportunity as well because you want to make the switch, but you don't know when the charge attack is coming, and he pulls the trigger into the jump bluff, and it doesn't work. Jace fan sniffs it out.
Yeah, unfortunately, we do get the Dragon Tail to come through. This is going to be a superpower here, but it's not before Jace Fan throws a move. Did Jace Fan hit that crunch yet? And it looks like no Malamar in charging priority here. Jace Fan did not hit that crunch. This is going to be a fast move all here. Can you Psycho Cut down, double debuff Malamar against a Shadow Dragonite here? And it is going to go to the Malamar. What a closeout Game 3 match for Vroom Vroom Pow.
Oh my goodness, Malamar coming out of nowhere there. Incredible back-to-back superpower, failing to trigger the charge with priority. Steelix unable to silence that squid Pokemon, and Malamar, my goodness, it just paper cut its way through the Dragonite.
Yeah, dude, that was such a close matchup here too. And I think if Jace Fan didn't try to Dragon Breath down to Malamar ahead of time, but save some of that health for the final Dragon Breath down when that Malamar was double debuffed at that point, that might have switched the tides there. But you know, that's really hard to predict sometimes in the heat of the moment there. But incredible set from both competitors. Jace Fan running the same three Pokemon, double killing the Dragonite in all 3 games. But Vroom Pow making adjustments there and closing out an exciting Game 3. And we see the Twitch chat really sending their energy to Vroom Pow, the last standing non-North America competitor here. So if you're rooting against North America, you're putting all your hopes and dreams into Vroom Pow.
Dude, I agree with you, Caleb. I thought that coming in with the Dragonite there against the Malamar, it was a little bit tricky. Sometimes late in the game, you want to bank a charge attack and have that ready for the final moments of the battle. Maybe Jace Fan thought he was closer to the Dragon Claw than he really was, and giving the Malamar those extra 3 or 4 Psycho Cuts really added up in the end. I don't know, Steve, do you agree, or did you see something that we missed?
Oh, no, I definitely agree. And that was definitely a wild little closing out set there. I mean, so unfortunate that the crunch sort of just when I wasn't activated that one charge move earlier, I didn't get to throw it before that Malamar was able to get to the 2 superpowers. I mean, there were so many spots in that battle that felt like they were sort of game deciding, you know, able to get that extra Hydro Cannon off from the Empoleon, surviving the Power Whip from the Lickitung really just did help get the extra damage. And as Caleb mentioned before, the undercharge to get that little bit of that extra couple of Psycho Cuts on that Lickitung really proved to just be quite important, and really nice play with throwing that foul play to just try and chip that Steelix down a little bit before starting to throw the superpower, throwing the debuffs, even not actually catching the move on the jump bluff. Was still able to sort of push through and put on the big damage, but definitely really well played from both battles there for sure, and keeping the APAC representation in the tournament, which was important.
Most
Absolutely.
How playing that Game 3 with no Shadow Dragonite true counters there and still able to come across, beat a 2-shielded Shadow Dragonite is very, very impressive.
Yeah, I was really blown away because the momentum seemed to swing, right? We can see as casters, we can see those back lines. We can see that dreaded Empoleon versus Steelix matchup about to unfold. But then the switch by Vroom Vroom Pow kind of opened the door for Jay's fan. He's able to send out the Lickitung, get the KO, almost a simultaneous KO, but still maintaining switch advantage. And I thought that Vroom Vroom Pow maybe made a misstep there early on in the matchup, but the Malamar was just so incredible. And I guess Jay's fan kind of saw the opening, but he opened a door of his own by sending in the Dragonite, giving the Malamar the extra energy lead, and then Malamar just did the rest.
Most definitely. Really incredible sets on both trainers there for sure.
This is something that is also sort of something that is only be possible due to the draft format of the tournament, as Silph Arena seems to do in sort of being able to highlight these lesser used Pokemon. I mean, Malamar is not a Pokemon you see very often in the play Pokemon circuit, but here it was definitely sort of a linchpin of the battle, performing in the top 4, pushing Vroom Vroom Power into the top 3 of the Silph Arena World Championship. So definitely sort of really putting a lot of emphasis on some very special Pokemon as we sort of get into it. But we can take a look at the updated bracket just to see that Vroom Vroom Pow pushing ahead through into the 3rd place spot, at least the top 3 of the World Championships, and all 3 remaining battlers, Vroom Vroom Pow, Riblet and Rise to Occasion, now left in the prize pool. All 3 of these battlers will be walking away today with an extra $100 USD in the pocket, and that has some room to increase as these battlers sort of try and push through into the later and later stages, getting closer and closer to that World Championship title. But Speedy, you've been in this spot before, sort of closing out the World Championships, getting towards the end, just smelling that title. It must be getting quite stressful towards this point.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like ages ago now, but I just want to emphasize that all these trainers just need to be incredibly proud of how far they've come. And the Silph Arena community is so supportive. It's not like you look at this bracket and you see fallen enemies, right? It's not like you see competitors that you've vested and that you've moved on from. All these trainers are cheering on their comrades here as they move through the bracket. Maybe Rise and Vani have a personal relationship. Maybe, Rise and Inner Bloom have a personal relationship. And I can guarantee you that they're sending messages of support to these battlers that are still in the tournament. And that's really what the Silph Arena is about, right? It's about the community aspect of Pokemon Go PvP. And it was established with the Silph Arena, and it continues to just kind of be spearheaded by this incredible grassroots organization. So when you look back at this bracket, right, you feel like you're climbing up the mountain and the air is getting thinner, but all you have to do is turn around and see all the people below cheering you on.
Yeah, and we have a lot of people cheering on Vroom Vroom Pow, especially in that Twitch chat there. It looks like we have another rematch on the horizon. This is going to be Riblet versus Vroom Vroom Pow too. Riblet being the one to knock Vroom Vroom Pow into the losers bracket. So the only person to take a set off of Vroom Vroom Pow today, but I'm sure Vroom Pow is looking for that redemption.
Yeah, I just think the adjustments here from Vroom Vroom Power are just incredible. I mean, seeing the same team of 3 from Jace Fan all 3 games, you want to start to make those predictions once you see the Shadow Dragonite, once you see that Steelix, you kind of predict the Lickitung, you predict that 3rd Pokemon, but you don't want to over-predict at this stage. It's very, very tough to try to, analyze your opponent and know exactly what they're going to do because the skill ceiling is just that high. But Vroom Vroom Power has been so incredible so far, and I really wanted to speak as well to the draft format and how it changes the competitive landscape, because in a typical Open Great League tournament, you might have Pokemon that are assigned certain roles. You see the Sableye being a safe switch. You see the Galarian Stunfisk being a great closer. But when you're in a draft format, sometimes you just have 3 or 4 Pokemon that really excel against your opponent. Maybe they have good matchups across the board, but sometimes those roles aren't as clearly defined. We talked about Malamar being a safe switch, but I think Vroom Vroom Pow has really kind of shown that he can move the pieces around and make them useful in different dimensions and different areas of the battle.
Yeah, I'm seeing some people on Twitch chat saying Vroom Pow, they call him the pizza man because he always delivers. Let's see if Vroom Pow delivers back-to-back sets here, or if Riblet is going to put an end to Vroom Pow's run. But yeah, looking at these teams here, we do have interesting teams from Riblet as well, running that Shadow Beedrill, which is very, very strong with shields up there. And you got that bulky Jellicent and Lapras to round it out with Pachirisu as well, too. Kind of a North America Canada exclusive Pokemon that some are itching to have.
Yeah, I feel like Riblet kind of channeling the Dunebug World Championship team with that Scrafty as his first pick. Such an incredible, consistent Pokemon. If there's no Charm user on the opposing side, if there's no Fairy Wind Jumpluff, then Scrafty does have a good time in a lot of matchups. The Beedrill, the Dark and Poison combination is so powerful, such a strong core. And then you pair it with the sturdy Pokemon, like you mentioned, Caleb. Jellicent above average bulk. Lapras, we've seen in the play Pokemon circuit, really make some waves here. Pachirisu, exceptionally bulky, and then you have Victini in the back, which kind of looks like a question mark, right? Once you get to that 6th round of picks, a lot of them look a little bit curious, but Victini's ability to break shields and apply pressure early on just cannot be understated. So Riblet has so many different methods of attack when you look at this team.
Yeah, definitely. And we do finally see an ice type too into Rumor Pal's Jump Bluff, Runerigus as well, and the Como Oa as well. So I think Ryblet will probably lean a little bit on that Lapras because again, that Jump Bluff looks super strong, especially with that Fairy Wind too. That Scrafty already had a bad matchup against that Jump Bluff, and it just got even worse with the Fairy Wind addition.
Yeah, I agree. Fairy Wind is really tough. It doesn't do the most damage, but that fairy type attack can add up over time, as we saw with the Dragonite matchup. But some of these matchups are just counterintuitive. Speaking to that Dragonite matchup, we saw that Pokemon stay in 6 for 6, like you said, Caleb. Every single Protect Shield used on the Dragonite and is able to leverage its fast attack pressure to really wear down opponents. So you might look at this team and say, okay, Lapras is going to hard lose to a certain Pokemon. But then again, these matchups are much more fluid, especially in the draft format.
Yeah, most definitely. So we do have the head-to-head teams here now, looking at Ryblet versus Rumor Pal here in a more detailed manner. I don't remember if we saw the Victini earlier, so if it's running Quick Attack, it could make things kind of interesting as well too. But that Confusion also hits quite hard, especially into that Como.
It
I
is
agree.
running Confusion,
Okay.
as we've seen. So
Oh.
no Quick Attack on this particular
Gotcha.
Victini.
Okay, well, Confusion's still one of the best moves in the game too, especially for energy generation. And if you played any of the Psychic Cup, you know, Victini is still quite strong even into that Malamar because those resisted Psycho Cuts just aren't enough. And you just can't Psycho Cut anything down. You just have to throw all your energy to actually take out that Victini before you get V created to knockout range.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Confusion makes this Pokemon a lot better against the Dragon type there for Rumor and Pal, but maybe a little bit worse against Pokemon like the Skuntank and the Malamar. But look at how powerful Scrafty looks here. Super effective counter versus Empoleon. You have the Foul Play for the Runerigus. You have the neutral counter there against the Skuntank and the Power-Up Punches. And then you can also hit a lot of counter damage and Foul Play damage, even Power-Up Punch damage, dealing neutral there against the Malamar. I think Scrafty looks very fearsome in the matchup here.
Yeah, I like Scrafty too, and I think Ruin Pal already showing how much he's willing to rely on that jump bluff. We see that probably a lot here too. So maybe Scrafty and 2 jump bluff checks we'll see from Ryblet. That could be definitely a strong option there.
Yeah, I agree. I think Lapras would be an incredible play here as well. Going to deal super effective Ice Shard damage here to 3 of the 6 Pokemon. And then you also have seen just the power of Lapras. The Skull Bash is so threatening, dealing that neutral, normal type damage, buffing its defense, allowing it to stay on the field longer, and then get off more and more damage as time goes on.
Yeah, all right. So I think trainers are ready and they are locking in their teams. In game number 1, we do see the Lapras into the Runerigus. This is definitely a huge matchup for that Lapras.
Yeah, very, very solid matchup for the Lapras here. Runerigus might see a switch out. Actually going to stay in here because we're ABA weak to ice here, Caleb.
Yeah, this is not great here too. Ruin Pal was able to avoid any ice types in that previous matchup, but this is not looking good for this first one. Going straight for the Shadow Ball, no baits here. And we see a huge impactful shield from Ryblet.
We do see the swap out actually coming in with the Malamar here, and this is interesting because it kind of puts Ryblet in the driver's seat. Do you fire off some energy? Do you make an instant switch? And he is choosing the former here, using the Surf against the Malamar, dealing some chip damage.
Yeah, we see this Lapras being probably the most reliable check to this Malamar, having Malamar having super effective damage for pretty much everything on this team here too. So we see the second shield come out, or no, the first shield come out from Ruin Pal, and now we see the Scrafty coming in here, and Ruin Pal going straight away for the superpower. I like Ryblet not shielding this first superpower, knowing that it could tank a superpower either way, and now it's going to just debuff this Malamar by quite a bit.
I don't know, Caleb. This is so tough because you've allowed this Malamar to get a head start, and Vroom Vroom Pow has shown that the Malamar with energy can just really apply pressure, and it does pull away that final Protect Shield from Ryblet, and now he's put one of his most powerful Pokemon out onto the field, and he doesn't know if it's going to get a positive alignment or not, and the answer is no.
Oh, this is looking so good for Ruin Pal here. Ruin Pal no shielding these foul plays, going for potentially a Fairy Wind farm down. We talked about how strong the jump up is with energy, with the shield advantage. This could be disastrous for Ryblet in the back end.
Yeah, here comes the second foul play. No power-up punches getting used here, so we saw how much damage the first one did. This one will be the same, and Jump Bluff, incredibly tanky, just tanks that second charge attack, still at half health, and like you said, Caleb, just eats up this Scrafty with the Fairy Winds.
Yeah, this is going to be really scary for Ryblet here with the shield advantage that even that Runarigus is going to be kind of deadly for that Jellicent here. And we do see the Jellicent coming in here
Oh my
and is going to take
goodness.
this super effective energy ball. You got super effective energy ball for both Pokemon in the back end here. And this is not looking great for Ryblet at the moment.
Yikes, that's so much damage. And guess what? Jumpluff already has another one loaded up here. Oh my goodness, reaching for the Lapras to soak the energy, but can't quite get to it. Here comes the second energy ball, and Jellicent not making much of an impact here.
No, Jellicent just eating two back-to-back energy balls with just a few hex worth of damage. But it is still kind of close because these ice shards are adding up. The real question is, can Ryblet's Lapras survive the Shadow Ball here? Because it's going to need to get off at least one more Surf to knock out this Runarigus. And Lapras is bulky, but this is also Shadow Ball, one of the best ghost moves in the game.
Yeah, I really appreciate the patience here by Vroom Vroom Pal, trying to get as many Shadow Claws in and kind of measuring his attack. Shadow Ball does come through, neutral damage, and it does KO the Lapras. Wow.
Wow, what a game, especially from Vroom out there being ABA weak to Lapras. Lapras honestly having a lot of play against the entire line, but somehow Vroom Vroom Pow finding a way there. And again, that Jumpluff Fairy Wind down gave Vroom Pow so much of a lead there to the point where that Jellicent had pretty much no play into the entire team.
Yeah, you just have to pick up on tendencies here. We've seen Vroom Vroom Pow just carry that final shield, right? As they say, it's dangerous out there. You better bring this. He brings that Protect Shield with him into the final stretch of the matchup just time and time again, and it allows him to really leverage control. And I want to speak to the Malamar switch in as well. We saw he was ABA weak to ice. Switches in that Malamar, his only Pokemon with neutral play against those fast attacks from Lapras. And I think Ryblet just a little bit indecisive, right? Wasn't sure whether to bring in the Scrafty immediately, fires off the Surf, gathers some extra energy, takes a coffee break, and then sends in the Scrafty. And by then, the Malamar has so much energy, it just does so much damage to Scrafty and takes a Protect Shield as well. I think maybe I would like to see a little more decisiveness here from Ryblet, but it's so tough because sometimes your opponent makes a switch and they try to pull out a Pokemon. Maybe Ryblet tried not to take that Scrafty bait, but ultimately succumb to it.
Yeah, it looks like Ruin Pow really trying to make Twitch chat a profit here, trying to be the pizza man deliver. And we see Ruin Pow delivering on game 1. Let's see if Ruin Pow can do it again in game 2 or 3 here.
Yeah, I mean, something about this Runarigus, I could just see it holding a pizza box. It just seems like that needs to be a thing for Vroom Pow here. But that being said, I think that Ryblet had a solid strategy. I don't know how I feel about the Jellicent. I think maybe selecting something with a little more neutral play could be useful. Maybe even the Beedrill could come to battle here.
Yeah, Jellicent was going to be an interesting one. And now we see the fighter into the fighter. We have the Scrafty into the Como. This is going to be an interesting matchup. I would say this is definitely more in favor of Como here because you can only really throw neutral power punches here from Scrafty unless you want to go for a resisted foul play for just a little bit more damage.
Yeah, I agree. If you only get one charge attack, you definitely want to go with the foul play here. But the power up punch is solid early on, and it does continue to apply pressure. We know this is probably a Dragon Claw. Do we see a no shield here from Ryblet? Does he make the call here early on in this game number 2? And he does.
That's a big call, too, because that could easily be a close combat and dip kind of play. But we see Ryblet building up and then actually catching a Dragon Claw on this Lapras. That's a really great energy soak up play from the Lapras there, too. Really able to handle the Dragon Claw and saving that Scrafty for later. And now we see that Malamar, Vroom Vroom Pow's trusted Pokemon, pretty much brought into almost every single one of these matches.
Yeah, I agree. Malamar is very, very safe here for Vroom Vroom Pow, and for good reason. He does go for the foul play here. Going to deal some solid neutral damage to Lapras, but Lapras has some energy of its own. Actually rocking the Ice Beam. Going to go for the same type attack bonus, heavy hitting a charge attack, and it gets no shielded.
Yeah, the Ice Beam slightly more energy efficient than that Surf there too. Could put this Malamar in an interesting farm down range, forcing this Malamar to potentially throw another move right away before the Surf is reached. And we see the Malamar actually going for superpower here. Probably just wanted to make sure that this Lapras is taken out as soon as possible. Maybe having enough to throw another one in case the Lapras shields here, but debuffing the Malamar here. Let's see if Malamar can get another move off or just gets fast move down. It looks like Malamar does get to one more superpower. This is going to be very resisted from the Beedrill, so it's not going to be shielded, but a little chip damage can go sometimes a long way.
Exactly right. Such a key play from Vroom Vroom Pow. Understanding the foul play is just a little more energy intensive than the superpower. If he goes for the foul play there, he doesn't get to chip this Beedrill. Like you said, Caleb, could be instrumental, but the X Scissor bait does come through and reward Ryblet with that first Protect Shield from Vroom Vroom Pow.
Yeah, and here comes the Scrafty here, having that energy banked here. We see Vroom Pal contemplating if there's going to be a shield or not, and chooses to no shield here. Now, the Scrafty's going to start putting in some huge counter damage, but we see the Como coming in, and then the Scrafty, that 2-turn move, taking priority over that Giant Claw, getting another power punch off here, and we have to respect the potential drill run from the beat drill, so Vroom Pal not going to shield. Having that waterfall go through is going to at least knock out this Scrafty here.
Oh my god, look at the fast move pressure. Empoleon is trying to sweep away the Beedrill, and it does. 2 protect shields in the back pockets for Riblet, and he uses neither of them.
Yeah, Vroom Pal, a decisive 2-0 right there too. And we talked about earlier that superpowered chip damage might have been instrumental, and it was, because it helped that Empoleon get off just enough waterfall damage to fast move down that Beedrill. Incredible place from Vroom Pal.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Sometimes you can change up your strategy. We talked about this earlier with the draft format. Sometimes you can rely on your fast attack pressure to really power the rest of the way through. And when you're able to change up your approach, change up your strategy in every single game, it makes you very hard to predict. Very solid plays there by Vroom Pal.
Yeah, most definitely there too. That Malamar is just wreaking havoc in any matchup it has. I think it's very, very strong, especially in the draft format.
Yeah, I agree. Just incredible utility from that Pokemon. It's just very, very useful in a lot of neutral scenarios. And sometimes that's what you really have to lean on. You might not deal super effective damage to more than 1 or 2 Pokemon on the opponent's team, but you need enough consistency to really make headway. And I think Scrafty, it flashed moments of brilliance there. It's such a powerful Pokemon. He was almost able to succeed with it, but Riblet could not quite close it out. Heading into this next battle, we have the Scrafty on the field versus the Malamar. And this is not ideal for Vroom Pal.
Yeah, no. So this is not the greatest matchup, but you do have that superpower, and we saw how much that did to that Scrafty in the first game here too. So let's see how Riblet plays out this one. And we see the foul play bait here. This is double resistant, but Riblet shielding and respecting the potential superpower here. And it is going to get shielded, which is a huge early shield. And then now Vroom Pal throwing a superpower too before Riblet even gets a move off, and this goes unshielded. Vroom Pal is playing mind games here and is definitely living rent-free in Riblet's head right now.
Yeah, Vroom Pal ringing the doorbell. He says, I'm here, and I land the superpower there on the Scrafty. We do see the Power Punch connect, and there are actually 2 Pokemon in the back that can also handle the Scrafty, and he finally comes in with his Dragon type, and we do see the foul play getting fired off here. This is a solid no shield here by Vroom.
Yeah, we also saw a no shield on a potential foul play from Vroom Pal there, and then tanking the resisted foul play on the Como O here. So what a huge advantage and swing for Vroom Pal, and going straight away for this close combat. If you don't shield, this is going to do a lot of damage to Lappers, and it gets no shield. This is a huge close combat, one-shotting the Lappers there. What is going on?
I was just about to say Lapras can be very dangerous here in this point in the matchup, but now we don't even need to worry about it. Scrafty Simul KOs right there in that matchup, and now it is just Pachirisu versus these 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, Patrick is going to have to put in some work here. It is super bulky, but so is this jump bluff. You're going to have both trainers throwing neutral damage at each other here, but you still have the Malamar in the back here too. Vroom Pal just going straight away for this Ench Ball. And we see a no-shield from Riblet, expecting maybe potentially a defensive debuff, and it actually comes through for Vroom Pal. Everything going in Vroom Pal's favor. And here's the thing, the Pachirisu is by its lonesome. There is no way of clearing this debuff here. This Pachirisu is debuffed for the rest of the game.
Yeah, Pachirisu can't switch out, can't refresh anything, just has rely on its bulk now, going straight for the superpower, and just the maximization of utility here by Vroom Pal. He is making this Malamar look like a superstar as this Pachirisu takes so much damage.
Yeah, we see Riblet no shielding the superpower as well here at this point. It's looking dire for this little electric mouse, or electric squirrel, I should say. And this, even the fairy wind starting to add up, especially after the defensive debuff here. And yeah, this is looking like it's heavily in Vroom Pal's favor here.
Yeah, once you remove that Lapras, you remove that ice type threat, this jump bluff is just so oppressive, and it just fairy winds down the Pachirisu, and my goodness, this has been an incredible sweep by Vroom Pal.
Yeah, what an incredible set. Vroom Pal definitely getting the redemption he was hoping for, and as people predicted, Vroom Pal is going to deliver. The Pizza Man is here and is punching his way into the grand finals and a guaranteed at least #2 spot in Silph Worlds.
Wow, we do see our bracket unfolding here. Like you said, getting the better of Ryblet there in just commanding fashion. It was a best of 5, but it only took 3 games to sweep through that series and arrive on the grand final stage. I think Vroom Vroom Pow is really, really revving up.
Yeah, I gotta say too. I'm not exactly sure where Vroom Pow's based right now, but if Vroom Pow is actually in India right now, it is quite late. So Vroom Pow said, "You know what? I'm ready to just go to sleep. Let me just clean up here, go 3-0, and then head to bed early." But it looks like Vroom Pow is going to be up a little bit later to finish out a set in grand finals. Maybe could even reset the bracket against Rise to Occasion.
Caleb, you got to remember, there are few things in life better than a late night pizza, and that's what we're getting here.
Yeah, well, Vroom Pow is trying to make sure everyone gets their pizza as well, delivering on the spot here in the losers finals, and we'll see if he can continue to put on a show in the grand finals here.
Yeah, Steve, what do you think? I mean, this has just been insane to watch. It just feels like we're getting a Malamar clinic. I think every trainer is searching their bag right now. They're like, Malamar. Do I have any good ones in my bag?
Yeah, I mean, look, just looking at the teams and based on that earlier battle between Ryblet and Vroom Vroom Pow, it really seems like Vroom Vroom Pow is on the back foot. That Lapras just looking really good up against, especially that Runerigus. That first game in that round, coming back from that ABA weakness and still able to take it out in the end. I mean, Vroom Vroom Pow really just showing why he is deserving of this spot in the grand finals of the World Championship, and really just showing that APAC representation that APAC's here too. But now he's going to be going ahead into facing Rise to Occasion in the grand finals. Now, both of these battlers are secured at least a $200 USD prize pool, but only one rises to that $1,000 prize pool, which would be quite a tip for the pizza man, to say the least. But we'll see how these battles do unfold. If we can bring the teams up on screen here, just so we can sort of get an idea about what we might be seeing, even if it is the sort of draft pitch there. So yeah, we've got. Either way, we've got Rise of Occasion's team on the left-hand side and Vroom Vroom Powers on the right. And we are going to be seeing a Pokemon that was sort of, I'm not going to say a mascot of the stream, but it has definitely been a mainstay. And that is the Hisuian Quillfish, which I have to remind everyone right now that there is a bug. Hisuian Quillfish does not move. It stays stone cold statue still while it's in the game, but it is doing damage. It is actually throwing its attacks. But Rise to Occasion also bringing in the Dragalge, who has really been killing this competition with outrages. I believe in the first round battle when Rise to Occasion was able to take out Maximilian P in the first round of the winners bracket, landed 3 outrages in a single game using that Dragalge and just kept landing outrages. One finished off the winners finals with an outrage onto a Scrafty as well. So really, Rise to Occasion, I would not be too surprised if we see more outrage action going in here. But I mean, what do you guys think going into these 2 teams of 6 in the grand finals for a best of 5?
Yeah, that stone cold look from Hisuian Quillfish there too, really staring down your opponents to really strike the fear in their eyes. But it doesn't look like Vroom Pow has fear in anything there too, putting on a clinic in the past few sets here. I'm very curious to see how both trainers adjust here. We do see that ice type Celio here definitely could put in some work against that trusty jump bluff that Vroom Pow has been relying on. But at the same time, you have that Empoleon, one of the biggest walls to that Celio.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you want to look for what isn't there just as much as what is on the board here. And no fighting type pressure allows you to safe switch Pokemon that do have that weakness. So I do think we could see some Celio and even the Togedemaru. That's actually the Pokemon. I feel like I feel like I'm the only one in the room who's looking at that thing and just saying, is this Pokemon going to come to play and does it deserve a spot on this team of 6? I would really love to see Togedemaru hit the field here. And I think it's such a fun but risky Pokemon to play because it's so bait dependent. I think that Pokemon can make an impact, but it needs to be just in the right position to really succeed. And at this level, it's really about preparation meeting opportunity. You have to have both. You have to have the skills, the talent, the practice, but you also need to see these windows when they do appear. And I think there's nobody better so far at recognizing those opportunities than Vroom Vroom Pow. So this is a tough matchup here for Rise. I mean, he might lean on his Pokemon over there on the left. He's a notable streamer, content creator. He likes to call it Quill God. I think Quill God's versatility as a safe switch as well could really help him, but Vroom Vroom Pow is really in the zone.
Yeah, Ruben Pao is definitely been playing every single battle on stream for the past 2 sets straight. I'm getting word from chat that it is 2 a.m. for Ruben Pao over there. So definitely getting a little bit late for Ruben Pao, probably feeling warmed up. Whereas Rise, early sweeps in here, there, and making all the grand finals, but might be resting a little too much. Let's see if Rise is ready or not for this set of battles, but it is going to be a good one. And as a little backstory too, since the start of season 2 of Silph Arena, we've had this Worlds format where we have people from different regions battling it out in the Worlds grand finals. And we had the second season, it was none other than SpeediestChief here, our magnificent co-caster, winning it. And then we had Doombug taking it in the third season. We're in season number 4 here. We have 2 back-to-back North America champions here. Do we get a third a three-peat for the region, or do we have Ruben Pao, the big upset here, earning the championship for India and APAC?
Yeah, I mean, it depends. I mean, I know our North American fans are probably a bit bullish here on Rise to make history, but it's going to be hard. I mean, Vroom Pao is a very formidable opponent. It's going to be very tough. But if there is a picture of consistency, a gold standard for Silph Arena excellence over the past season or 2 seasons, I do think Rise to Occasion is really challenging for that mantle. He's just been incredibly consistent, and I think his ability to make adjustments, especially after that early game, it's just really unprecedented. Having worked with Rise in a lot of team formats, he's just incredibly talented, and he can know when to double down and when to adjust. And I think that's one of the most critical skills. Some trainers just kind of roll the dice and they hope for the best, but Rise just has this instinct, this sixth sense that allows him to dial in.
Yeah, and we are getting into first battle here. We have the trusty Malamar for Ruben Pao and the Swampert, the always prevalent Pokemon in the meta here for Rise. Now, this is actually not too bad for Ruben Pao because you really don't want to see the Swampert in the back end for that Kofagrigus.
And this is so curious because looking at the team composition, I saw so many obstacles to Swampert succeeding, and there were very few opportunities. But against the Malamar is one of those key windows of opportunity. And we do see the superpower getting fired off here by Vroom Vroom. Does not get shielded. Do we see a switch out here from Vroom Vroom? He goes for the Empoleon, but Swampert traps him here in the marshes.
Yeah, this Malamar does have another move, so we do see Ruben Pao spending that first shield. I think it was a good usage of the shield here. It is going to get the superpower off here. Do we see a shield from Rise? No, Rise choosing to let this Swampert go here, maybe trying to rely on energy advantage for possibly the Dragalge or the Celio here. And now we see, the Dragalge coming in here, farming down a double debuffed Malamar.
Oh, and Vroom Vroom Pao has just been really leaning on his ability to squeeze off one more superpower, but he doesn't get that vital chip damage here. And now the Dragalge is lined up here against the Empoleon, which is more good news for Rise to Occasion as we look at these back lines.
Yeah, this is, looking like a good matchup for Ruben Pao, but that backline matchup is not looking great. And we see Rise shielding here. Do we get a shield back from Ruben Pao? Maybe sensing that there might be a Celio in the back. We do. We get a huge shield on an Outrage. Although resisted, still will do a lot of damage to this Empoleon here.
Yeah, I think getting ahead on energy with this Dragalge really kind of pushed that Runerigus back onto the bench because you don't want to take those super effective Aqua Tails from this Dragon-type Pokemon. We see the swap in and the catch of the Drill Peck, and Rise to Occasion is dialed in here.
Yeah, and this is actually not too bad for Ruben Pao. You do want to land this Drill Peck anyway, especially against this bulky Celio. And the Celio is bad news for that Runerigus, actually, I should say. And going straight away for the Body Slam. Shields are down here. Body Slam is a little more energy efficient because you don't have the double resist Aurora Beam. But this is not looking great for Ruben Pao here. And Ruben Pao maybe trying to catch a Body Slam, but it's not going to pay off. And now we do have the Aurora Beam, and this is going to be super effective and not a good time for this Runerigus.
Not a good time at all. So much super effective damage there, and Aurora Beam, a very underwhelming charge attack, but Rise does find the right place to land it. Going for the Shadow Ball here, wanting to secure the KO and hopefully get off a Sand Tomb. I think the recipe here is to get a shield with the Sand Tomb and then try to win Charge Move priority with that Hydro Cannon or Drill Peck, but Rise not going to allow it to happen. Fires off the Aqua Tail here.
Yeah, and Rise still having a shield there too, relying on the Shigouch to close out the match, and this is looking really good for Rise at this point in time, and is going to land this final Aqua Tail to take out this Empoleon. So Rise, not afraid of the Malmar, even choosing not to shield the Swampert, which you don't really see often, but really paying off for Rise there.
Yeah, I just got to say, expertly piloted there by Rise. He found that one opportunity for Swampert to really succeed against this team. Maybe there's a second place. Maybe there are two opportunities here for Swampert, but he found that key positioning for that Pokemon, applied a lot of pressure, trapped that Malamar on the charge route priority, and took away the shield advantage from Vroom Vroom Pow, which we've seen him lean on so much in this Worlds competition so far, kind of putting him in an uncomfortable position. You know, maybe Vroom Vroom Pow was driving down the highway and he feels like Rise just cut him off there in the left lane.
Yeah, I'm getting some word from wonderful host Steve here that in the prelims, both of these trainers came from the same brackets, same group in the World Prelim stage, and Vroom Pow won 2-1 actually against Rise in the World Prelims. The only loss that Rise experienced in the prelims. So let's see if Rise is going to get some redemption here, or Vroom Vroom Pow can make history repeat itself. But both trainers already putting on quite a show in this first game.
Well, I believe we're locked in here again, and that's good because Vroom Vroom Pow, it actually gives him some kind of precedence. He knows he can beat Rise to the occasion. He's done it before. He just needs to find the right positioning for his Pokemon and make some key adjustments, which we've seen him do time and time again. And on the reverse side of that, like you said, Caleb, Rise being able to take that one loss and move on. Both of these trainers feel very evenly matched, and I would not be surprised at all to see this series go the distance. Would you agree?
Yeah, I agree completely too. You know, Vroom Pow, it was a tough backline for Vroom Pow there, but I know that Vroom Pow has made adjustments in the past, and let's see if Vroom Pow can make an adjustment here for game number 2.
Yeah, I think if I had to make one prediction, I don't think the Swampert shows up again. If it does, it's going to be a bold call from Rise. But let's see what he decides to do. Locked in here, Rise on the left, Vroom Vroom Pow on the right. And I was wrong, but this time Vroom Vroom Pow is ready.
Oh, this is a hard wall of hard walls here. You know, it only gets better if you're running Bullet Seed here, but still in a great matchup. And we see Jumpluff building up to the acrobatics, probably going to throw it and then dip out here. And that's going to be a great spot for Vroom Pow to be in here. Big acrobatics, and we do not see a shield from Rise Occasion here.
Yeah, such a power. Oh my goodness, such a powerful, devastating Community Day charge attack. Acrobatics so lethal. We do see the outrage getting thrown here, trying to command a protection away from Vroom Vroom Pow and make him uncomfortable. Let's see if he takes the bait.
Yeah, Vroom Pow actually not shielding the outrage, still trusting the bulk of that Jumpluff in is going to go for back-to-back acrobatics here, and we see Vroom Pow just not pivoting out here at all, but this is going to be kind of tough. Where is this Runerigus going to go?
Yeah, I agree. And just looking at this team as well, that Jumpluff has just a sneaky amount of HP. You can't really mudshot it down. So saving the Jumpluff there could be critical in the late game. And we do see the Celio hit the field against the Malamar. This is a very, very neutral matchup, especially with shields up, but triggering the charge route priority event, Vroom Vroom Pow getting off the foul play first.
Yeah, I like Rise no shield here, knowing that this Malamar's locked in. So if Vroom Pow was gutsy enough to even throw the superpower, that would be a debuff Malamar for quite a bit of time here. And Rise putting everything on the line with the Swampert, I think is a good play too, because with that Jumpluff so low on health, that was really the biggest threat for that Swampert, and now he doesn't really have to worry about it.
Yeah, I agree. Still 4 shields in play as well. Don't forget about that because this is going to be a little bit tough to work through the matchup as it progresses. I don't think this Malamar has time to build to double superpowers though. Vroom Vroom going for this one here. And do we see a shield? No. Oh my goodness. It's going to be a Swampert sweep.
Yeah, this is going to be a big superpower here. Does Swampert go for the Mudshot down? If you get some chip damage on the Swampert, it might not be the worst case scenario for Vroom Pow here. Actually, Vroom Pow going for that superpower, maybe trying to ensure that there's even a faster farm down from the Swampert here too. And we get a shield actually from Rise. This is going to be really interesting. Now, Shadow Ball is still going to be quite threatening here, and it is Swampert against the Worlds here, and we still have that jump off for a potential catch and soaking up some damage. And you see these Fairy Winds, unfortunately, are not going to do much damage, so not going to be able to catch a move here, but you see Rise still throwing this Hydro Cannon because you don't really want to have to shield.
Yeah, you don't want to risk the shield there. You don't want to risk building to the energy ball. But now the Runerigus, it does have some energy of its own, reaching the charge route priority. And here comes the Hydro Cannon from the Swampert. The trick here, Caleb, is I don't think a single Hydro Cannon is enough to KO.
Yeah, I don't think so. This is actually not looking as bad for Rune Rodriguez as I thought it would. Going straight away for the Shadow Ball. Does Rise call this here too? This might be Rise's only chance to win is no shielding a potential Sand Tomb. And Rise, knowing the win condition, unfortunately, is going to have to let that Shadow Ball go there too. I think Ruben Pao could safely get to another Shadow Ball in time. I think even though it was a Shadow Ball landing, I think that was still the right call from Rise there too. So we see Ruben Pao coming back to close out game number 2 in what I thought was an unwinnable match at that point when you saw the Jump Glove spending all of his energy against the Dragalge there.
Yeah, that was so incredibly tough. And just for the beginning, it was very awkward for Rise as well. Hard losing the lead, Swampert into Jump Love, switching into a Dragon Poison, okay, granted, a Dragon type Pokemon against a Fairy Wind user. It's just such a tough position there for Rise. I think what we saw as well, Caleb, using that shield against that secondary Pokemon from Vroom Pao, I think we saw the fear of Empoleon. Because Swampert is really great. It's really solid, but Rise has not seen that third Pokemon yet. He did not know it was Rune Rodriguez, and he didn't know if he needed HP on his Swampert to be able to defeat that Water-type Pokemon. And he can't just succumb to fast attack pressure like we saw Riblet do earlier on. He needed to maintain some health. So I think not knowing the Pokemon in the back, it really kind of punished Rise there, and Vroom Vroom Pow just capitalized.
Yeah, expert analysis from you, Speedy, too. And I think if you're Rise, you're probably thinking there's almost no way it could be a Rune Rodriguez in the back, right? Because then the whole back line is just going to destroy the Rune Rodriguez. So it's probably Empoleon. And we did see the Empoleon in that first game as well there, too, from Ruben Pao. So I think, yeah, I think that's exactly what Rise was thinking there. And it really paid off against Ruben Pao. Beating a Swampert with a Rune Rodriguez. I'm sure Arrow's out there really cheering that on because always convinced that Rune Rodriguez can handle any Swamperts, any water types there for some reason.
Right. Well, I think we've been through 2 games so far. We are tied up 1-1. And as you see these Pokemon hit the field repeatedly, I think you kind of pick up on tendencies, but you also kind of subconsciously choose what to run. And we do see the Quillfish there, stone cold, silent, not moving an inch. But we do see the Dragalge safe swap as well from Rise in game number 3.
Yeah, hard to see if that Quillfish even threw a fast move there, but I don't think so. I think it was an instant swap there from Rise, and now we see that Dragalge come in and clutch for Rise in every single, so many games leading up to the grand finals here, trying to rely on it again, but we see Ruben Pao making the pivot here too, potentially has a shield this Outrage, and I think this is probably a good shield if Ruben Pao decides to do it, because Ruben Pao is almost at that foul play here too, and Ruben Pao chooses to shield the Outrage almost at the last second there. That's huge for Ruben Pao, because this Malamar, again, super strong against the whole back line and team of Rise here too. So getting a little bit extra energy, and these are super effective Cycle Cuts too as well. Cycle Cut, not the best move in the game, but still adding up against the Dragalge to really help this farm down and get a huge farm down for Ruben Pao, not throwing a single move there.
Yeah, Malamar is just incredibly loaded up here on energy, and Rise has to decide where it's going to go. Does he play some peekaboo here, send in the Machamp, try to catch a foul play, then swap and catch a superpower on the Quillfish? Is that in the cards here? Here comes the first part of that puzzle.
Yeah, we see actually a no shielded foul play. What a good read, but Shadow Machamp can't really tank anything here. And this is looking really good for Ruben Pao because has the Rune Rodriguez now, has the alignment he wants, and gets shield, evens out the shield usage, which is huge. Can we get to another move? Cannot get to another move here, but Rune Rodriguez is going to love this matchup, especially with the Rock Slide there. And we see the instant pivot out to the Galarian Quillfish here, and we have the Empoleon here is going to be an opposite matchup, but you still have to respect what potentially is a Shadow Ball, and here comes the Shadow Ball, is going to be a huge shield for this Empoleon.
Wow. Hisuian Quillfish just incredibly imposing there, not even blinking at this Empoleon, but it does have a ton of energy, and it's going to be very formidable here. Firing off the Hydro Cannon. Could have gone either way with the charge attacks here, but I understand the Hydro Cannon will secure that KO. We're going to see the Machamp come in, look for a farm down, and Machamp with energy is so powerful, but it's got nowhere to go, and the Empoleon won't let it get away this easily. Going to throw the Drill Peck here.
Yeah, what are you going to throw at this Rune Rodriguez here? I think Rise is going to still shield, do what he can here, but this Rune Rodriguez is probably going to Shadow Claw down here. You don't, you know, this is where having that payback would come in handy, but unfortunately not able to get it. We do have a little stutter here from both trainers, but either way, this was definitely going to go towards Ruben Pao's favor here.
Yeah, let's see how much the rock slide does. And even the double rock slide, I do not believe would be enough. And we are going to see the double rock slide come through here as well. So no questions left. Everything is answered here. Signed, sealed, and delivered. Machamp just doesn't have it in the bank. And Runerigas claims another victim as Vroom Vroom goes up 2-1.
Wow, we're making adjustments here after that first game 1 loss and choosing to continue his pizza delivery route here, still delivering in game number 3 here. I believe this is a best of 5, so we do have potentially a bracket reset if Vroom Pao wins this next one, or can Rise win out the next 2 to clutch it out.
Yeah, this is so exciting. I mean, we're just seeing these trainers just neck and neck racing here. Rise to Occasion has really tried to leverage that Dragalge safe switch. He's brought it in time and time again when he sees an unfavorable lead, but it's kind of let him down. I just think that Vroom Vroom has just commanded that matchup, whether it's been with the Jump Luff or with the Empoleon. It's just very tough here for Rise to pivot if he gets a bad lead. If you're Rise to Occasion, Caleb, are you going to change up your approach? Do you kind of make a bolder call in the lead, or do you just kind of hammer home these strategies that have worked for you in the tournament so far?
Yeah, I think the tricky part for Rise here is that Vroom Pao has found a way to maneuver around that Dragalge safe swap. You know, even though it looks so strong into Vroom Pao's team, even resisting the waterfalls from the Empoleon, Vroom Pao is not afraid of that dragon. Originally able to beat Jay's fan, the Shadow Dragon Knight, with no true dragon counters, and again trying to pull it off against Rise Occasion here. I think Rise Occasion is trying to figure out a strategy here and is not really finding any success here, throwing in the Shadow Machamp, throwing in the Hisuian Quillfish now. I don't know if we see Toga tomorrow in the next game. That could be interesting. It's going to be great into the Empoleon, but quite risky into the Runerigas. But yeah, I don't know how Rise adjusts here. I think that Swampert is very reliable, but again, you have to watch out for that Jump Bluff.
Yeah, I was just going to say, as I look more at the Togedemaru and all the different typings and coverages that Vroom Vroom Pao has, I really feel sincerely that Vroom Vroom is playing with 6 Pokemon and Rise is only playing with 5. This is very, very difficult for him to bring that Togedemaru due to that rock and electric typing. There are just so many windows of opportunity for Vroom Vroom Pao to really capitalize. And even though you can say, oh, well, Togedemaru maybe can take a shield away, maybe you can, have some utility down the stretch, you just don't want to set up a Pokemon like Malamar to get another farm down. We saw it just consume that Dragalge in game number 3 and just unleash all that energy, equalizing the shield scenario, stealing away HP and setting up the rest of its teammates. You just can't allow another Pokemon like Dragalge or Togedemaru into a negative scenario because Vroom Vroom Pao will capitalize.
Yeah, that Malamar, like you said, is so strong for Vroom Pao. You have nothing that can throw bug moves here from Rise's team. There is no fairy, so Malamar I expect to see in every single matchup here. And we see the Como O here into the Dragalge. This is going to be a great matchup for Vroom Pao. You're taking Super Factor on both ends, but you have to get to the outrage to do any meaningful damage against this Como, whereas Como can go straight for the Dragon Claw here and is going to win charge and priority here. Actually, no, you see Rise actually charging a little bit past the Dragon Claw here too, so going to maybe try to go for a fast move down here, but now we see that Malamar safe swap here. Malamar again super strong here, and we see a bait from Rise here. Does Vroom Pao call? This would be a huge call if Vroom Pao calls it, and Vroom Pao no
my
shields on the tail. What is going on? Vroom Pao playing out of his mind here, making an incredible read here. Living rent-free in Rise Occasion's mind here too, just like all of his last opponents, going straight away for the foul play here. This is going to be some decent chip damage and maybe going for the superpower shortly after.
Wow, yeah, absolutely. Taking that tip money, putting it in an envelope and saying, here's my rent for the month, you can have it. Seeing the Hydro Cannon come through here from the Swampert, and that's such a terrible position because now you're 2 steps behind in this matchup. We've seen so many outrages get fired off, but the Malamar just applying pressure on the screen right now. Second foul play will KO the Swampert, and Malamar has just been such a nuisance for Rise to Occasion.
Yeah, such a nuisance indeed. Now, this is looking kind of interesting, though, because Rise Occasion Silo does look pretty good here in the back end against this Como and the Runerigas, but we already saw Runerigas take out a Swampert earlier. Can it take out an Ice Water type as well? I would not be shocked if it could, just with the bulk and with the tag team of Como. But now we see Vroom Pao coming in with that Runerigas to try to Shadow Claw down this Dragalge.
Yeah, I think Runerigus just kind of defying the laws of nature, like pineapple on pizza. It's just really, really difficult to pin this Pokemon down. And we do see the Celio come out. You can land that resisted body slam, or you can just offer the powder snow damage. But the Shadow Ball comes through, and Vroom Vroom Pow just does not miss with these ghost type attacks.
Ruinbound making every right shield decision and every right charge move decision here, making all the right calls. And we get even a Sand Tomb off before this Aurora Beam is thrown here, or maybe Body Slam. What's his charge move priority? Because if it is, that's going to be huge for Ruinpow here.
Yeah, I almost wonder if oh my goodness, it was. And Rise to Occasion just falls into a trap here set by the Runerigus, and Vroom Vroom Pow has to be smiling.
Yeah, and throwing the Aurora Beam and having the superpower ready. Ruinpow 1 HP here. Rise forced to spend this last shield here. Ruinpow, I believe, still having 1 shield remaining, can potentially Dragon Tail down this Celio, but the Celio does have quite a bit of energy, and it's going to generate pretty quickly to this next Body Slam, I believe.
This is tough because you can still switch in the Dragalge and get off a Dragon Tail, and he does try to get it, does deal some meaningful damage. This Como-O needs to close out, but it doesn't have the move, and it does close out with the Dragon Tail in the last moment.
Wow, the health there on that Como, you barely see it. We get a bracket reset. What an incredible comeback after that first game loss from Ruinpow. Ruinpow playing out of his mind here, putting on a clinic for the past few sets, plowing through the losers bracket, losers finals, and now resetting the bracket in the grand finals here. You see a lot of people in chat cheering out Ruinpow here, but some Rise fans as well trying to make sure the 3P happens for North America in the Silph Worlds, but we have more games to come.
Yeah, I just got to say that last game, it really felt like Vroom Vroom Pow just whipped up a pizza with everything on it. He sprinkled on some Como-O, some Runerigus, some charge attacks, some shields, some great bait calls. He just put everything on that pizza, just tossed it through the oven, and then served it up to Rise. And he does get a bracket reset as a reward, right?
Yeah, what do you do if you're Rise here? I feel like Rise has tried everything in the book besides the Togedemaru, which honestly probably wouldn't help him that much at this point. You got Runerigus, you got Como-O to worry about. Like, it's not a great time for that electric Pokemon. But yeah, Ruinpow just maneuvering however he can here. And it seems like alignment doesn't even matter. You have an Ice type going into 2 things that are weak to Ice in the back end, and Ruinpow still finding win conditions, which is just kind of nuts.
Yeah, I'm telling you, everything that Rise puts down, Vroom Vroom Pow is picking it up. If he makes a switch, if he makes a wrong call, Vroom Vroom Pow is there, and he is ready to capitalize on it. I mean, the amount of momentum here that Vroom Vroom Pow has is undeniable. Right, Steve?
No, absolutely right. He's absolutely on his pizza delivery bike, just going full speed ahead, and it's going to take a lot of maneuvering from Rise to Occasion to try and stop that. Going to try and find some way to get through, Vroom Vroom Pow's ability to seemingly have the right play at every possible location. Resetting the bracket with a pretty commanding 3-1. Now going into that final battle, and only needs to win 3 more battles out of 5. Become the Silph Arena World Champion and the first to take it away from the North American three-peat. So I don't know what does Vroom Vroom Pow need to what does Rise need to do to be able to overcome Vroom Vroom Pow's seemingly unstoppable success?
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting here because I don't even know at this point. I feel like Rise has thrown everything into Ruinpow. Sometimes winning the switch advantage, sometimes not. But you just have to always maneuver around that Malamar there. Malamar soaking up damage, dishing out a meaningful damage as well. Not even need to go superpower into a lot of matches where superpower is preferable. Just going for that foul play chip and then throwing superpower later there too. Ruinpow just making all the right calls here.
Sorry, Caleb. So we know that Rise is a big basketball fan, and with all sports teams, sometimes you have teams that are first half teams, and sometimes they are second half teams. I think Rise really needs to shift his mindset, find that second gear, and become a second half champion here. I think just changing your mindset entirely. I think if you just change your approach completely, we've seen that Dragalge safe switch, we've seen the Swampert come. I think Rise just needs to kind of toss it all out and just start from scratch here. I mean, this is a new best of 5, 3 battles to win it, right? I think Rise just needs to reset his mindset, become that second half team, incorporate what he's learned, but don't get fixated on it, and then just make those key adjustments.
Yeah, and we saw earlier too on those graphics how many total ranked battles these trainers have played. So Rise is not shy and has been in similar positions before and needed to win out to win entire tournaments, win the grand finals there too. And let's see if Rise can rise to the occasion right here. But Vroom Pao, like we mentioned, was the only person to beat Rise in the prelims, and so far Rise has not been able to take a set off from Vroom Pao here in the grand finals either. But you know, if anyone can do it, Rise can be the one.
Yeah, I agree. I think we've seen Rise really try to line up his Celio against the Runerigas. That's one matchup that he's really looking for, and he's really committed to the Celio as well, and it's hard not to be when you have so much neutral play against the Skunk Tank and the Malamar, and you can deal those super effective Powder Snows to the Como-O, the Jump Luff, and the Runerigas. But I think he needs to switch things up here. I'd love to see the Hisuian Quillfish come back. I'd love to see a little more Swampert, and I think also Shadow Machamp's ability to close is so incredible. I think you need to create windows for that Pokemon. Maybe pull out the Runerigas, maybe try to lure out the Jump Luff out of that team composition, and then try to sweep with the fighting type. What do you think, Caleb? I mean, am I just kind of hammering Shadow Machamp home when it doesn't really deserve to be here?
I mean, Shadow Machamp does have some play there too, really being able to resist the foul play, so forcing the Malamar to debuff or go for risky baits here. But at the same time, that Runeriga is a huge walls off every single one of Shadow Machamp's movesets here. I wonder if Rise brings maybe triple Runeriga's counters here. Maybe eventually try to switch out, because you see that Runeriga is going to be around everywhere here. And no, we do see the Shadow Machamp here, right into the Runeriga. This is the worst case scenario for Rise here.
Yeah, Shadow Machamp hits the field, and it did not bring a shovel with it, so it's going to have a hard time with this ground type. But we see the Dragalge save switch again from Rise to Occasion, but I think Vroom Vroom just in complete control. His team almost looks like triple Dragalge counters.
Yeah, and also catching the Aqua Tail on this Empoleon. Vroom Pao playing out of his mind here, doing everything he can here. And this is actually a really good spot, I think, for Vroom Pao. Even if you don't win Switch here, you have energy on the Runerigas. And here's the downside of Celio compared to Walrein here, is that you had to build up to that Aurora Beam to do any meaningful damage into Runerigas. You can't go for the body slams there. So it's going to put things into interesting perspective. And Rise here is going to shield here. Do we see a no shield from Vroom Pao? Vroom Pao no shield, another Aqua Tail here too. Vroom Pao playing perfectly here in the shield usage and trying to get to another Drill Peck. Is this enough time to get to a Drill Peck before? And actually, I don't know if Wynn's charged from priority or not, but able to maintain switch advantage and shield advantage. This is such a tough spot for Rise. Usually in this type of situation, if you don't have switch advantage and you don't have shield advantage, your chances of losing are very, very high.
And look at these Powder Snows barely doing anything to the Empoleon. It's going to get to another charge attack as well, and this Pokemon just will not go away. Caleb, I can't hear anything over the sound of Vroom Vroom's engine right now.
This pizzas are being delivered across the world right now. Here, we got the Malamar probably coming in here, and we got actually a body slam being thrown here. I assume Vroom Pao no shielding this as well here too, and this Machamp has nowhere to go at this point because it's most assuredly going to be locked into his Runerigas.
Yeah, like you said, unable to take shield advantage, unable to take switch advantage. Do we see a call here from Rise to Occasion? Superpower does get shielded, but that is the last of Rise's resources. He has no protection left. And switching in the Runerigas, is this a potential window? Actually, no, never mind. He shields the Aurora Beam here.
Yeah, still having 2 shields remaining. Such a great call from Vroom Pao. I love that superpower, even though not getting maybe a bait here, but now catching a Shadow Ball on the Shadow Machamp. This is probably Rise's only chance here, but Rise is still down a shield. We actually see an undercharge from Vroom Pao. Maybe even the perfect undercharge here to get to another Shadow Ball here. This is such a tough matchup for Rise here too. Not winning Switch, not having shield advantage, and just getting decimated again by the Runerigas and Malamar combo.
Oh my goodness, Shadow Ball will connect, and Vroom Vroom does not miss. Rise threw his Machamp under the pizza truck, and it wasn't enough to do anything here in this matchup as Vroom Vroom takes a commanding Game 1 victory from our Grand Finals reset.
Wow, Vroom Pao is just a freight train that can't be stopped. I mean, he's already told us ahead of time in his name, he's going Vroom Vroom and just going for the Pao here, cleaning up in this grand finals, winning the first match, only 2 battles away, 2 wins away from winning all of Silph Worlds here. Rise still having to win another game after that first Game 1 win and just can't seem to find the rhythm here.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone knows Chris Reisner, they know that he's like very, very calm, controlled, collected. He never raises his voice. He's just very smooth in everything he does, and he just seems kind of laid back. But Rise needs to get aggressive here. He needs to just kind of put Vroom Vroom in the back seat here. Rise really needs to try to take control. And I don't know what it's going to take. I honestly couldn't tell you. These two competitors are in the World Championships for a reason, and if anyone in the world knows, it's them. But Rise needs to find that third, fourth gear. He needs to make that mental shift because he needs to go on the attack.
Yeah, I think this is what I would describe as being that flow state for Vroom right here, being locked in, dialed in, making all the correct plays, all the correct catches, all the correct shield scenarios here too. Rise just needs to find a little bit of momentum to help get himself at least on the board here in this bracket reset, because Vroom is definitely playing at top notch. This is some of the highest level battles and strategies I've seen.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a clinic to watch. And it's just like professional sports, right? You watch these incredible athletes make these insane plays, and you just think, oh my goodness, they make it look so effortless. And I think Vroom Vroom is on the same page in that flow state, going down the fast lane. Nobody else is anywhere near him for miles around and just zooming right towards that goal of becoming the world champion.
Yeah, let's not forget too. It's 3 a.m. for Vroom Vroom here too, but it's never too late. The pizza is open for delivery late into the night here, and Vroom Pow is putting on a show, especially for a lot of the hometown fans. So, big shout out to Vroom Pow for staying up late, but also to his maybe hometown fans over at APAC.
Yeah, I don't think either of these trainers are what we would call an underdog, but I know in the US we love a good underdog story. And if anyone is a step behind, if anyone is picking up the pieces and trying to make things work with just scraps, with just the lowest amount of resources, it's Rise to Occasion. He really needs to muster everything in him to come back in this series and become the world champion. But the road is long. He needs to just take one step at a time, just one building block in that wall to kind of push Vroom Vroom out of this equation.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, it's probably the first time where anyone's ever talked about Rise to Occasion being the underdog here, but it is looking like it in this grand finals here. Vroom Pow is, just decimating through all of North America's competitors here in the last past hour.
I think the Hisuian Quillfish needs to come, as Rise affectionately calls it, Quill God needs to show up here. We need to see some prayers coming in from Rise to Occasion because he needs to turn this series around. Heading into game number 2 of our grand finals reset. Finally, a solid lead here for Rise, but as we've seen, Vroom Vroom Pow can turn this on its head.
Yeah, having 2 solid swaps here too. For Vroom Pow, as you see, probably the Malamar safe swap here, and having the Empoleon being very reliable into this Isilio, and see trying to go for another catch here, this time not working out, but you get the counter swap from the Swampert here, which is not the best matchup for Swampert if you cannot land that Earthquake. Let's see if Rise goes straight for or goes for a Hydrogen. Now this is going to be a real test of fortitude and read calls from both trainers.
No, you're exactly right. Empoleon able to win the charge move priority here. It's so consistent with its damage output, and we need a shield here from Vroom Vroom if he wants to keep Empoleon around, and he no shields, tries to make the call, and Rise says, show me your cards. I've got a better hand.
Yeah, one of the first times I feel like Vroom Pow not actually shielding the right move here, but now is going to have to shield this Hydrocan. Now, this might be the momentum Rise has and needs here. They are both on even shield at this point, but you see this Runerigus building up quite a bit of energy here, and Rise is going to let this Swampert go. Now, does Vroom Pow probably swap straight away to Malamar to potentially catch a Roar Beam? That's going to be to be seen.
Yeah, he does have that energy stored. Great patience by Rise here, playing aggressively but not out of pocket. Coming in here with the Aurora Beam, and it does get caught actually onto the Malamar. Critical decision. Do you stay in and gather energy, or do you make the swap? You cannot let Malamar get out of control.
Wow, that's huge for Vroom Vroom Pow here, making the catch there too. And now you see the Celia building up to another Aurora Beam before leaving there. I like that call from Rise there, because knowing that he needs as much energy as possible here too. But giving Malamar energy is never a good time. Taking these super effective cycle cuts are starting to add up here too. But Rise does get his Aqua Tail, and it looks like Vroom Pow is going to let this go. But how does RunePow play out this? I mean, it might depend really at the end here on the bait here. Does Rise go straight away for the Roar Beam or maybe bait with Body Slam here? So kind of almost like another read situation based on that first matchup here as well. But again, RunePow also has to kind of land a Shadow Ball here to close it out. So this is going to be very interesting how both trainers play this out, but definitely in favor of Rise with energy and with the type advantage.
Oh my goodness, goes for the bait here. This is a critical call by Vroom Vroom. Does he call it late in the game? And he no-shields the body slam out of his mind. Vroom Vroom is looking to try to win this matchup, but he might need to bait himself as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is still looking really tough for RunePow, but making the right call there and getting a shield from Rise. But I like this shield because RunePow might not get to the Shadow Ball on time. You see just the straight Powder Snow down there too. So the right call from Rise, even if it was a bait. So we finally get Rise back on the board here. It is 1-1, maybe slowing down this freight train from RunePow a little bit. And it might be a close grand final set.
Incredible, just insanely close margin of victory. Runerigus, I believe, would have won the charge move priority. It was one Shadow Claw away from the Shadow Ball there. It was just 1 second from really flipping that matchup and winning game number 2. Rise just barely squeaking through that matchup, just barely getting into that fast lane to match here with Vroom Vroom Pow. But it's going to take more of that here, Caleb, to continue this. I don't want to say comeback, but to continue this effort from Rise to occasion, just piece by piece, brick by brick. He needs to keep on building on that performance.
Yeah, most definitely there too. And we saw RunePow still trying to catch that Roar Beam on the Empoleon. Would have been huge for Rise making the read that RunePow was going to do it after seeing it happen multiple times in previous games. But RunePow still able to catch a Roar Beam to make that match really close there too. But Rise really having composure. They're building up to Roar Beam every single time, having that energy for that Runerigus. And we are going into game number 2 here of this grand finals reset. We see the Swampert into the jump bluff. RunePow bring the jump bluff back in here again, and this is not a great spot.
Yeah, he said, you know, Rise, you really seem to like that Swampert. Well, I'll see what I can do about that. Jump left against the Dragalge. We saw this earlier in the first set of the grand finals. Now we're in the reset. Will it play out the same way? Acrobatics does a tremendous amount of damage, and Dragalge just takes a huge hit there.
Yeah, I like that play from RunePow here, throwing it, maybe trying to go for a catch here. No, it looks like RunePow going to stay in here. No shielding again. This is very interesting. I think RunePow played it out very similarly in that first game there. And yeah, just going and trying to just maintain switch advantage here. No, choosing to leave with energy. I like this play a lot. Energy on this Empoleon, super scary for the backline for Rise here too. Even this Outrage, although its resist is still going to do a good chunk of damage, but I like to play from RunePow because the Swampert still has a throw energy here. You can't really farm down this Empoleon, I believe, when much shots, or if you do, it's going to come at a huge cost.
Last time we saw this lead and swap scenario play out, the Malamar came out to meet that Pokemon, but now we see the Empoleon, and there's no fear of the Runerigus, or excuse me, the Empoleon in the back, because last time it was the Runerigus. Coming through here with the Hydra Cannon, I think this is an ambitious mud shot down attempt, but it's going to take all of Swampert's might to get there.
Yeah, we see Swampert actually leaving with energy here instead. I like this play from Rise, but that Swampert doesn't have a ton of places to go. It will probably win charge from priority against that jump up, but jump up does have energy there, and that Malamar is can potentially tank, but all this energy on the seal can be important. Maybe Rise expecting the Runerigus in the back, but no, you gotta expect the Malamar here. Malamar coming in every single one of these games, and here it is again in this third game of the Grand Finals reset.
Yeah, this is such a tough matchup as well. We saw the 2-shield Malamar versus Celio play out earlier, but now the energy stats are different, and also the switches are different here. I think a surprise superpower isn't even needed here because after the Psycho Cuts, the foul play is probably enough to KO. So this is actually pretty commanding for Vroom Vroom, but I think the pacing of the Celio will be the saving grace here for Rise.
Yeah, you see Vroom building up to foul play just before the body slam is reached here too, forcing Rise to shield to get off this final body slam. But that Swampert has a lot of energy, so this is still going to be a really close matchup in both respects here. And we see the body slam come through. Here comes a Swampert potentially going for the snipe down with the Hydra Cannon here. And here's the thing: Jump Bluff with Fairy Wind cannot farm this down, so you do kind of have to at least throw maybe a foul play here. And no, going for the super power, the less energy intensive move. I like this play here because potentially you can just do a combo play? No, it looks like Rise is going to choose to let that go, is going to try to go for the superpower, maybe goes for a combo play after this, throwing the superpower. What's his charge room priority? If it's charge room priority, that's huge for Vroom Pow here. And Rise choosing to no shield. Oh no, choosing to shield the superpower, but it is charge room priority. And this is not great for Rise. The switch timer is up for Vroom Pow. Can probably just combo play this and throw the energy ball to take out the Celio.
Like you said, energy in the back is the saving grace. Goes for the acrobatics. Either attack will get it done. And Jump Bluff closing out here in a huge way, getting a revenge against the ice type Celio. What just masterful play there by Vroom Vroom Pow.
We are one game away for Vroom Pow to win this entire grand finals, especially in the reset against Rise occasion. Rise has to find a way to claw back here and go on a 2-0 run to, secure the championship himself. But Vroom Pow finding that momentum back again here too. Bring that jump off. I love that switch up with the jump off to really mix it up.
Yeah, I agree. So many situations here in the World Championships have boiled down to when to throw your charge attack, knowing when to deploy your energy, when to cut your opponent off from their own charge attack, when to use that final protect shield. And these players are just masterful at it, but nobody has been better than Vroom Vroom Pow in these key situations. I mean, triggering that charge of priority against the Celio was just the nail in the coffin. Rise had nowhere to go, and he knew that he needed to silence the Malamar, but late game, he was just one cycle cut off, unable to trigger the body slam before that superpower was ready. And then after that, there was nothing he could really do. So again, Caleb, we're not seeing Hisui and Quillfish. I feel like if you're going to change things up, if you're going to try to, really throw the kitchen sink here at Vroom Vroom, you might need to bring that Pokemon. But Rise has shown his ability to kind of fight back with that same trio that he really enjoys playing. What do you think he does in this next battle?
Yeah, it's tough, man. If I'm Rise, I'm scratching my head here. The one you won was you had a hard lead win here. But we do go into this final or this fourth game here, and it is going to be Malamar into Dragalge. I like this adjustment from Vroom Pow as well, seeing the Malamar in the back a lot, but now bringing it back into the lead here. And this is actually a really good spot for Vroom Pow because you actually have the Skunk Tank here too. Skunk Tank actually not too bad here, switching it up and not bring that Runerigas nor Jump Bluff.
Yeah, nor the Empoleon, right? Just a total shift here from Vroom Vroom Pow, really kind of throwing his opponent off here and shielding the superpower is a feels bad moment, but I think it would have done a lot of damage if it did come through. Early shield advantage here for Vroom Vroom, and that is where he thrives, coming in with his own Dragon type, and the second Dragon Tail did come through, Caleb. Can the Dragalge escape here?
Yeah, we do actually see finally a shield bait from Rise here, but doesn't really matter because you don't end up getting the outrage off or another move off anyway. So that was still a great shield from Vroom Pow. And now going straight away for these Dragon Claws here. This is going to be an interesting spot. We see a no shield from Shadow Machamp. Shadow Machamp does not like this at all and maybe trying to sweep with the Celio here, and we see Vroom Pow not shielding here and maybe trying to close out with a combo of Malamar and Skuntank here, and Malamar is going to go for moves here. This is looking really good for Vroom Pow. You can potentially bait or go straight for the superpower, going straight away for the superpower. Does Rise call this? Vroom Pow's been living rent-free in his head, but no, makes the right call here, but you have Skuntank in the back now, and this is not looking great for Rise.
Yeah, look at this Malamar, almost to another charge attack. Rise trying to cut it off here in the fast lane, and he does get that protect shield away from it, but there's not Runerigas in the back. There's not a ground type in the back. It's a Skunk Tank, and first we're going to see the superpower get fired off here to soften up this Celio, and then it looks like Skunk Tank is going to try to close this one out.
Yeah, I really like this play from Vroom Pow, even though Ray debuffed, going for that superpower because you're not going to win charge from Pride against a Machamp, so that could be a disastrous backline matchup if it comes to it. But we see Rise building up to 2 body slams here, going to probably throw back-to-back here. Maybe needs to catch a crunch on the Machamp. It is looking close. The Skuntank is almost at the crunch here. Does Vroom Pow predict the catch from Machamp here or not? That's going to be the question. Machamp doesn't really have much energy, so and is going for the Machamp, but no! Vroom Pow sniffs it out, has a move, closes it out with the Skuntank here. What an impressive performance. It looks like Vroom Pow is delivering pizza around the world at 3 o'clock in the morning. Vroom Pow is going to be your Silph 2022 World Champion.
And there is no trainer more deserving. Vroom Vroom Pow just at every turn, at every corner, just knowing what to do, just executing to perfection, and absolutely deserves to be our 2022 Silph Arena World Champion. There is no trainer that played better than Vroom Vroom Pow today.
Yeah, what what an incredible run from Vroom Pal, being the one person to best rise to the occasion in the prelims as well, and putting on a show ever since me and Speedy hopped into cast. And I am a huge fan too. I'm okay as a North American native as well too, for the world champion to go over to APAC, go over to India, and go over to Vroom Pal here. What a well-deserved victory for Vroom Pal.
Yeah, exactly. And that's just the whole point of these global communities like the Silph Arena. No matter where you live, you can compete, you can come out here and become the very best like no one ever was. And Vroom Vroom Pow did exactly that here, going against all the odds, conquering all the opponents, and honestly, in the grand finals, doing it in such a commanding fashion. I never, not even for a second, Caleb, I never felt like Vroom Vroom Pow was out of position. I never felt he was uncomfortable. I felt like he was in the driver's seat all the way.
Yeah, he was driving for sure too. After that first game one loss, made the adjustments he needed and just plowed through. Did take one other loss in the grand finals reset, but still going 3-1 back-to-back against Rise to occasion is no easy feat. And I think a very well-deserved victory for Varun Pao.
And we also need to give some credit here to Rise to Occasion, our runner-up in the 2022 World Championships. It takes so much to get here to this stage. There's so many steps along the way, and just like the tip of the iceberg, you see that point, that summit, that precipice that you want to reach, but below it there's so much hard work and effort and scrims and practice and consistency and setting battle coordination times and joining tournaments and team building and everything else. There's just so much that goes into this. Both of these trainers are the peak of performance in Pokemon Go PvP, and Vroom Vroom Pow is the better trainer today, but that doesn't mean that Rise to Occasion is bad by any measure. He is also one of the all-time greats.
Yeah, definitely. As we saw when we look at those player screens, both trainers having over 1,000 ranked battles under their belts. But on top of that, that does not include all the scrimming, all the preparation, all the time it takes to team build, and all the late night hours coordinating with your opponents, maybe across the world or early in the morning as well here too. So incredible performance from not only Rise and Vroom Vroom Pow, but for all of our world's competitors here that made it to this big stage here, because it is no easy feat.
Yeah, exactly right. We saw so many like comebacks there from Vroom Vroom, facing an opponent once and then getting the better of them the second time around, rising through that loser's bracket. And that's another thing as well that I've just picked up on in competitive Pokemon Go. When there is a bracket reset, we almost always go to that bracket reset because our competitors just have so much grit and they just do not go away. They refuse to go away quietly in these big stages.
Yeah, and I think you've talked about this plenty of times too, Speedy. These players are not just playing for themselves, right? They have the backs of the community, their hometown friends and everything, all their scrim partners. You talked about this too. For you, losing is not just about, maybe letting yourself down, but letting down all the people that you've beat and all the people that have put their trust and hope into you, taking it for both your, local community, maybe the nation, for the whole continent as well, or all your fans across the world. So definitely a lot on the line there. And we saw a lot of Vroom Pow fans watching and tuning into this live stream too. Regardless of where they are in the world, my guess is there's going to be a lot of them that are up quite late on this Saturday or early Sunday, I should say.
Yeah, I agree. Bringing that trophy home to his home country of India is just such an incredible accomplishment, and he can hang his hat on that forever.
Yes, most definitely. Speaking of late times there, I know it's quite late for you, Steve, too. What were your thoughts on this grand finals?
I'd call it. Well, it's. I wouldn't call it late or early. It's now 8:30 in the morning, so it sounds like a normal, reasonable time to be up at this point. But regardless, they were definitely some of the best battles I've seen for quite some time. Vroom Vroom Pow just seemed to have such a dominant command of his games, seemingly able to pull out the right cards at all of the right times, and really was just a masterclass in everything that we was doing. Like if you just watched Vroom Vroom Pow's battles from the last two sets, you would could see catches, swaps, undercharges, just everything under the sun, pulling out every single skill in the Pokemon Go handbook to bring out the big win in the World Championships and become the brand new Silph Arena World Champion. And joining that Mount Rushmore of Silph Arena alongside yourself, Speedy, and of course Dunebug from the last season as well. And of course, you know, I'm going to take like the secondary glory in having the APAC world champion for the season. But huge congratulations to Vroom Vroom Pow. And of course, a massive congrats to Rise to Occasion as well for putting on such a stellar performance. And of course, as we've mentioned a few times, there is some cash prizing as well. Not only does Vroom Vroom Pow get to take that trophy home, but he is also going home with a $1,000 USD prize, which is definitely, look, if there wasn't enough cherries on top, this is definitely a pretty cashy cherry.
Yeah, you could buy a lot of pizza with 1,000 USD right there. So Vroom Pow definitely earning all of that. But yeah, big congrats there too. And you know, yeah, like you said, big congrats to Rise too. One of the most consistent PvP and battlers in the community, both in play Pokemon and Silph and factions. And so to take 2 sets off of him, 3 sets if you're including the prelims, is of really not an easy feat, and maybe only a few in the world could even say that, Vroom Pow being one of them.
Yeah, like we talked about earlier, success is when preparation meets opportunity, and we saw Vroom Vroom just seize every single opportunity, every moment, every window that opened. He just jumped through it. He shot that gap and made sure he made the most of every single chance that he was given, and that's what it really takes here to win in the Silph Arena, because you push yourself to get to this peak, to play at a peak performance. Like you mentioned, Caleb, get into that flow state, and you have to stay in that flow state consistently, because if you give your opponent even a slim window, a slim margin to kind of jump in there and disrupt you, they will take that opportunity. So I guess peak performance consistently is what it takes, and Vroom Vroom had that just in spades today in the World Championships.
Most definitely there too. We will be joined by Vroom Pow shortly for a quick winners interview. So everyone in chat, stick around. I know it might be late for some of you, but we gotta hear some of the genius from the world's champion here on maybe how he got to this stage and prepared for all of this, and maybe some special shout outs that he would like to give.
Yeah, exactly. You got to hear from the champ, right? You want to hear these insights, right? Because even trainers that come in here and compete, maybe this is his best season ever. You know, maybe he's at a peak performance right now, and he just has insights that a lot of trainers don't pick up on. Maybe you, like you said, Steve, you tune in and you see these catches, you see these incredible plays, just like, you know, turning on a sports game, you see these 3-pointers being made back to back to back. It just seems just so effortless, but there's so much that goes into this. There's a game plan for each one of these opponents, and it takes a very special mind and a very special player to kind of execute on these opportunities when they do arise.
Yeah, most definitely here too. I'm personally very curious to see if Vroom Pow will be joining any of the Play Pokemon circus too, because that'll be interesting to see him put a show on that big stage, and maybe we have maybe a world champion both Silph Arena and Play Pokemon. That'll be a first in history. Wow. But that'd be a fun one to have on your resume for sure.
Yeah, I know the Oceania International Competition is coming up in February 2023, so only a few months away. So maybe, you know, Vroom Vroom Pow might decide to put that $1,000 prize pool to good use to sort of keep the good times rolling and fly his way over, you know, come over to Australia and give that Play Pokemon competition a go to, yeah, shoot for that double World Championship title, which is definitely, well, it's never been done before, but there's got to be a first for everything, right?
Oh, definitely. And for once, Steve would probably be able to watch a tournament in a regular time slot for him. You know, for him, he's probably not, you know, watching the sunrise as the tournament's wrapping up, and that'll be cool for you too.
I didn't know that was a possibility. I thought that this is normal for everyone. Don't all tournaments start when the moon is highest in the sky?
Right, Steve. It's 8:30 a.m. Right? I guess it's time to get started with work for the day. So let's go ahead and get into it.
Yeah, exactly right. It's phase 2 of the day. It comes in 3 phases. You've got Pokemon Go, you've got the day, and then it goes right back around to Pokemon Go all through the night. So it's definitely the way it goes. It looks like Vroom Vroom Pow is just connecting up now, so we will be joined by him shortly to get those insights about how you become one of the best players in the world, what you need to do to be able to just get into those flow states that, as you mentioned before, Vroom Vroom Pow just seem to be in, able to just be plugged into the system, watch Rise to Occasion's screen through the internet, and just managed to get every solid play under the sun, and truly just try and get some tips from the master himself, the present master in Vroom Vroom Pow.
Oh, for sure. I mean, we have a previous Silph World Champion here too. So while we wait, maybe just a little, a trip down memory lane. What were some of your initial thoughts when you won your first World Champion? Maybe as a little insight to what Vroom Pow may be feeling right now.
Oh gosh, I mean, Caleb, I really feel like you're putting me on the spot here, and I feel like Vroom Vroom is going to get some funner questions than I probably got. I already have one in mind. I think it's super obvious to everyone in chat and probably to you as well, but I'm going to see if you guessed it. But that being said, looking back, I mean, I just think people, I think some people just underestimate the amount of repetition and scrims and practice that goes into this. If Vroom Vroom Pow prepared the same way that I prepared, he just called up all of his best friends and he said, these are my opponent's teams, just run them against me and run them into the ground and just play over and over again. And he took notes about what he saw. So it looks masterful here, right? Making these calls, making these switches, it looks so calculated. But sometimes if you have a good enough sample size of what your opponent is likely to play, because some of the best trainers that have run those teams and played those styles out, you can start to make these key predictions and bring these teams in game number 4, bring Skunk Tank out of the blue and just dominate with it because you've anticipated that your opponent will not make that adjustment when you're that late into the series. I mean, Vroom Vroom Pow probably saw this coming way down the stretch.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when you're ahead by that much, you can make the riskier play and make a hard read on your opponent's team. Whereas Rise, you have to kind of play safe because you need every single win there to stay in the game there too. I think you mentioned how you had a bunch of friends to help you scrim too. I think you maybe even made a Discord server called Speedy's Fortress of Solitude or something along those lines. I wonder if Vroom Pow also had kind of his own Discord or group chat to kind of have some scrim partners to prepare for this grand finals.
Yeah, what do you think he called it? The Pizza Hut, the pizza joint?
Oh no, the Malamar madness,
the Malamar market.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that Malamar looks so strong there, and I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of his friends are maybe setting their buddies to Malamars after this win there too. Definitely his MVP in this whole run.
Yeah, I'd love to see people on social media and in chat kind of set your buddy to that Malamar, maybe name it Vroom Vroom and show him some support. I remember seeing so many friends have Fortress as their buddy. Shout out to your teammate, actually, KalebPeng, Kachina Mom, who started that trend. It's just such a surreal experience. And Vroom Vroom Pal deserves all the love and praise and hype here because he has absolutely 100% earned it. And I cannot wait to get to this interview.
Yeah, no, most definitely there too. If you haven't had a chance to make that Malamar, one of the staples, I would say in Silph, because of all the limited metas that we have, it looks really strong there too, having so much neutral play. And a lot of times in Show 6, people are really scared to bring kind of Charmers and bug types have always been a little underwhelming in most situations there too. So being one of the safer picks, and I think a really smart draft pick from Vroom.
I agree that dark and psychic typing is just so hard to pin down. And like you mentioned, Caleb, you kind of key in on the weaknesses in the meta, the scarcity, whether it be electric or bug, and you just capitalize there when you find those windows of opportunity.
Yeah, most definitely here too. So
yeah, it looks like we are just about to be joined by Vroom Vroom Pow, the Silph Arena World Champion, to come and give us his insights. How he prepared, and here he is, the man, the myth, the legend, Vroom Vroom Pow. How is it going, my friend?
Hi, it's going really well. I have never done this before, but, and it's like 3 a.m. in my time zone right now, but this is really overwhelming. I have to say that.
Yeah, well, big
Absolutely.
congratulations. You played incredibly here too, battling through the losers bracket and losers finals and resetting a bracket against Rise Occasion, which is no easy feat here too. You said you haven't been here before, and I think most people in the world haven't. One of the few people that could call yourself a world champion for Silph Arena here. Talk us about, maybe your preparation, what led you to this stage.
Yes, so I felt that one of the key, I think I have to, like, for the at least last 3 stages, I have to outright say it. Like, picking Malamar as I picked Malamar as the sixth slot in my draft, a sixth slot as my draft pick. And I think that was probably the best decision I ever made. And interestingly, I used to live in Europe before, and this is a rank 1 Malamar I caught there. So you saw me getting a superpower in one of the games, like at the very end, and that was because of the IVs. So
Nice.
I think I have to say that at least the run through the losers bracket, like I completely owe it to one Pokemon, which is Malamar. So like I think Runerigus was pretty underrated, and in the draft, as soon as the Cofagrigus got banned, I was looking at a lot of picks, and if you look at my draft team, like it's a bunch of Pokemon which seem strong on paper, but they're not often used. Like Como, you don't really see it around in GBL that much. You don't really see Runerigus right now. But I feel that I saw the roles that they were filling, and I arranged them together. And to be honest, I like we were allowed to practice and we were allowed to like look through our matchups. I maybe practiced my first matchup a bit properly, but honestly speaking, like most of the last stages, I was like going into it almost blind, like almost like just looking at the pre-poke, just looking at some matrix matchups. So that really so.
Wow, very impressive. And for the Ryan Swag lovers out there, you could ignore the Ryan Swag breakpoints. Just go for the rank 1 Malamar here. Go for the bulk because apparently it works with the world champion here.
Yeah, I
It looks
agree.
like we're getting a frozen screen. Vroom Vroom Power, you still here?
Yeah, I might have just stalled out there for a moment. Vroom Vroom, if you can hear currently, I just wanted to ask you, you said you played that first matchup relatively blind with very little practice. It felt like you made so many incredible calls. You're able to know when to throw the shadow ball. You knew when to bait. You knew when your opponent was baiting as well. Can you speak to your process on just recognizing what your opponent was trying to do and just knowing what to do in key moments yourself?
Hi, is my voice audible?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So I feel that having like knowing that so like I use this idea that like most of my Pokemon, I felt that against Rise especially, like if you look at the lines I ran, so it's a really common thinking that like many battlers when they do show 6 pick 3 or battle the 5, they pick their best 3 Pokemon and they keep rotating them around. And I realized that makes you a bit predictable. Like you may win like a game 1 or 2. So if you notice, I rotated through all 6 of my Pokemon. So all 6 of my Pokemon were there in the matchup. So like I feel that throughout the Rise, and I did like 10 battles, I think 9 battles. Like I must have, so I was guessing what he was gonna run for sure. I got lucky on a couple of instances, but like Rise had a Dragalge, which was completely neutral versus my team. So like then I still had to think through the process. Like I had to think through what to do. And if you realize, like I shielded a couple of outrages in the first 2 or 3 games. So one of the bait calls I made on Empoleon, like the Dragalge throwing the Aqua Tail, it's the psychological thing that if you're shielding the nukes again and again, they're more likely to bait. So I think and in the final game that I won, I ran Skuntank, and I felt that Rise would not expect that at all. Like it's actually, so Celio was basically giving me a lot of issues, and Skuntank is one of those Pokemon which is completely neutral versus Celio. So I felt that like using my 6th Pokemon, then it was not expected. Like It really helped me, and I would recommend this to like people who are doing show 6 pick 3. Use all your Pokemon, like use them. Like don't just stick to maybe 3 of them. So I think that really helped. I predicted a Swampert lead a couple of times, and I let Jumpluff into it. I predicted a Machamp lead because I was leading Empoleon, I was leading Malamar, and I felt that like there was this time when he had not led Regals for a while, and he was safe swapping it again and again, and I felt that this time he's gonna lead Regals, and I led Como, which was like a very even matchup for me, right? So that really worked out. And then I called like an Aqua Tail on Malamar. Like that was a good combo play at least.
And the rest
So,
is history,
yeah.
right?
Yes.
Yeah,
So
me and Speedy
honestly
were talking
speaking,
about. Well, go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah. Yes, honestly speaking, I did not even realize, like, after I won the third game, I was waiting to see if that was actually the third game because I was like completely lost in the games. I had no idea what was going on. So it's like 3 a.m. here, so like I'm just like really out of my mind.
Well, it sounds like he was in the flow state, like you mentioned, Caleb.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I love your explanation there too on making reads on your opponent there. And Speed and I were like, wow, this guy's making the most incredible reads, shielding and no shields, and line composition too. I think you explained it really well there and really taking your opponents by surprise. Even me and Speedy, after watching it was like 7 back-to-back games against Rise, he brought in the Skuntank. Even both of us were shocked, right? Having seen everything. And I thought that was a genius call there for you to close out with these Pokemon.
But you realize it's some sort of marinating because the game before that I was running Jumpluff, Malamar, and Empoleon, and that is like basically the worst matchup that Swampert has against my team. Like all 3 Pokemon, Empoleon get farmed down. So like it's like you keep lead. Like if I want to run Skuntank, I need to make sure that the Swampert is not there. So I think I was pretty confident that Swampert was not coming in that game. I don't know how I was confident, but I was confident. So yeah.
Wow. Well, Steve, do you have any questions? I feel like Caleb and I are getting all the good questions in here.
Yeah, well, first off, vroom, like, thank you for bringing the trophy home to the APAC region, getting that representation in. But I was just curious. Obviously, this was quite a unique draft format in the sort of typings being broken down into the sort of different phases. We had sort of different roles going on. Can you sort of take us through how you approach the draft format? Because it's something that a lot of battlers have never actually sort of had to experience or have much experience with. So how did you approach sort of the ban phase and what you wanted and when something might have been sort of taken in advance by someone else?
Okay, so I had the second pick in the so the draft order was decided by the seeding. So I was able to pick my draft order, and I was the second person who was able to do it. So I chose the 5th position in the draft, and the idea there was that being 5th in a draft slot is a very good vantage point. So you can look at what people have picked before you, and when the picks are coming back to you, you can look at what everyone has picked before. Like if you're the first person to pick, everyone can pick. So like a very common thing, for example, that we realized that towards the end, like Vani had a Noctowl, and I think Zappa had a Skarm, and many people were picking electric types deliberately just to counter them. But I was able to fill these holes in my team relatively early, even though like I didn't have a lot of conventional meta Pokemon, but like I was able to fill these holes in my teams early because I was able to see what people were picking. I was not the last person to pick. I was not getting the leftovers essentially, but I was also not picking blind. So I was in this very comfortable middle spot where I was able to take exactly what I wanted.
That's awesome. We talked about this a little bit before you hopped on, but there's now the Play Pokemon circuit too. Will we see you at a future Play Pokemon tournament? Maybe even the APAC International Championships in February, close to where Steve is.
Yes, I mean, if I can use this platform to give a shout out to Niantic, like I request them to have a regionals here. Like last year they had them online, and I'm completely happy with that. But like we should have them. Maybe we should have like a couple of them. Maybe some now and some later. Like it's India has been progressing pretty rapidly in the PvP arena at the moment, and like I would be really happy even if I can't make it. Like I would be really excited to see some of my other friends like be on that stage,
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've seen a lot of growth in India's PvP community, especially in gym breakers and in factions as well too. And now, the world champion belongs to India as well too. So we would love to see that as well from Play Pokemon, but we'll see in the future for sure.
Yeah, I agree. Vroom vroom. So I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I said I hope so too.
Absolutely. Well, I have some quick questions for you, okay? So just say the first thing that comes to your mind. We'll have fun with it. I know it's a little bit later in the night for you, but don't worry. I'm not going to set you up for failure here. What was your favorite Silph Arena meta of this 2022 season?
Obsidian.
Obsidian Cup? What was your MVP for the World Championships?
For the World Championships.
Yeah.
Malamar. But also Araquanid through the prelim stage. Like Araquanid through the prelim stage and Malamar in the finals.
Okay.
First.
What's your favorite Pokemon typing?
Fire.
Fire? Okay. Last question. What's your favorite kind of pizza?
Margarita.
Yeah, now you
Like
might have missed this.
like the Italian, like because like the nice. I don't know, not like a Domino's margarita probably.
Very solid answers.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know
when
if you were.
Oh, go ahead,
Oh.
Caleb. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say is I don't know if you probably tuned into the Twitch stream at all, but a lot of your fans were calling you the pizza man because you always deliver, and you definitely deliver there too. So you might have an unofficial nickname, whether you like it or not, for the foreseeable future.
I think some of those friends are probably about to get a pizza party. Probably.
That's
Oh,
awesome.
look, that'll be well deserved for you for sure. I mean, maybe with that extra $1,000 in your pocket, maybe it's your shout for that pizza party when it does come around. But Vroom Vroom Power, I mean, is there anyone you sort of want to thank, give shout outs to communities that you've sort of, battled with, maybe prepared not only through the season, but for this World Championships, the prelims and the finals? I mean, the floor is yours here.
I want to give a shout out to my faction members. Like I'm a member of the factions Do's and Gongs, and I want to give a shout out to my friends from Delhi who are also a lot of friends from Delhi who helped me discuss through the matchup, and more importantly, they encouraged me, and they this is a very anxious stage I feel, and I was like really anxious going into this. So like they definitely helped me out, and they definitely said, after I lost to Riblet, like initially I thought that oh no, it's okay, like top 4 is enough, maybe if I can beat up like top 4, it's not at the end of the day. I feel that my friends in PvP like really gave me the push anywhere, so like huge shout out to them.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Where can people find you as well too? I don't know if you stream or not, or if you're planning on it, but maybe on Twitter as well, on social media platforms to keep up with the world champions' daily musings.
Yeah, that would be great.
No, for sure. Do you have a Twitter or any Twitch or anything that you're planning on loading up in the future, or just kind of keeping a low profile?
Now that I have $1,000, I can probably purchase a better camera. Because this one is pretty shit, to be honest. So I can probably purchase a camera and give it a try.
Awesome.
Not at the moment. I feel that there is a very strong Discord streaming community at the moment, like not just especially in India, but also elsewhere. Like, so we end up streaming a lot of our games on Discord, and like that really helped for sure. Like throughout the last year, like just being able to discuss, being able to get better at PvP for sure.
That's amazing.
Now, a little bit of insight on the man directly below me. I mean, SpeediestChief, it was directly after his World Championship run that he did become a bit of a Twitch streamer himself. It is, certainly quite propelled through time as well. So just saying, there's precedent for big things, VVP, if you do want to go ahead into that realm. But regardless of whatever you do, I'm sure that all three of us and everyone in the PvP community will be keeping a close eye on whatever you might be up to. So do let us know.
Yeah, absolutely. Vroom Vroom, if you need any help on the production side, there's a certain MissMystic that I'm familiar with, and she did give me a huge leg up there in the streaming world as well. I know people want to see more of Vroom Vroom Pal. You're an incredible trainer, but I think the most important thing right now is for you to just enjoy it, relax, just bask here in your championship because you worked so unbelievably hard to get here, and you deserve every single moment of praise, every single nice message. You deserve it all, and just soak it in. And just remember as well that you gave a lot of people that live close to you, a lot of friends, a lot of people that know you, you gave them a lot of pride watching you succeed in this way. So you deserve it and enjoy it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Absolutely. So, I mean, Vroom Vroom, have you got any last words to the viewing audience who will not refer to you by anything except Pizza Man from here on, it seems? I did see some people who said some call him Pizza Man, but I call him Captain. So I think your faction was also some strong support in the Twitch chat. But any sort of final words to the Silph Arena community?
I just want to say I just want to say I'm really overwhelmed and I'm really glad for the opportunity to be here. Like the World Championship was flawlessly like flawlessly like it took place flawlessly, and definitely a huge shout out to my friends again who have probably been watching the stream for like 6 hours straight and who have supported me all the way. And there Sumatru, the Ace Lancelot. I think I should probably name them. Sumatru, the Ace Lancelot, Shark Techie, Master Mihir, Mohit, Thunder Cypher, Anish Got Floppy, Suvansh, so many people. And I'm like missing out on so many names right now. So a lot of people who helped me and who have definitely been the reason I'm here.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Vroom Vroom, and congratulations again on becoming the 2022 Silph Arena World Champion. And that is a title that will never go away. So huge congratulations, and please get some sleep.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I definitely will. I mean, same to you, Steve. Like it's like 8 a.m. You should probably sleep too.
Look, we'll get some sleep together.
Yes.
APAC has reached rest time, but yeah. Thanks so much, Vroom Vroom. Have a great rest of your evening.
See you soon, champ.
All right. So the insights from the world champion himself, Vroom Vroom Pow, the Pizza Man. Just an absolute masterclass again, and such a pleasure to watch his battles. But I mean, Speedy Caleb, thank you again for coming on to help cast through these battles. We've been seeing a lot of Vroom Vroom Pow over the last couple of hours, and boy, has it been an absolute pleasure to watch. So thank you so much for coming on. I mean, before we sort of wrap things up and let everyone know where we can find you, have you got any sort of last words that we can sort of reflect on as we finish up the World Championships here?
I mean, it's hard to feel like we're actually doing you a favor because we got to see some of those incredible battles of all time, right? This is history in the making. We're just so honored to you, Steve, for inviting us on to Silph Arena again, for hosting this incredible season and World Championship competition, to MissMystic in production, and everyone who had a hand behind the scenes who might not get the praise all the time, all the TOs, all the organizers, just everyone who has helped to get this season going and to close it out. Just deserve a huge round of applause, and thank you so much.
Yeah, I echo Speedy's thoughts there on everyone to thank, as well as a big shout out to all the people not involved in the production or not the competitors, but their scrim partners or community members that have been supporting them too. Regardless if you're Vroom Vroom's locals and friends, or your Rise's friends, or Ryblitz or Jace fans, or any of the other competitors too, their friends definitely put in a lot of hard time and effort to help practice and prepare their friends to put on this great production and tournament result too. So shout out to them as well too, and the whole community really for keeping this going. It's Silph Arena. It's a grassroots movement. It's a grassroots tournament, and it's all volunteer based as well. But really great to see so much energy and participation across the board for what now is year number 4.
Absolutely. And a huge congratulations to all of the competitors who have made it here, because it's no easy feat to reach the Silph Arena World Championship finals. Again, you know, so many monthly cups through the year, regionals, continentals, and the World Championship prelims earlier this month as well. So just again, massive shout out to all 8 of these battlers, because they are all absolutely incredible and are all definitely up for contention to be the world champion next year. But, you know, Vroom Vroom Power absolutely taking it far and away and showing himself as one of the best battlers in the world for sure. Now, Speedy, Caleb, again, thanks for coming on. Speedy, just first up, where can we sort of find you after this stream, and what are you sort of up to as a, you know, washed up world champ?
Hey,
I wouldn't say that.
I'm not going to argue against it, right? But you can catch out my content on twitch.tv/KalebPeng. You'll see lots of Bastion on, right? Lots of smackdowns going around there. You can always tune in for a fun time there and enjoy the streams. But yeah, honestly, really love the Pokemon Go PvP community. I got started in the Silph Arena. I will always, forever have a special place in my heart, because I would not be anywhere without the Silph Arena and my local Tampa and Florida community. So huge shout outs to them. And you can follow me on Twitter at Chief2, number 2, Speediest. It's a little bit scrambled there, but you can still find your way home.
Yeah, thank you again for having me on as well. Always a great time to cast, especially the World Championships too. Last year I was only here for a quick short set with Doombug and a Shady Equation, but here we got to cover a lot of Vroom battles too, so it was a pleasure to see. You can catch me on youtube.com or twitch.tv or twitter.com/KalebPeng, and just throw KalebPeng1 if you want to find me on TikTok. I don't have the rights to that handle yet, so I'm trying to get the official one there. You'll also catch me and SpeediestChief2 on our weekly podcast, the Battlecats podcast, Cats with a Z in the end there too. And if anyone out there has any good recommendations for razors for shaving beards off, let me know. Let me and Speedy know. We have a bet there, and you know. And you know, Steve, you mentioned that he might be washed up, and Speediest Chief wants to prove us wrong here. But if he does lose his bet on December 1, he does have to shave his beard all the way in there and change his Twitter profile picture. So be sure to give Speediest Chief 2 a follow on Twitter for sure to stay up to tune on his beard status.
And Caleb is just trying to tell as many people as possible, right? He's like the groomsman that grabs the microphone at the wedding. He's like, hey, everybody, listen. There's this thing going on. No, but Caleb and I have an internal bet. We're going to resolve this in gentleman's terms. But that being said, yeah, definitely check out the podcast. A really, really fun time. And Steve, honestly, you do so much work behind the scenes. And I feel like, honestly, every time I see your following growing, you absolutely deserve it. But it could be a lot bigger. I think everyone should go ahead and follow you on YouTube and Twitter as well.
Unnecessary, but do hit that big follow button down below for the Silph Arena for all of the Silph Arena shows coming up. I know FSPN is going to be coming back up soon as well, but seriously, I appreciate you guys so much, and do go ahead and follow these 2 gentlemen, as well as all of the other casters from through the stream. You know, we had KiengIV and NHoff through the first sets of battles. We then had DeFi E250 and NoFunPayneDunn coming in. All incredible people and incredible casters as well. So be sure to check all 6 of these guys out and what they're sort of getting up to. But with that said, thank you all for coming out and watching wherever you may be and however late it may be where you are. Don't forget to hit that follow button and give a huge congrats to Vroom Vroom Power whenever you may pass him as the new Silph Arena World Champion. So thanks, Speedy and Caleb, for coming on, and we'll see you in the next one.
See ya.
See y'all later.